Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Luke Sartor. Foreword. This revised and greatly enlarged edition of Pushing to the Front is the outgrowth of an almost worldwide demand for an extension of the idea which made the original small volume such an ambition-arousing, energizing, inspiring force. It is doubtful whether any other book outside of the Bible has been the turning point in more lives. It has sent thousands of youths with renewed determination back to school or college, back to all sorts of vocations which they had abandoned in moments of discouragement. It has kept scores of businessmen from failure after they had given up all hope. It has helped multitudes of poor boys and girls to pay their way through college who had never thought a liberal education possible. The author has received thousands of letters from people in nearly all parts of the world telling how the book has aroused their ambition, changed their ideals and aims, and has spurred them to the successful undertaking of what they before had thought impossible. The book has been translated into many foreign languages. In Japan and several other countries, it is used extensively in the public schools. Distinguished educators in many parts of the world would have recommended its use in schools as a civilization builder. Crowned heads, presidents of republics, distinguished members of the British and other parliaments, members of the United States Supreme Court, noted authors, scholars, and eminent people in many parts of the world have eulogized this book and have thanked the author for giving it to the world. This volume is full of the most fascinating romances of achievement under difficulties, of obscure beginnings and triumphant endings, of stirring stories of struggles and triumphs. It gives inspiring stories of men and women who have brought great things to pass. It gives numerous examples of the triumph of mediocrity, showing how those of ordinary ability have succeeded by the use of ordinary means. It shows how invalids and cripples, even, have triumphed by perseverance and will over seemingly insuperable difficulties. The book tells how men and women have seized common occasions and made them great. It tells of those of average ability who have succeeded by the use of ordinary means, by dint of indomitable will and inflexible purpose. It tells how poverty and hardship have rocked the cradle of the giants of the race. The book points out that most people do not utilize a large part of their effort because their mental attitude does not correspond with their endeavor, so that although working for one thing, they are really expecting something else, and it is what we expect that we tend to get. No man can become prosperous while he really expects or half expects to remain poor, for holding the poverty thought, keeping in touch with poverty-producing conditions, discourages prosperity. Before a man can lift himself, he must lift his thoughts. When we shall have learned to master our thought habits, to keep our minds open to the great divine inflow of life force, we shall have learned the truths of human endowment, human possibility. The book points out the fact that what is called success may be failure, that when men love money so much that they sacrifice their friendships, their families, their home life, sacrifice position, honor, health, everything for the dollar, their life is a failure, although they may have accumulated money. It shows how men have become rich at the price of their ideals, their character, at the cost of everything noblest, best, and truest in life. It preaches the larger doctrine of equality, the equality of will and purpose, which paves a clear path even to the presidential chair for a Lincoln or a Garfield, for anyone who will pay the price of study and struggle. Men who feel themselves badly handicapped, crippled by their lack of early education, will find in these pages great encouragement to broaden their horizon, and will get a practical, helpful, sensible education in their odd moments and half holidays. Dr. Marden, in Pushing to the Front, shows that the average of the leaders are not above the average of ability. They are ordinary people, but of extraordinary persistence and perseverance. It is a storehouse of noble incentive, a treasury of precious sayings. There is inspiration and encouragement and helpfulness on every page. It teaches the doctrine that no limits can be placed on one's career if he has once learned the alphabet and has push, that there are no barriers that can say to aspiring talent, thus far and no farther. Encouragement is its keynote. It aims to arouse to honorable exertion those who are drifting without aim, to awaken dormant ambitions in those who have grown discouraged in the struggle for success. The Publishers. End of Foreword. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. By Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 1. The Man and the Opportunity. No man is born into this world whose work is not born with him. Lowell. Things don't turn up in this world until somebody turns them up. Garfield. Vigilance in watching opportunity, tact and daring in seizing upon opportunity, force and persistence in crowding opportunity to its utmost of possible achievement. These are the martial virtues which must command success. Austin Phelps. I will find a way or make one. There never was a day that did not bring its own opportunity for doing good that never could have been done before and never can be again. W. H. Burleigh. Are you in earnest? Seize this very minute. What you can do, or dream you can, begin it. If we succeed, what will the world say? Asked Captain Berry in delight, when Nelson had explained his carefully formed plan before the Battle of the Nile. There is no if in the case, replied Nelson. That we shall succeed is certain. Who may live to tell the tale is a very different question. Then, as his captains rose from the council to go to their respective ships, he added, Before this time tomorrow, I shall have gained a peerage or Westminster Abbey. His quick eye and daring spirit saw an opportunity of glorious victory where others saw only probable defeat. Is it possible to cross the path? Asked Napoleon of the engineers who had been sent to explore the dreaded pass of St. Bernard. Perhaps, was the hesitating reply. It is within the limits of possibility. Forward, then, said the little corporal, without heeding their account of apparently insurmountable difficulties. England and Austria laughed in scorn at the idea of transporting across the Alps, where no wheel had ever rolled, or by any possibility could roll. An army of 60,000 men with ponderous artillery, tons of cannonballs and baggage, and all the bulky munitions of war. But the besieged Messenia was starving in Genoa, and the victorious Austrians thundered at the gates of Nice, and Napoleon was not the man to fail his former comrades in their hour of peril. When this impossible deed was accomplished, some saw that it might have been done long before. Others excused themselves from encountering such gigantic obstacles by calling them insuperable. Many a commander had possessed the necessary supplies, tools, and rugged soldiers, but lacked the grit and resolution of Bonaparte, who did not shrink from mere difficulties, however great, but out of his very need made and mastered his opportunity. Grant at New Orleans had just been seriously injured by a fall from his horse when he received orders to take command at Chattanooga, so sorely beset by the Confederates that its surrender seemed only a question of a few days, for the hills around were all aglow by night with the campfires of the enemy, and supplies had been cut off. Though in great pain, he immediately gave directions for his removal to the new scene of action. On transport up the Mississippi, the Ohio, and one of its tributaries, on a litter borne by horses for many miles through the wilderness, and into the city at last on the shoulders of 4 men, he was taken to Chattanooga. Things assumed a different aspect immediately. A master had arrived who was equal to the situation. The army felt the grip of his power. Before he could mount his horse, he ordered an advance, and although the enemy contested the ground inch by inch, the surrounding hills were soon held by Union soldiers. Were these things the result of chance, or were they compelled by the indomitable determination of the injured general? Did things adjust themselves when Horatius, with 2 companions, held 90,000 Tuscans at bay until the bridge across the Tiber had been destroyed? When Leonidas, at Thermopylae, checked the mighty march of Xerxes? When Themistocles, off the coast of Greece, shattered the Persians' armada? When Caesar, finding his army hard pressed, seized spear and buckler, fought while he reorganized his men, and snatched victory from defeat? When Winkelried gathered to his heart a sheaf of Austrian spears, thus opening a path through which his comrades pressed to freedom? When for years Napoleon did not lose a single battle in which he was personally engaged? When Wellington fought in many climes without ever being conquered? When Ney, on 100 fields, changed apparent disaster into brilliant triumph? When Perry left the disabled Lawrence, rode to the Niagara, and silenced the British guns? When Sheridan arrived from Winchester just as the Union retreat was becoming a rout, and turned the tide by riding along the line? When Sherman, though sorely pressed, signaled his men to hold the fort, and they, knowing that their leader was coming, held it? History furnishes thousands of examples of men who have seized occasions to accomplish results deemed impossible by those less resolute. Prompt decision and whole-souled action sweep the world before them. True, there has been but one Napoleon, but, on the other hand, the Alps that oppose the progress of the average American youth are not as high or dangerous as the summits crossed by the great Corsican. Don't wait for extraordinary opportunities. Seize common occasions and make them great. On the morning of September 6, 1838, a young woman in the Longstone Lighthouse, between England and Scotland, was awakened by shrieks of agony rising above the roar of wind and wave. A storm of unwonted fury was raging, and her parents could not hear the cries, but a telescope showed 9 human beings clinging to the windlass of a wrecked vessel whose bow was hanging on the rocks half a mile away. "We can do nothing," said William Darling, the lightkeeper. "Ah, yes, we must go to the rescue," exclaimed his daughter, pleading tearfully with both father and mother, until the former replied, "Very well, Grace, I will let you persuade me, though it is against my better judgment." Like a feather in a whirlwind, the little boat was tossed on the tumultuous sea, but, borne on the blast that swept the cruel surge, the shrieks of those shipwrecked sailors seemed to change her weak sinews into cords of steel. Strength hitherto unsuspected came from somewhere, and the heroic girl pulled one oar in even time with her father. At length the 9 were safely on board. "God bless you, but you're a bonny English lass," said one poor fellow, as he looked wonderingly upon this marvelous girl, who that day had done a deed which added more to England's glory than the exploits of many of her monarchs. "If you will let me try, I think I can make something that will do," said a boy who had been employed as a scullion at the mansion of Signor Faliero, as the story is told by George Carey Eggleston. A large company had been invited to a banquet, and just before the hour the confectioner, who had been making a large ornament for the table, sent word that he had spoiled the piece. "You!" exclaimed the head servant in astonishment. "And who are you?" "I am Antonio Canova, the grandson of Pisano, the stone cutter," replied the pale-faced little fellow. "And pray, what can you do?" asked the major domo. "I can make you something that will do for the middle of the table, if you'll let me try." The servant was at his wit's end, so he told Antonio to go ahead and see what he could do. Calling for some butter, the scullion quickly molded a large crouching lion, which the admiring major domo placed upon the table. Dinner was announced, and many of the most noted merchants, princes, and noblemen of Venice were ushered into the dining room. Among them were skilled critics of artwork. When their eyes fell upon the butter lion, they forgot the purpose for which they had come in their wonder at such a work of genius. They looked at the lion long and carefully, and asked Signor Faliero what great sculptor had been persuaded to waste his skill upon such a temporary material. Faliero could not tell, so he asked the head servant, who brought Antonio before the company. When the distinguished guests learned that the lion had been made in a short time by a scullion, the dinner was turned into a feast in his honor. The rich host declared that he would pay the boy's expenses under the best masters, and he kept his word. Antonio was not spoiled by his good fortune, but remained at heart the same simple, earnest, faithful boy who had tried so hard to become a good stone cutter in the shop of Pisano. Some may not have heard how the boy Antonio took advantage of this first great opportunity, but all know of Canova, one of the greatest sculptors of all time. Weak men wait for opportunities. Strong men make them. "The best men," said E.H. Chapin, "are not those who have waited for chances, but who have taken them, besieged the chance, conquered the chance, and made chance the servitor." There may not be one chance in a million that you will ever receive unusual aid, but opportunities are often presented which you can improve to good advantage if you will only act. The lack of opportunity is ever the excuse of a weak, vacillating mind. Opportunities! Every life is full of them. Every lesson in school or college is an opportunity. Every examination is a chance in life. Every patient is an opportunity. Every newspaper article is an opportunity. Every client is an opportunity. Every sermon is an opportunity. Every business transaction is an opportunity to be polite, an opportunity to be manly, an opportunity to be honest, an opportunity to make friends. Every proof of confidence in you is a great opportunity. Every responsibility thrust upon your strength and your honor is priceless. Existence is the privilege of effort, and when that privilege is met like a man, opportunities to succeed along the line of your aptitude will come faster than you can use them. If a slave like Fred Douglass, who did not even own his body, can elevate himself into an orator, editor, statesman, what ought the poorest white boy to do, who is rich in opportunities compared with Douglass? It is the idle man, not the great worker, who is always complaining that he has no time or opportunity. Some young men will make more out of the odds and ends of opportunities which many carelessly throw away than other will get out of a whole lifetime. Like bees, they extract honey from every flower. Every person they meet, every circumstance of the day, adds something to their store of useful knowledge or personal power. There is nobody whom fortune does not visit once in his life, says a cardinal, but when she finds he is not ready to receive her, she goes in at the door and out at the window. Cornelius Vanderbilt saw his opportunity in the steamboat and determined to identify himself with steam navigation. To the surprise of all his friends, he abandoned his prosperous business and took command of one of the first steamboats launched, at a salary of $1,000 a year. Livingston and Fulton had acquired the sole right to navigate New York waters by steam, but Vanderbilt thought the law unconstitutional and defied it until it was repealed. He soon became a steamboat owner. When the government was paying a large subsidy for carrying the European mails, he offered to carry them free and give better service. His offer was accepted, and in this way he soon built up an enormous freight and passenger traffic. Foreseeing the great future of railroads in a country like ours, he plunged into railroad enterprises with all his might, laying the foundation for the vast Vanderbilt system of today. Young Philip Armour joined the long caravan of 49ers and crossed the great American desert with all his possessions in a prairie schooner drawn by mules. Hard work and steady gains carefully saved in the mines enabled him to start 6 years later in the grain and warehouse business in Milwaukee. In 9 years he made $500,000. But he saw his great opportunity in Grant's order, "On to Richmond." One morning in 1864, he knocked at the door of Plankington, partner in his venture as a pork packer. "I am going to take the next train to New York," said he, "to sell pork short. Grant and Sherman have the rebellion by the throat, and pork will go down to $12 a barrel." This was his opportunity. He went to New York and offered pork in large quantities at $40 per barrel. It was eagerly taken. The shrewd Wall Street speculators laughed at the young Westerner and told him pork would go to $60, for the war was not nearly over. Mr. Armour, however, kept on selling. Grant continued to advance. Richmond fell. Pork fell with it to $12 a barrel, and Mr. Armour cleared $2 million. John D. Rockefeller saw his opportunity in petroleum. He could see a large population in this country with very poor lights. Petroleum was plentiful, but the refining process was so crude that the product was inferior and not wholly safe. Here was Rockefeller's chance. Taking into partnership Samuel Andrews, the porter in a machine shop where both men had worked, he started a single-barrel still in 1870, using an improved process discovered by his partner. They made a superior grade of oil and prospered rapidly. They admitted a third partner, Mr. Flagler, but Andrews soon became dissatisfied. "What will you take for your interest?" asked Rockefeller. Andrews wrote carelessly on a piece of paper, $1,000,000. Within 24 hours, Mr. Rockefeller handed him the amount, saying, "Cheaper at 1,000,000 than 10." In 20 years, the business of the little refinery, scarcely worth $1,000 for building and apparatus, had grown into the Standard Oil Trust, capitalized at $90 millions, with stock quoted at 170, giving a market value of 150 millions. These are illustrations of seizing opportunity for the purpose of making money. But fortunately, there is a new generation of electricians, of engineers, of scholars, of artists, of authors, and of poets, who find opportunities, thick as thistles, for doing something nobler than merely amassing riches. Wealth is not an end to strive for, but an opportunity, not the climax of a man's career, but an incident. Mrs. Elizabeth Fry, a Quaker lady, saw her opportunity in the prisons of England. From 300 to 400 half-naked women as late as 1813 would often be huddled in a single ward of Newgate, London, awaiting trial. They had neither beds nor bedding, but women, old and young, and little girls, slept in filth and rags on the floor. No one seemed to care for them, and the government merely furnished food to keep them alive. Mrs. Fry visited Newgate, calmed the howling mob, and told them she wished to establish a school for the young women and the girls, and asked them to select a schoolmistress from their own number. They were amazed, but chose a young woman who had been committed for stealing a watch. In 3 months these wild beasts, as they were sometimes called, became harmless and kind. The reform spread until the government legalized the system, and good women throughout Great Britain became interested in the work of educating and clothing these outcasts. 80 years have passed, and her plan has been adopted throughout the civilized world. A boy in England had been run over by a car, and the bright blood spurted from a severed artery. No one seemed to know what to do until another boy, Astley Cooper, took his handkerchief and stopped the bleeding by pressure above the wound. The praise which he received for thus saving the boy's life encouraged him to become a surgeon, the foremost of his day. "The time comes to the young surgeon," says Arnold, "when, after long waiting and patient study and experiment, he is suddenly confronted with his first critical operation. The great surgeon is away. Time is pressing. Life and death hang in the balance. Is he equal to the emergency? Can he fill the great surgeon's place and do his work? If he can, he is the one of all others who is wanted. His opportunity confronts him. He and it are face to face. Shall he confess his ignorance and inability, or step into fame and fortune? It is for him to say. Are you prepared for a great opportunity?" "Hawthorne dined one day with Longfellow," said James T. Fields, "and brought a friend with him from Salem. After dinner the friend said, 'I have been trying to persuade Hawthorne to write a story based upon a legend of Arcadia, and still current there, the legend of a girl who, in the dispersion of the Acadians, was separated from her lover, and passed her life in waiting and seeking for him, and only found him dying in a hospital when both were old.' Longfellow wondered that the legend did not strike the fancy of Hawthorne, and he said to him, 'If you have really made up your mind not to use it for a story. Will you let me have it for a poem?" To this Hawthorne consented, and promised, moreover, not to treat the subject in prose till Longfellow had seen what he could do with it in verse. Longfellow seized his opportunity and gave to the world Evangeline, or The Exile of the Arcadians. Open eyes will discover opportunities everywhere. Open ears will never fail to detect the cries of those who are perishing for assistance. Open hearts will never want for worthy objects upon which to bestow their gifts. Open hands will never lack for noble work to do. Everybody has noticed the overflow when a solid is immersed in a vessel filled with water, although no one has made use of his knowledge that the body displaces its exact bulk of liquid. But when Archimedes observed the fact, he had perceived therein an easy method of finding the cubical contents of objects, however irregular in shape. Everybody knew how steadily a suspended weight, when moved, sways back and forth until friction and the resistance of the air bring it to rest. Yet no one considered this information of the slightest practical importance. But the boy Galileo, as he watched a lamp left swinging by accident in the cathedral at Pisa, saw in the regularity of those oscillations the useful principle of the pendulum. Even the iron doors of a prison were not enough to shut him out from research. He experimented with the straw of his cell, and learned valuable lessons about the relative strength of tubes and rods of equal diameters. For ages astronomers had been familiar with the rings of Saturn, and regarded them merely as curious exceptions to the supposed law of planetary formation. But Laplace saw that, instead of being exceptions, they are the sole remaining visible evidences of certain stages in the invariable process of star manufacture, and from their mute testimony he added a valuable chapter to the scientific history of creation. There was not a sailor in Europe who had not wondered what might lie beyond the Western Ocean, but it remained for Columbus to steer boldly out into an unknown sea and discover a new world. Innumerable apples had fallen from trees, often hitting heedless men on the head, as if to set them thinking. But Newton was the first to realize that they fall to the earth by the same law which holds the planets in their courses, and prevents the momentum of all the atoms in the universe from hurling them wildly back to chaos. Lightning had dazzled the eyes, and thunder had jarred the ears of men since the days of Adam, in the vain attempt to call their attention to the all-pervading and tremendous energy of electricity. But the discharges of heaven's artillery were seen and heard only by the eye and ear of terror, until Franklin, by a simple experiment, proved that lightning is but one manifestation of a resistless yet controllable force, abundant as air and water. Like many others, these men are considered great simply because they improved opportunities common to the whole human race. Read the story of any successful man and mark its moral, told thousands of years ago by Solomon. "Seest thou a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings." This proverb is well illustrated by the career of the industrious Franklin, for he stood before 5 kings and dined with 2. He who improves an opportunity sows a seed which will yield fruit in opportunity for himself and others. Everyone who has labored honestly in the past and aided to place knowledge and comfort within the reach of a constantly increasing number. Avenues greater in number, wider in extent, easier of access than ever before existed stand open to the sober, frugal, energetic, and able mechanic, to the educated youth, to the office boy, and to the clerk. Avenues through which they can reap greater successes than ever before within the reach of these classes in the history of the world. A little while ago, there were only 3 or 4 professions. Now there are 50. And of trades, where there was 1, there are 100 now. "What is its name?" asked a visitor in a studio, when shown among many gods one whose face was concealed by hair, and which had wings on its feet. "Opportunity," replied the sculptor. "Why is its face hidden?" "Because men seldom know him when he comes to them." "Why has he wings on his feet?" "Because he is soon gone, and once gone, cannot be overtaken." "Opportunity has hair in front," says a Latin author. "Behind, she is bald. If you seize her by the forelock, you may hold her, but, if suffered to escape, not Jupiter himself can catch her again." But what is the best opportunity to him who cannot or will not use it? "It was my lot," said a shipmaster, "to fall in with the ill-fated steamer Central America. The night was closing in, the sea rolling high, but I hailed the crippled steamer and asked if they needed help." "I am in a sinking condition," cried Captain Herndon. "Had you not better send your passengers on board directly?" I asked. "Will you not lay by me until morning?" replied Captain Herndon. "I will try," I answered. "But had you not better send your passengers on board now?" "Lay by me till morning," again shouted Captain Herndon. I tried to lay by him, but at night, such was the heavy roll of the sea, I could not keep my position, and I never saw the steamer again. In an hour and a half after he said, "Lay by me till morning," his vessel, with its living freight, went down. The captain and crew and most of the passengers found a grave in the deep. Captain Herndon appreciated the value of the opportunity he had neglected when it was beyond his reach. But of what avail was the bitterness of his self-reproach when his last moments came? How many lives were sacrificed to his unintelligent hopefulness and indecision? Like him, the feeble, the sluggish, and the purposeless too often see no meaning in the happiest occasions until too late they learn the old lesson that the mill can never grind with the water which has passed. Such people are always a little too late or a little too early in everything they attempt. "They have 3 hands apiece," said John B. Goff, "a right hand, a left hand, and a little behind hand." As boys, they were late for school and unpunctual in their home duties. That is the way the habit is acquired. And now, when responsibility claims them, they think that if they had only gone yesterday, they would have obtained the situation, or they can probably get one tomorrow. They remember plenty of chances to make money, or know how to make it some other time than now. They see how to improve themselves or help others in the future, but perceive no opportunity in the present. They cannot seize their opportunity. Joe Stoker, rear brakeman on the accommodation train, was exceedingly popular with all the railroad men. The passengers liked him, too, for he was eager to please and always ready to answer questions. But he did not realize the full responsibility of his position. He "took the world easy, and occasionally tippled, and if anyone remonstrated, he would give one of his brightest smiles, and reply in such a good-natured way that the friend would think he had overestimated the danger. 'Thank you, I'm all right. Don't you worry." One evening there was a heavy snowstorm, and his train was delayed. Joe complained of extra duties because of the storm, and slyly sipped occasional draughts from a flat bottle. Soon he became quite jolly, and the conductor and engineer of the train were both vigilant and anxious. Between two stations the train came to a quick halt. The engine had blown out its cylinder head, and an express was due in a few minutes upon the same track. The conductor hurried to the rear car and ordered Joe back with a red light. The brakeman laughed and said, "There's no hurry. Wait till I get my overcoat." The conductor answered gravely, "Don't stop a minute, Joe. The express is due." "All right," said Joe smilingly. The conductor then hurried forward to the engine, but the brakeman did not go at once. He stopped to pull on his overcoat. Then he took another sip from the flat bottle to keep the cold out. Then he slowly grasped the lantern and, whistling, moved leisurely down the track. He had not gone 10 paces before he heard the puffing of the express. Then he ran for the curve, but it was too late. In a horrible minute, the engine of the express had telescoped the standing train, and the shrieks of the mangled passengers mingled with the hissing escape of steam. Later on, when they asked for Joe, he had disappeared, but the next day he was found in a barn, delirious, swinging an empty lantern in front of an imaginary train, and crying, "Oh, that I had!" He was taken home, and afterwards to an asylum, and there is no sadder sound in that sad place than the unceasing moan, "Oh, that I had! Oh, that I had!" of the unfortunate brakeman, whose criminal indulgence brought disaster to many lives. "Oh, that I had!" or "Oh, that I had not!" is the silent cry of many a man who would give life itself for the opportunity to go back and retrieve some long past error. "There are moments," says Dean Alford, "which are worth more than years. We cannot help it. There is no proportion between spaces of time in importance nor in value. A stray, unthought of 5 minutes may contain the event of a life, and this all-important moment, who can tell when it will be upon us?" "What we call a turning point," says Arnold, "is simply an occasion which sums up and brings to a result previous training. Accidental circumstances are nothing except to men who have been trained to take advantage of them. The trouble with us is that we are ever looking for a princely chance of acquiring riches, or fame, or worth. We are dazzled by what Emerson calls the shallow Americanism of the day. We are expecting mastery without apprenticeship, knowledge without study, and riches by credit. Young men and women, why stand ye here all the day idle? Was the land all occupied before you were born? Has the earth ceased to yield its increase? Are the seats all taken, the positions all filled, the chances all gone? Are the resources of your country fully developed? Are the secrets of nature all mastered? Is there no way in which you can utilize these passing moments to improve yourself or benefit others? Is the competition of modern existence so fierce that you must be content simply to gain an honest living? Have you received the gift of life in this progressive age, wherein all the experience of the past is garnered for your inspiration, merely that you may increase by one the sum total of purely animal existence? Born in an age and country in which knowledge and opportunity abound as never before, how can you sit with folded hands, asking God's aid in work for which He has already given you the necessary faculties and strength? Even when the chosen people supposed their progress checked by the Red Sea, and their leader paused for divine help, the Lord said, "Wherefore criest thou unto me? Speak unto the children of Israel, that they go forward." With the world full of work that needs to be done, with human nature so constituted that often a pleasant word or a trifling assistance may stem the tide of disaster for some fellow man, or clear his path to success, with our own faculties so arranged that in honest, earnest, persistent endeavor we find our highest good, and with countless noble examples to encourage us to dare and to do, each moment brings us to the threshold of some new opportunity. Don't wait for your opportunity. Make it. Make it as the shepherd boy Ferguson made his when he calculated the distances of the stars with a handful of glass beads on a string. Make it as George Stephenson made his when he mastered the rules of mathematics with a bit of chalk on the grimy sides of the coal wagons in the mines. Make it as Napoleon made his in 100 impossible situations. Make it as all leaders of men in war and in peace have made their chances of success. Golden opportunities are nothing to laziness, but industry makes the commonest chances golden. There is tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyages of their life, if bound in shallows and in miseries, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. 'Tis never offered twice. Seize then the hour when fortune smiles and duty points the way, nor shrink aside to 'scape the spectre fear, nor pause, though pleasure beckon from her bower, but bravely bear thee onward to the goal. End of chapter 1. The Man and the Opportunity. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 2 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 2. Wanted, a Man. Wanted, men, not systems fit and wise, not faiths with rigid eyes, not wealth in mountain piles, not power with gracious smiles, not even the potent pen. Wanted, men. All the world cries, "Where is the man who will save us? We want a man." Don't look so far for this man. You have him at hand. This man, it is you, it is I, it is each one of us. How to constitute one's self a man? Nothing harder, if one knows not how to will it. Nothing easier, if one wills it. Alexandre Dumas. Diogenes sought with a lantern at noontide in ancient Athens for a perfectly honest man, and sought in vain. In the marketplace he once cried aloud, "Hear me, O men!" And, when a crowd collected around him, he said scornfully, "I called for men, not pygmies." Over the door of every profession, every occupation, every calling, the world has a standing advertisement, "Wanted, a man." Wanted, a man who will not lose his individuality in a crowd, a man who has the courage of his convictions, who is not afraid to say "no," though all the world say "yes." Wanted, a man who, though he is dominated by a mighty purpose, will not permit one great faculty to dwarf, cripple, warp, or mutilate his manhood, who will not allow the overdevelopment of one faculty to stunt or paralyze his other faculties. Wanted, a man who is larger than his calling, who considers it a low estimate of his occupation to value it merely as a means of getting a living. Wanted, a man who sees self-development, education and culture, discipline and drill, character and manhood in his occupation. 1,000 pulpits vacant in a single religious denomination, 1,000 preachers standing idle in the marketplace, while 1,000 church committees scour the land for men to fill those same vacant pulpits, and scour in vain, is a sufficient indication, in one direction at least, of the largeness of the opportunities of the age, and also of the crying need of good men. Wanted, a man of courage who is not a coward in any part of his nature. Wanted, a man who is well balanced, who is not cursed with some little defect of weakness which cripples his usefulness and neutralizes his powers. Wanted, a man who is symmetrical and not one-sided in his development, who has not sent all the energies of his being into one narrow specialty and allowed all the other branches of his life to wither and die. Wanted, a man who is broad, who does not take half views of things, a man who mixes common sense with his theories, who does not let a college education spoil him for practical, everyday life, a man who prefers substance to show, and one who regards his good name as a priceless treasure. Wanted, a man who, no stunted ascetic, is full of life and fire, but whose passions are trained to heed a strong will, the servant of a tender conscience, who has learned to love all beauty, whether of nature or of art, to hate all vileness, and to respect others as himself. The world wants a man who is educated all over, whose nerves are brought to their acutest sensibility, whose brain is cultured, keen, incisive, broad, whose hands are deft, whose eyes are alert, sensitive, microscopic, whose heart is tender, magnanimous, true. The whole world is looking for such a man. Although there are millions out of employment, yet it is almost impossible to find just the right man in almost any department of life. And yet everywhere we see the advertisement, wanted a man. Rousseau, in his celebrated essay on education, says, according to the order of nature, men being equal, their common vocation is the profession of humanity. And whoever is well educated to discharge the duty of a man cannot be badly prepared to fill any of those offices that have a relation to him. It matters little to me whether my pupil be designed for the army, the pulpit, or the bar. Nature has destined us to the offices of human life antecedent to our destination concerning society. To live is the profession I would teach him. When I have done with him, it is true he will be neither a soldier, a lawyer, nor a divine. Let him first be a man. Fortune may remove him from one rank to another as she pleases. He will be always found in his place. A little short doctor of divinity in a large Baptist convention stood on a step and said he thanked God he was a Baptist. The audience could not hear and called, "Louder! Get up higher!" someone said. "I can't," he replied. "To be a Baptist is as high as one can get." But there is something higher than being a Baptist, and that is being a man. As Emerson says, Talleyrand's question is ever the main one, not, is he rich? Is he committed? Is he well-meaning? Has he this or that faculty? Is he of the movement? Is he of the establishment? But is he anybody? Does he stand for something? He must be good of his kind. That is all that Talleyrand, all that the common sense of mankind asks. When Garfield as a boy was asked what he meant to be, he answered, First of all, I must make myself a man. If I do not succeed in that, I can succeed in nothing." Montaigne says our work is not to train a soul by itself alone, nor a body by itself alone, but to train a man. One great need for the world today is for men and women who are good animals. To endure the strain of our concentrated civilization, the coming man and the woman must have good bodies and an excess of animal spirits. What more glorious than a magnificent manhood, animated with the bounding spirits of overflowing health? It is a sad sight to see thousands of students graduated every year from our grand institutions, whose object is to make stalwart, independent, self-supporting men, turned out into the world saplings instead of stalwart oaks, memory glands instead of brainy men, helpless instead of self-supporting, sickly instead of robust, weak instead of strong, leaning instead of erect. So many promising youths, and never a finished man. The character sympathizes with, and unconsciously takes on, the nature of the body. A peevish, snarling, ailing man cannot develop the vigor and strength of character which is possible to a healthy, robust, cheerful man. There is an inherent love in the human mind for wholeness, a demand that man shall come up to the highest standard, and there is an inherent protest or contempt for preventable deficiency. Nature, too, demands that man be ever at the top of his condition. As we stand upon the seashore while the tide is coming in, one wave reaches up the beach far higher than any previous one, then recedes, and for some time none that follows comes up to its mark. But after a while the whole sea is there and beyond it. So now and then there comes a man, head and shoulders above his fellow men, showing that nature has not lost her ideal. And after a while, even the average man will overtop the highest wave of manhood yet given to the world. Apelles hunted over Greece for many years, studying the fairest points of beautiful women, getting here an eye, there a forehead, and there a nose, here a grace, and there a turn of beauty, for his famous portrait of a perfect woman which enchanted the world. So the coming man will be a composite, many in one. He will absorb into himself not the weakness, not the follies, but the strength and the virtues of other types of men. He will be a man raised to the highest power. He will be a self-centered, equipoised, and ever master of himself. His sensibility will not be deadened or blunted by violation of nature's laws. His whole character will be impressionable, and will respond to the most delicate touches of nature. The first requisite of all education and discipline should be man timber. Tough timber must come from well-grown, sturdy trees. Such wood can be turned into a mast, can be fashioned into a piano or an exquisite carving. But it must become timber first. Time and patience develop the sapling into the tree. So through discipline, education, experience, the sapling child is developed into hardy, mental, moral, physical man timber. If the youth should start out with a fixed determination that every statement he makes shall be the exact truth, that every promise he makes shall be redeemed to the letter, that every appointment shall be kept with the strictest faithfulness and with full regard for other men's time, if he should hold his reputation as a priceless treasure, feel that the eyes of the world are upon him, that he must not deviate a hair's breadth from the truth and right. If he should take such a stand at the outset, he would, like George Peabody, come to have almost unlimited credit and the confidence of everybody who knows him. What are palaces and equipages? What though a man could cover a continent with his title deeds, or an ocean with his commerce? compared with conscious rectitude, with a face that never turns pale at the accuser's voice, with a bosom that never throbs with fear of exposure, with a heart that might be turned inside out and disclose no stain of dishonor. To have done no man a wrong, to have put your signature to no paper to which the purest angel in heaven might not have been an attesting witness, to walk and live unseduced within arm's length of what is not your own, with nothing between your desire and its gratification but the invisible law of rectitude. This is to be a man. Man is the only great thing in the universe. All the ages have been trying to produce a perfect model. Only one complete man has yet evolved. The best of us are but prophecies of what is to come. What constitutes a state? Not high-raised battlement or labored mound, thick wall or moated gate. Not cities proud with spires and turrets crowned. Not bays and broad-armed ports, where, laughing at the storm, rich navies ride. Not starred and spangled courts, where low-browed baseness wafts perfume to pride. No, men, high-minded men, with powers as far above dull brutes endued, in forest, brake, or den, as beasts excel cold rocks and brambles rude. Men who their duties know, but know their rights, and knowing dare maintain, prevent the long-aimed blow, and crush the tyrant while they rend the chain. William Jones. God give us men. A time like this demands strong minds, great hearts, true faith, and ready hands. Men whom the lust of office does not kill, men whom the spoils of office cannot buy, men who possess opinions and a will, men who have honor, men who will not lie, men who can stand before a demagogue and scorn his treacherous flatteries without winking, tall men, sun-crowned, who live above the fog, in public duty and in private thinking. Anonymous. End of Chapter 2. Wanted, a Man. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 3 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 3. Boys with No Chance. In the blackest soils grow the fairest flowers, and the loftiest and strongest trees spring heavenward among the rocks. J. G. Holland. Poverty is very terrible, and sometimes kills the very soul within us. But it is the north wind that lashes men into Vikings. It is the soft, luscious south wind which lulls them to lotus dreams. Ouida. Poverty is the sixth sense. German proverb. It is not every calamity that is a curse, and early adversity is often a blessing. Surmounted difficulties not only teach, but hearten us in our future struggles. Sharp. There can be no doubt that the captains of industry today, using that term in its broadest sense, are men who began life as poor boys. Seth Low. 'Tis a common proof that lowliness is young ambition's ladder. Shakespeare. I am a child of the court, said a pretty little girl at a children's party in Denmark. My father is groom of the chambers, which is a very high office, and those whose names end with sen, she added, can never be anything at all. We must put our arms akimbo and make the elbows quite pointed, so as to keep these sen people at a great distance. But my papa can buy $100 worth of bonbons and give them away to children, angrily exclaimed the daughter of the rich merchant Peter Sen. "Can your papa do that?" "Yes," chimed in the daughter of an editor. "My papa can put your papa and everybody's papa into the newspaper. All sorts of people are afraid of him, my papa says, for he can do as he likes with the paper." "Oh, if I could be one of them," thought a little boy peeping through the crack of the door, by permission of the cook for whom he had been turning the spit. But no, his parents had not even a penny to spare, and his name ended in Sen. Years afterwards, when the children of the party had become men and women, some of them went to see a splendid house, filled with all kinds of beautiful and valuable objects. There they met the owner, once the very boy who thought it so great a privilege to peep at them through a crack in the door as they played. He had become the great sculptor Thorwaldsen. This sketch is adapted from a story by a poor Danish cobbler's son, another whose name did not keep him from becoming famous, Hans Christian Andersen. "There is no fear of my starving, father," said the deaf boy, Quito, begging to be taken from the poor house and allowed to struggle for an education. "We are in the midst of plenty, and I know how to prevent hunger. The Hottentots subsist a long time on nothing but a little gum. They also, when hungry, tie a ligature around their bodies. Can I not do so too? The hedges furnish blackberries and nuts, and the fields turnips. A hayrick will make an excellent bed." The poor deaf boy with a drunken father, who was thought capable of nothing better than making shoes as a pauper, became one of the greatest biblical scholars in the world. His first book was written in the workhouse. Creon was a Greek slave, as a writer tells the story in Kate Field's Washington, but he was also a slave of the genius of art. Beauty was his god, and he worshipped it with rapt adoration. It was after the repulse of the great Persian invader, and a law was in force that under penalty of death no one should espouse art except freemen. When the law was enacted, he was engaged upon a group for which he hoped some day to receive the commendation of Phidias, the greatest sculptor living, and even the praise of Pericles. What was to be done? Into the marble block before him, Creon had put his head, his heart, his soul, his life. On his knees, from day to day, he had prayed for fresh inspiration, new skill. He believed, gratefully and proudly, that Apollo, answering his prayers, had directed his hand and had breathed into the figures the life that seemed to animate them. But now all the gods seemed to have deserted him. Cleone, his devoted sister, felt the blow as deeply as her brother. "Oh, Aphrodite," she prayed, "immortal Aphrodite, high enthroned child of Zeus, my queen, my goddess, my patron at whose shrine I have daily laid my offerings, to be now my friend, the friend of my brother." Then to her brother she said, "O Creon, go to the cellar beneath our house. It is dark, but I will furnish light and food. Continue your work. The gods will befriend us." To the cellar Creon went, and guarded and attended by his sister day and night, he proceeded with his glorious but dangerous task. About this time all Greece was invited to Athens to behold an exhibit of works of art. The display took place in the Agora. Pericles presided. At his side was Aspasia, Phidias, Socrates, Sophocles, and other renowned men stood near him. The works of the great masters were there, but one group far more beautiful than the rest, a group that Apollo himself must have chiseled, challenged universal attention, exciting at the same time no little envy among rival artists. Who is the sculptor of this group? None could tell. Heralds repeated the question, but there was no answer. A mystery, then. Can it be the work of a slave?" Amid great commotion, a beautiful maiden with disarranged dress, disheveled hair, a determined expression in her eyes, and with closed lips, was dragged into the agora. "This woman," cried the officers, "this woman knows the sculptor. We are sure of it, but she will not tell his name." Cleone was questioned, but was silent. She was informed of the penalty of her conduct, but her lips remained closed. "Then," said Pericles, "the law is imperative, and I am the minister of the law. Take the maid to the dungeon." As he spoke, a youth with flowing hair, emaciated but with black eyes that beamed with the flashing light of genius, rushed forward, and flinging himself before him, exclaimed, "O Pericles, forgive and save the maid! She is my sister. I am the culprit. The group is the work of my hands, the hands of a slave." The indignant crowd interrupted him and cried, "To the dungeon! To the dungeon with the slave!" "As I live, no!" said Pericles, rising. "Behold that group! Apollo decides by it that there is something higher in Greece than an unjust law. The highest purpose of law should be the development of the beautiful. If Athens lives in the memory and affections of men, it is her duty to art that will immortalize her. Not to the dungeon, but to my side bring the youth." And there, in the presence of the assembled multitude, Aspasia placed the crown of olives, which she held in her hands, on the brow of Creon, and at the same time, amid universal plaudits, she tenderly kissed Creon's affectionate and devoted sister. The Athenians erected a statue to Aesop, who was born a slave, that men might know that the way to honor is open to all. In Greece, wealth and immortality were the sure reward of the man who could distinguish himself in art, literature, or war. No other country ever did so much to encourage and inspire struggling merit. "I was born in poverty," said Vice President Henry Wilson. "Want sat by my cradle. I know what it is to ask a mother for bread when she has none to give. I left my home at 10 years of age, and served an apprenticeship of 11 years, receiving a month's schooling each year, and at the end of 11 years of hard work, a yoke of oxen and 6 sheep, which brought me $84. I never spent the sum of $1 for pleasure, counting every penny from the time I was born till I was 21 years of age. I know what it is to travel weary miles and ask my fellow men to give me leave to toil. In the first month after I was 21 years of age, I went into the woods, drove a team, and cut mill logs. I rose in the morning before daylight and worked hard till after dark, and received the magnificent sum of $6 for the month's work. Each of these dollars looked as large to me as the moon looks tonight." Mr. Wilson determined never to lose an opportunity for self-culture or self-advancement. Few men knew so well the value of spare moments. He seized them as though they were gold, and would not let one pass until he had wrung from it every possibility. He managed to read 1,000 good books before he was 21. What a lesson for boys on a farm! When he left the farm he started on foot for Natick, Mass., over 100 miles distance, to learn the cobbler's trade. He went through Boston that he might see Bunker Hill Monument and other historical landmarks. The whole trip cost him but $1.06. In a year he was the head of a debating club at Natick. Before 8 years had passed, he made his great speech against slavery in the Massachusetts legislature. 12 years later, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the polished Sumner in Congress. With him, every occasion was a great occasion. He ground every circumstance of his life into material for success. Don't go about the town any longer in that outlandish rig. Let me give you an order on the store. Dress up a little, Horace. Horace Greeley looked down on his clothes as if he had never before noticed how seedy they were, and replied, "You see, Mr. Sterrett, my father is on a new place, and I want to help him all I can." He had spent but $6 for personal expenses in 7 months, and was to receive $135 from Judge J. M. Sterrett of the Erie Gazette for substitute work. He retained but $15 and gave the rest to his father, with whom he had moved from Vermont to western Pennsylvania, and for whom he had camped out many a night to guard the sheep from wolves. He was nearly 21, and, although tall and gawky, with tow-colored hair, a pale face, and whining voice, he resolved to seek his fortune in New York City. Slinging his bundle of clothes on a stick over his shoulder, he walked 60 miles through the woods to Buffalo, rode on a canal boat to Albany, descended the Hudson in a barge, and reached New York just as the sun was rising. August 18, 1831. He found board over a saloon at $2.50 a week. His journey of 600 miles had cost him but $5. 4 days Horace wandered up and down the streets, going into scores of buildings and asking if they wanted a hand, but no was the invariable reply. His quaint appearance led many to think he was an escaped apprentice. One Sunday at his boarding place he heard that printers were wanted at West's printing office. He was at the door at 5 o'clock Monday morning, and asked the foreman for a job at 7. The latter had no idea that a country greenhorn could set type for a polyglot testament on which help was needed, but said, "Fix up a case for him, and we'll see if he can do anything." When the proprietor came in, he objected to the newcomer and told the foreman to let him go when his first day's work was done. That night Horace showed a proof of the largest and most correct day's work that had then been done. In 10 years he was a partner in a small printing office. He founded the New Yorker, the best weekly paper in the United States, but it was not profitable. When Harrison was nominated for president in 1840, Greeley started the Log Cabin, which reached the then fabulous circulation of 90,000. But on this paper at a penny per copy, he made no money. His next venture was the New York Tribune, price 1 cent. To start it, he borrowed $1,000 and printed 5,000 copies of the first number. It was difficult to give them all away. He began with 600 subscribers and increased the list to 11,000 in 6 weeks. The demand for the Tribune grew faster than new machinery could be obtained to print it. It was a paper whose editor, whatever his mistakes, always tried to be right. James Gordon Bennett had made a failure of his New York Courier in 1825, of the Globe in 1832, and of the Pennsylvanian a little later, and was only known as a clever writer for the press, who had saved a few $100s by hard labor and strict economy for 14 years. In 1835 he asked Horace Greeley to join him in starting a new daily paper, the New York Herald. Greeley declined, but recommended 2 young printers, who formed partnership with Bennett, and the Herald was started on May 6, 1835, with a cash capital to pay expenses for 10 days. Bennett hired a small cellar in Wall Street, furnished it with a chair and a desk composed of a plank supported by 2 barrels, and there, doing all the work except the printing, began the work of making a really great daily newspaper, a thing then unknown in America, as all its predecessors were party organs. Steadily the young man struggled towards his ideal, giving the news fresh and crisp from an ever-widening area, until his paper was famous for giving the current story of the world as fully and quickly as any competitor, and often much more thoroughly and far more promptly. Neither labor nor expense was spared in obtaining prompt and reliable information on every topic of general interest. It was an uphill job, but its completion was finally marked by the opening at the corner of Broadway and Ann Street of the most complete newspaper establishment then known. One of the first things to attract the attention on entering George W. Child's private office in Philadelphia was this motto, which was the keynote of the success of a boy who started with no chance. Nihil sine labore. It was his early ambition to own the Philadelphia Ledger and the great building in which it was published. But how could a poor boy working for $2 a week ever hope to own such a great paper? However, he had great determination and indomitable energy, and as soon as he had saved a few $100s as a clerk in a bookstore, he began business as a publisher. He made great hits in some of the works he published, such as Kane's Arctic Expedition. He had a keen sense of what would please the public, and there seemed no end to his industry. In spite of the fact that the Ledger was losing money every day, his friends could not dissuade him from buying it, and in 1864 the dreams of his boyhood found fulfillment. He doubled the subscription price, lowered the advertising rates, to the astonishment of everybody, and the paper entered upon a career of remarkable prosperity, the profits sometimes amounting to over $400,000 a year. He always refused to lower the wages of his employees, even when every other establishment in Philadelphia was doing so. At a banquet in Lyons, nearly a century and a half ago, a discussion arose in regard to the meaning of a painting representing some scene in the mythology or history of Greece. Seeing that the discussion was growing warm, the host turned to one of the waiters and asked him to explain the picture. Greatly to the surprise of the company, the servant gave a clear, concise account of the whole subject, so plain and convincing that it at once settled the dispute. "In what school have you studied, monsieur?" asked one of the guests, addressing the waiter with great respect. "I have studied in many schools, monseigneur," replied the young servant, "but the school in which I studied longest and learned most is the school of adversity." Well had he profited by poverty's lessons, for, although then but a poor waiter, all Europe soon rang with the fame of the writings of the greatest genius of his age and country, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The smooth sand beach of Lake Erie constituted the foolscap on which, for want of other material, P.R. Spencer, a barefoot boy with no chance, perfected the essential principles of the Spencerian system of penmanship, the most beautiful exposition of graphic art. For 8 years William Cobbett had followed the plough. When he ran away to London, copied law papers for 8 or 9 months, and then enlisted in an infantry regiment. During his first year of soldier life, he subscribed to a circulating library at Chatham, read every book in it, and began to study. "I learned grammar when I was a private soldier on the pay of 6 pence a day. The edge of my berth, or that of the guard bed, was my seat to study in. My knapsack was my bookcase. A bit of board lying on my lap was my writing table, and the task did not demand anything like a year of my life. I had no money to purchase candles or oil. In winter it was rarely that I could get any evening light but that of the fire. and only my turn even of that. To buy a pen or a sheet of paper, I was compelled to forego some portion of my food, though in a state of half starvation. I had no moment of time that I could call my own, and I had to read and write amidst the talking, laughing, singing, whistling, and bawling of at least half a score of the most thoughtless of men, and that too in the hours of their freedom from all control. Think not lightly of the farthing I had to give now and then for pen, ink, or paper. That farthing was, alas, a great sum to me. I was as tall as I am now, and I had great health and great exercise. The whole of the money not expended for us at market was 2 pence a week for each man. I remember, and well I may, that upon one occasion I had, after all absolutely necessary expenses, made shift to have a halfpenny in reserve, which I had destined for the purpose of a red herring in the morning, but so hungry as to be hardly able to endure life. When I pulled off my clothes at night, I found that I had lost my halfpenny. I buried my head in the miserable sheet and rug and cried like a child. But Cobbett made even his poverty and hard circumstances serve his all-absorbing passion for knowledge and success. If I, said he, under such circumstances could encounter and overcome this task, can there be in the whole world a youth to find any excuse for its non-performance? Humphrey Davy had but a slender chance to acquire great scientific knowledge, yet he had true metal in him, and he made even old pans, kettles, and bottles contribute to his success, as he experimented and studied in the attic of the apothecary store where he worked. Many a farmer's son, says Thurlow Weed, has found the best opportunities for mental improvement in his intervals of leisure while tending sap bush. Such, at any rate, was my own experience. At night you had only to feed the kettles and keep up the fires, the sap having been gathered and the wood cut before dark. During the day we would always lay in a good stock of fat pine, by the light of which, blazing bright before the sugar house, I passed many a delightful night in reading. I remember in this way to have a history of the French Revolution, and to have obtained a better and more enduring knowledge of its events and horrors, and of the actors in that great national tragedy, than I have received from all subsequent reading. I remember also how happy I was in being able to borrow the books of a Mr. Keyes after a 2-mile tramp through the snow, shoeless, my feet swaddled in remnants of rag carpet. "May I have a holiday tomorrow, father?" asked Theodore Parker one August afternoon. The poor Lexington's millwright looked in surprise at his youngest son, for it was a busy time, but he saw from the boy's earnest face that he had no ordinary object in view, and granted the request. Theodore rose very early the next morning, walked through the dust 10 miles to Harvard College, and presented himself for a candidate for admission. He had been unable to attend school regularly since he was 8 years old, but he had managed to go 3 months each winter, and had reviewed his lessons again and again as he followed the plow or worked at other tasks. All his odd moments had been hoarded, too, for reading useful books, which he borrowed. One book he could not borrow, but he felt that he must have it. So on summer mornings he rose long before the sun and picked bushel after bushel of berries, which he sent to Boston, and so got the money to buy that coveted Latin dictionary. "Well done, my boy," said the millwright when his son came home late at night and told of his successful examination. "But, Theodore, I cannot afford to keep you there." "True, father," said Theodore. "I am not going to stay there. I shall study at home at odd times, and thus prepare myself for for a final examination, which will give me a diploma." He did this, and by teaching school as he grew older, got money to study for 2 years at Harvard, where he was graduated with honor. Years after, when, as the trusted friend and advisor of Seward, Chase, Sumner, Garrison, Horace Mann, and Wendell Phillips, his influence for good was felt in the hearts of all his countrymen, it was a pleasure for him to recall his early struggles and triumphs among the rocks and bushes of Lexington. "The proudest moments of my life," said Elihu Burritt, "was when I had first gained the full meaning of the first 15 lines of Homer's Iliad." Elihu Burritt's father died when he was 16, and Elihu was apprenticed to a blacksmith in his native village of New Britain, Con. He had to work at the forge for 10 or 12 hours a day, but while blowing the bellows, he would solve mentally difficult problems in arithmetic. In a diary kept at Worcester, whither he went some 10 years later to enjoy its library privileges, are such entries as these: Monday, June 18, headache, 40 pages Cuvier's Theory of the Earth, 64 pages French, 11 hours forging. Tuesday, June 19th, 60 lines Hebrew, 30 Danish, 10 lines Bohemian, 9 lines Polish, 15 names of stars, 10 hours forging. Wednesday, June 20, 25 lines Hebrew, 8 lines Syriac, 11 hours forging. He mastered 18 languages and 32 dialects. He became eminent as the learned blacksmith, and for his noble work in the service of humanity. Edward Everett said of the manner in which this boy with no chance acquired great learning, "It is enough to make one who has good opportunities for education hang his head in shame." The barefoot Christine Nilsson in remote Sweden had little chance, but she won the admiration of the world for her wondrous power of song, combined with rare womanly grace. "Let me say in regard to your adverse worldly circumstances," says Dr. Talmage to young men, "that you are on a level now with those who are finally to succeed. Mark my words, and think of it 30 years from now. You will find that those who are then the millionaires of this country, who are the orators of the country, who are the poets of the country, who are the strong merchants of the country, who are the great philanthropists of the country, mightiest in the church and state, are now on a level with you, not an inch above you, and in straitened circumstances. No outfit, no capital to start with? Young man, go down to the library and get some books, and read of what wonderful mechanism God gave you in your hand, in your foot, in your eye, in your ear, and then ask some doctor to take you into the dissecting room and illustrate to you what you have read about, and never again commit the blasphemy of saying you have no capital to start with. Equipped? Why, the poorest young man is equipped as only the God of the whole universe could afford to equip him. A newsboy is not a very promising candidate for success or honors in any line of life. A young man can't set out in life with much less chance than when he started his daily for a living. Yet the man who more than any other is responsible for the industrial regeneration of this continent started in life as a newsboy on the Grand Trunk Railway. Thomas Alva Edison was then about 15 years of age. He had already begun to dabble in chemistry, and had fitted up a small itinerant laboratory. One day, as he was performing some occult experiment, the train rounded a curve, and the bottle of sulfuric acid broke. There followed a series of unearthly odors and unnatural complications. The conductor, who had suffered long and patiently, promptly ejected the youthful devotee, and in the process of the scientist's expulsion, added a resounding box upon the ear. Edison passed through one dramatic situation after another, always mastering it, until he attained at an early age the scientific throne of the world. When recently asked the secret of his success, he said he had always been a total abstainer and singularly moderate in everything but work. Daniel Manning, who was President Cleveland's first campaign manager, and afterwards Secretary of the Treasury, started out as a newsboy with apparently the world against him. So did Thurlow Weed. So did David B. Hill. New York seems to have been prolific in enterprising newsboys. What nonsense for two uneducated and unknown youths who met in a cheap boarding house in Boston to arrange themselves against an institution whose roots were embedded in the very constitution of our country, and which was upheld by scholars, statesmen, churches, wealth, and aristocracy, without distinction of creed or politics. What chance had they against the prejudices and sentiment of a nation? But these young men were fired by a lofty purpose, and they were thoroughly in earnest. One of them, Benjamin Lundy, had already started in Ohio a paper called The Genius of Universal Liberty, and had carried the entire edition home on his back from the printing office 20 miles every month. He had walked 400 miles on his way to Tennessee to increase his subscription list. He was no ordinary young man. With William Lloyd Garrison, he started to prosecute his work more earnestly in Baltimore, the site of the slave pens along the principal streets, of vessel loads of unfortunates torn from home and family and sent to southern ports. The heart-rending scenes at the auction blocks made an impression on Garrison never to be forgotten, and the young man whose mother was too poor to send him to school, although she early taught him to hate oppression, resolved to devote his life to secure the freedom of these poor wretches. In the first issue of his paper, Garrison urged an immediate emancipation and called down upon his head the wrath of the entire community. He was arrested and sent to jail. John G. Whittier, a noble friend in the North, was so touched at the news that, being too poor to furnish the money himself, he wrote to Henry Clay, begging him to release Garrison by paying the fine. After 49 days of imprisonment, he was set free. Wendell Phillips said of him, "He was imprisoned for his opinion. When he was 24, he had confronted a nation in the bloom of his youth." In Boston, with no money, friends, or influence, in a little upstairs room, Garrison started the Liberator, read the declaration of this poor young man with no chance in the very first issue. "I will be as harsh as truth, as uncompromising as justice. I am in earnest. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard." What audacity for a young man with the world against him! Honorary Robert Y. Hayne, of South Carolina, wrote to Otis, mayor of Boston, that someone had sent him a copy of the Liberator and asked him to ascertain the name of the publisher. Otis replied that he had found a poor young man printing this insignificant sheet in an obscure hole, his only auxiliary a Negro boy, his supporters a few persons of all colors and little influence. But this poor young man, eating, sleeping, and printing in this obscure hole, had set the world to thinking and must be suppressed. the Vigilance Association of South Carolina offered a reward of $1,500 for the arrest and prosecution of anyone detected circulating the Liberator. The governors of 1 or 2 states set a price on the editor's head. The legislature of Georgia offered a reward of $5,000 for his arrest and conviction. Garrison and his coadjutors were denounced everywhere. A clergyman named Lovejoy was killed by a mob in Illinois for espousing the cause while defending his printing press. And in the old cradle of the American liberty, the wealth, power, and culture of Massachusetts arrayed itself against the abolitionists so outrageously that a mere spectator, a young lawyer of great promise, asked to be lifted upon the high platform, and replied in such a speech as was never before heard in Faneuil Hall. When I heard the gentleman lay down the principles which placed the murderers of Lovejoy at Alton side by side with Otis and Hancock, with Quincy and Adams, said Wendell Phillips, pointing to their portraits on the walls, I thought those pictured lips would have broken into voice to rebuke the recreant American, the slanderer of the dead, for the sentiments that he has uttered on soil consecrated by the prayers of the Puritans and the blood of patriots. The earth should have yawned and swallowed him up. The whole nation was wrought to fever heat. Between the Northern pioneers and Southern chivalry, the struggle was long and fierce, even in far California. The drama culminated in the shock of civil war. When the war was ended, and, after 35 years of untiring, heroic conflict, Garrison was invited as the nation's guest by President Lincoln to see the stars and stripes unfurled once more above Fort Sumter. An emancipated slave delivered the address of welcome, and his 2 daughters, no longer chatels in appreciation, presented Garrison with a beautiful wreath of flowers. About this time, Richard Cobden, another powerful friend of the oppressed, died in London. His father had died leaving 9 children almost penniless. The boy earned his living by watching a neighbor's sheep, but had no chance to attend school until he was 10 years old. He was sent to a boarding school where he was abused, half-starved, and allowed to write home only once in 3 months. At 15, he entered his uncle's store in London as a clerk. He learned French by rising early and studying while his companions slept. He was soon sent out in a gig as a commercial traveler. He called upon John Bright to enlist his aid in fighting the terrible Corn Laws, which were taking bread from the poor and giving it to the rich. He found Mr. Bright in great grief, for his wife was lying dead in the house. There are thousands of homes in England at this moment, said Richard Cobden, where wives, mothers, and children are dying of hunger. Now, when the first paroxysm of grief is past, I would advise you to come with me, and we will never rest until the Corn Laws are repealed. Cobden could no longer see the poor man's bread stopped at the custom house and taxed for the benefit of the landlord and farmer, and he threw his whole soul into this great reform. This is not a party question, said he, for men of all parties are united upon it. It is a pantry question, a question between the working millions and the aristocracy. They formed the Anti-Corn Law League, which, aided by the Irish famine, for it was hunger that at last ate through those stone walls of protection, secured the repeal of the law in 1846. Mr. Bright said, "There is not in Great Britain a poor man's home that has not a bigger, better, and cheaper loaf through Richard Cobden's labors." John Bright himself was the son of a poor working man, and in those days the doors of the higher schools were closed to such as he. But the great Quaker heart of this resolute youth was touched with pity for the millions of England's and Ireland's poor, starving under the Corn Laws. During the frightful famine which cut off 2 millions of Ireland's population in a year, John Bright was more powerful than all the nobility of England. The whole aristocracy trembled before his invincible logic, his mighty eloquence, and his commanding character. Except possibly Cobden, no other man did so much to give the laborer a shorter day, a cheaper loaf, an added shilling. Over a stable in London lived a poor boy named Michael Faraday, who carried newspapers about the streets to loan to customers for a penny apiece. He was apprenticed for 7 years to a bookbinder and bookseller. When binding the Encyclopedia Britannica, his eyes caught the article on electricity, and he could not rest until he had read it. He procured a glass vial, an old pan, and a few simple articles, and began to experiment. A customer became interested in the boy, and took him to hear Sir Humphry Davy lecture on chemistry. He summoned courage to write the great scientist, and sent the notes he had taken of his lecture. One night, not long after, just as Michael was about to retire, Sir Humphry Davy's carriage stopped at his humble lodging, and a servant handed him a written invitation to call upon the great lecturer the next morning. Michael could scarcely trust his eyes as he read the note. In the morning he called as requested, and was engaged to clean instruments and take them to and from the lecture room. He watched eagerly every movement of Davy, as with a glass mask over his face, he developed his safety lamp and experimented with dangerous explosives. Michael studied and experimented too, and it was not long before this poor boy with no chance was invited to lecture before the great Philosophical Society. He was appointed professor at the Royal Academy of Woolwich, and became the wonder of the age in science. Tyndall said of him, "He is the greatest experimental philosopher the world has ever seen." When Sir Humphry Davy was asked what was his greatest discovery, he replied, "Michael Faraday." "What has been done can be done again," said the boy with no chance. Disraeli, who became Lord Beaconsfield, England's great Prime Minister. "I am not a slave, I am not a captive, and by energy I can overcome greater obstacles." Jewish blood flowed in his veins, and everything seemed against him. But he remembered the example of Joseph, who became Prime Minister of Egypt 4,000 years ago, and that of Daniel, who was Prime Minister to the greatest despot of the world 5 centuries before the birth of Christ. He pushed his way up through the lower classes, up through the middle classes, up through the upper classes, until he stood a master, self-poised upon the topmost round of political and social power. Rebuffed, scorned, ridiculed, hissed down in the House of Commons, he simply said, "The time will come when you will hear me." The time did come, and the boy with no chance but a determined will swayed the scepter of England for a quarter of a century. Henry Clay, the mill boy of the Slashers, was one of 7 children of a widow too poor to send him to any but a common country school, where he was drilled only in the 3 R's. But he used every spare moment to study without a teacher, and in after years he was a king among self-made men. The boy who had learned to speak in a barn, with only a cow and a horse for an audience, became one of the greatest of American orators and statesmen. See Kepler's struggling with poverty and hardship, his books burned in public by order of the state, his library locked up by the Jesuits, and himself exiled by public clamor. For 17 years he works calmly upon the demonstration of the great principles that planets revolve in ellipses. with the sun at one focus, that a line connecting the center of the earth with the center of the sun passes over equal spaces in equal times, and that the squares of the times of revolution of the planets above the sun are proportioned to the cubes by their mean distances from the sun. This boy with no chance became one of the world's greatest astronomers. "When I found that I was black," said Alexandre Dumas, "I resolved to live as if I were white, and so force men to look below my skin." How slender seemed the chance of James Sharples, the celebrated blacksmith artist of England! He was very poor, but he often rose at 3 o'clock to copy books he could not buy. He would walk 18 miles to Manchester and back after a hard day's work to buy a shilling's worth of artist's materials. He would ask for the heaviest work in the blacksmith shop, because it took a longer time to heat at the forge, and he could thus have many spare minutes to study the precious book, which he propped up against the chimney. He was a great miser of spare moments, and used every one as though he might never see another. He devoted his leisure hours for 5 years to that wonderful production, the forge, copies of which are to be seen in many a home. What chance had Galileo to win renown in physics or astronomy, when his parents compelled him to go to a medical school? Yet while Venus slept, he stood in the tower of St. Mark's Cathedral and discovered the satellites of Jupiter and the phases of Venus through a telescope made with his own hands. When compelled on bended knee to publicly renounce his heretical doctrine that the earth moves around the sun, all the terrors of the Inquisition could not keep this feeble man of 80 from muttering to himself, "Yet it does move." When thrown into prison, so great was his eagerness for scientific research that he proved by straws in his cell that a hollow tube is relatively much stronger than a solid rod of the same size. Even when totally blind, he kept constantly at work. Imagine the surprise of the Royal Society of England when the poor unknown Herschel sent in the report of his discovery of the star Georgium Sidus, its orbit and rate of motion, and of the rings and satellites of Saturn. The boy with no chance, who had played the oboe for his meals, had with his own hands made the telescope through which he discovered facts unknown to the best equipped astronomers of his day. He had ground 200 speculae before he could get one perfect. George Stephenson was one of 8 children whose parents were so poor that all lived in a single room. George had to watch cows for a neighbor, but he managed to get time to make engines of clay with hemlock sticks for pipes. At 17, he had charge of an engine, with his father for fireman. He could neither read nor write, but the engine was his teacher, and he a faithful student. While the other hands were playing games or loafing in liquor shops during the holidays, George was taking his machine to pieces, cleaning it, studying it, and making experiments in engines. When he had become famous as a great inventor of improvements in engines, those who had loafed and played called him lucky. Without a charm of face or figure, Charlotte Cushman resolved to place herself in the front rank as an actress, even in such characters as Rosalind and Queen Catherine. The star actress was unable to perform, and Miss Cushman, her understudy, took her place. That night she held her audience with such grasp of intellect and iron will that it forgot the absence of mere dimpled feminine grace. Although poor, friendless, and unknown before, when the curtain fell upon her first performance at the London Theatre, her reputation was made. In after years, when physicians told her she had a terrible, incurable disease, She flinched not a particle, but quietly said, "I have learned to live with my trouble." A poor colored woman in a log cabin in the South had 3 boys, but could afford only one pair of trousers for the 3. She was so anxious to give them an education that she sent them to school by turns. The teacher, a Northern girl, noticed that each boy came to school only one day out of 3, and that all wore the same pantaloons. The poor mother educated her boys as best she could. One became a professor in a Southern college, another a physician, and the third a clergyman. What a lesson for boys who plead "no chance" as an excuse for wasted lives! Sam Cunard, the whittling Scotch lad of Glasgow, wrought many odd inventions with brain and jackknife, but they brought neither honor nor profit until he was consulted by Burns and MacIver, who wished to increase their facilities for carrying foreign mails. The model of a steamship which Sam whittled out for them was carefully copied for the first vessel of the great Cunard line, and became the standard type for all the magnificent ships since constructed by the firm. The New Testament and the Speller were Cornelius Vanderbilt's only books at school, but he learned to read, write, and cipher a little. He wished to buy a boat, but had no money. To discourage him from following the sea, his mother told him if he would plow, harrow, and plant with corn, before the 27th day of the month, 10 acres of rough, hard, stony land, the worst on his father's farm, she would lend him the amount he wished. Before the appointed time the work was done, and well done. On his 17th birthday he bought the boat, but on his way home it struck a sunken wreck and sank just as he reached shallow water. But Cornelius Vanderbilt was not the boy to give up. He at once began again, and in 3 years saved $3,000. He often worked all night, and soon had far the largest patronage of any boatman in the harbor. During the War of 1812 he was awarded the government contract to carry provisions to the military stations near the metropolis. He fulfilled his contract by night, so that he might run his ferry boat between New York and Brooklyn by day. The boy who gave his parents all his day earnings and had half of what he got at night was worth $30,000 at 35, and when he died at an advanced age, he left to his 13 children one of the largest fortunes in America. Lord Eldon might well have pleaded "no chance" when a boy, for he was too poor to go to school or even to buy books. But no, he had grit and determination, and was bound to make his way in the world. He rose at 4 o'clock in the morning and copied law books which he borrowed, the voluminous Coke upon Littleton, among others. He was so eager to study that sometimes he would keep it up until his brain refused to work, when he would tie a wet towel about his head to enable him to keep awake and to study. His first year's practice brought him but 9 shillings, yet he was bound not to give up. When Eldon was leaving the chamber, the solicitor tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Young man, your bread and butter's cut for life." The boy with "no chance" became Lord Chancellor of England, and one of the greatest lawyers of his age. Stephen Girard had no chance. He left his home in France when 10 years old, and came to America as a cabin boy. His great ambition was to get on and succeed at any cost. There was no work, however hard and disagreeable, that he would not undertake. Midas-like, he turned to gold everything he touched, and became one of the wealthiest merchants of Philadelphia. His abnormal love of money cannot be commended, but his thoroughness in all he did, his public spirit at times of national need, and willingness to risk his life to save strangers sick with the deadly yellow fever, are traits of character well worthy of imitation. John Wanamaker walked 4 miles to Philadelphia every day, and worked in a bookstore for $1.25 a week. He next worked in a clothing store at an advance of 25 cents a week. From this he went up and up until he became one of the greatest living merchants. He was appointed Postmaster General by President Harrison in 1889, and in that capacity showed great executive ability. Prejudice against her race and sex did not deter the colored girl, Edmonia Lewis, from struggling upward to honor and fame as a sculptor. Fred Douglass started in life with less than nothing, for he did not own his own body, and he was pledged before his birth to pay his master's debts. To reach the starting point of the poorest white boy, he had to climb as far as the distance which the latter must ascend if he would become President of the United States. He saw his mother but 2 or 3 times, and then in the night, when she would walk 12 miles to be with him an hour, returning in time to go into the field at dawn. He had no chance to study, for he had no teacher, and the rules of the plantation forbade slaves to learn to read and write. But somehow, unnoticed by his master, he managed to learn the alphabet from scraps of paper and patent medicine almanacs, and then no limits could be placed to his career. He put to shame thousands of white boys who fled from slavery at 21, went north and worked as a stevedore in New York and New Bedford. At Nantucket he was given an opportunity to speak at an anti-slavery meeting, and made so favorable an impression that he was made agent of the Anti-Slavery Society of Massachusetts. While traveling from place to lecture, he would study with all his might. He was sent to Europe to lecture, and won the friendship of several Englishmen, who gave him $750, with which he purchased his freedom. He edited a paper in Rochester, New York, and afterwards conducted the New Era in Washington. For several years he was Marshal of the District of Columbia. Henry E. Dixie, the well-known actor, began his career upon the stage in the humble part of the hind legs of a cow. P. T. Barnum rode a horse for 10 cents a day. It was a boy born in a log cabin without schooling or books, or teacher, or ordinary opportunities, who won the admiration of mankind by his homely, practical wisdom while president during our Civil War, and who emancipated 4 million slaves. Behold this long, lank, awkward youth, felling trees on the little claim, building his homely log cabin without floor or windows, teaching himself arithmetic and grammar in the evening by the light of the fireplace. In his eagerness to know the contents of Blackstone's commentaries, he walked 44 miles to procure the precious volumes, and read 100 pages while returning. Abraham Lincoln inherited no opportunities, and acquired nothing by luck. His good fortune consisted simply of untiring perseverance and a right heart. In another log cabin, in the backwoods of Ohio, a poor widow is holding a boy 18 months old, and wondering if she will be able to keep the wolf from her little ones. The boy grows, and in a few years we find him chopping wood and tilling the little clearing in the forest to help his mother. Every spare hour is spent in studying the books he has borrowed but cannot buy. At 16 he gladly accepts a chance to drive mules on a canal towpath. Soon he applies for a chance to sweep floors and ring the bell of an academy, to pay his way while studying there. His first term at Geauga Seminary cost him but $17. When he returned the next term, he had but a sixpence in his pocket, and this he put into the contribution box at church the next day. He engaged board, washing, fuel, and light of a carpenter at $1.06 a week, with the privilege of working at night and on Saturdays all the time he could spare. He had arrived on a Saturday and planed 51 boards that day, from which he received $1.02. When the term closed, he had paid all expenses and had $3 over. The following winter he taught school at $12 a month and board around. In the spring he had $48, and when he returned to school he boarded himself at an expense of 31 cents a week. Soon we find him in Williams College, where in 2 years he is graduated with honors. He reaches the state senate at 26 and Congress at 33. 27 years from the time he applied for a chance to ring the bell at Hiram College, James A. Garfield became President of the United States. The inspiration of such an example is worth more to the young men of America than all the wealth of the Astors, the Vanderbilts, and the Goulds. Among the world's greatest heroes and benefactors are many others whose cradles were rocked by want in lowly cottages, and who buffeted the billows of fate without dependence, save upon the mercy of God and their own energies. The little gray cabin appears to be the birthplace of all your great men, said an English author who had been looking over a book of biographies of eminent Americans. With 5 chances on each hand and one unwavering aim, no boy, however poor, need despair. There is bread and success for every youth under the American flag who has energy and ability to seize his opportunity. It matters not whether the boy is born in a log cabin or in a mansion. If he is dominated by a resolute purpose and upholds himself, neither men nor demons can keep him down. End of chapter 3. Boys with No Chance. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. By Luke Sartor. Chapter 4. The Country Boy. The Napoleonic Wars so drained the flower of French manhood that even today the physical stature of the average Frenchman is nearly half an inch below what it was at the beginning of Napoleon's reign. The country in America today is constantly paying a similar tribute to the city in the sacrifice of its best blood, its best brain, the finest physical and mental fiber in the world. This great stream of superb country manhood, which is ever flowing cityward, is rapidly deteriorated by the softening, emasculating influences of the city, until the superior virility, stamina, and sturdy qualities entirely disappear in 2 or 3 generations of city life. Our city civilization is always in a process of decay, and would, in a few generations, become emasculated and effeminate were it not for the pure, crystal stream of country youth flowing steadily into and purifying the muddy, devitalized stream of city life. It would soon become so foul and degenerate as to threaten the physical and moral health of city dwellers. One of our great men says that one of the most unfortunate phases of modern civilization is the drift away from the farm, the drift of country youth to the city, which has an indescribable fascination for him. His vivid imagination clothes it with Arabian Nights, possibilities, and joys. The country seems tame and commonplace after his first dream of the city. To him it is synonymous with opportunity, with power, with pleasure. He cannot rid himself of its fascination until he tastes its emptiness. He cannot know the worth of the country and how to appreciate the glory of its disadvantages and opportunities until he has seen the sham and shallowness of the city. One of the greatest boons that can ever come to a human being is to be born on a farm and reared in the country. Self-reliance and grit are oftenest country bred. The country boy is constantly thrown upon his own resources, forced to think for himself, and this calls out his ingenuity and inventiveness. He develops better all-round judgment and a more level head than the city boy. His muscles are harder, his flesh firmer, and his brain fiber partakes of the same superior quality. The very granite hills, the mountains, the valleys, the brooks, the miracle of the growing crops are every moment registering their mighty potencies in his constitution, putting iron into his blood and stamina into his character, all of which will help to make him a giant when he comes to compete with the city-bred youth. The sturdy, vigorous, hardy qualities, the stamina, the brawn, the grit, which characterize men who do great things in this world, are, as a rule, country-bred. If power is not absorbed from the soil, it certainly comes from very near it. There seems to be a close connection between robust character and the soil, the hills, mountains and valleys, the pure air and sunshine. There is a very appreciable difference between the physical stamina, the brain vigor, the solidity, and the reliability of country-bred men and that of those in the city. The average country-bred youth has a better foundation for success building, has greater courage, more moral stamina. He has not become weakened and softened by the superficial, ornamental, decorative influences of city life. And there is a reason for all this. We are largely copies of our environment. We are under the perpetual influence of the suggestion of our surroundings. The city-bred youth sees and hears almost nothing that is natural, aside from the faces and forms of human beings. Nearly everything that confronts him from morning till night is artificial, man-made. He sees hardly anything that God made, that imparts solidity, strength, and power, as do the natural objects in the country. How can a man build up a solid, substantial character when his eyes and ears bring him only sights and sounds of artificial things? A vast sea of business blocks, skyscrapers, and asphalt pavements does not generate character-building material. Just as sculpture was once carried to such an extreme that pillars and beams were often so weakened by the extravagant carvings as to threaten the safety of the structure, so the timber in country boys and girls, when brought to the city, is often overcarved and adorned at the cost of strength, robustness, and vigor. In other words, virility, forcefulness, physical and mental stamina reach their maximum in those who live close to the soil. The moment a man becomes artificial in his living, takes on artificial conditions, he begins to deteriorate, to soften. Much of what we call the best society in our cities is often in an advanced process of decay. The muscles may be a little more delicate, but they are softer. The skin may be a little fairer, but it is not so healthy. The thought a little more supple, but less vigorous. The whole tendency of life in big cities is toward deterioration. City people rarely live really normal lives. It is not natural for human beings to live far from the soil. It is Mother Earth and country life that give vitality, stamina, courage, and all the qualities which make for manhood and womanhood. What we get from the country is solid, substantial, enduring, reliable. What comes from the artificial conditions of the city is weakening, enervating, and softening. The country youth, on the other hand, is in the midst of a perpetual miracle. He cannot open his eyes without seeing a more magnificent painting than a Raphael or a Michelangelo could have created in a lifetime, and this magnificent panorama is changing every instant. There is a miracle going on in every growing blade of grass and flower. Is it not wonderful to watch the chemical processes in nature's laboratory, mixing and flinging out to the world the gorgeous colorings and marvelous perfumes of the rose and wildflower? No city youth was ever in such a marvelous kindergarten, where perpetual creation is going on in such a vast multitude of forms. The city youth has too many things to divert his attention. Such a multiplicity of objects appeals to him that he is often superficial. He lacks depth. His mind is perpetually drawn away from his subject, and he lacks continuity of thought and application. His reading is comparatively superficial. He glances through many papers, magazines, and periodicals, and gives no real thought to any. His evenings are much more broken up than those of the country boy, who, having very little diversion after supper, can read continuously for an entire evening on one subject. The country boy does not read as many books as the city boy, but as a rule he reads them with much better results. The dearth of great libraries, books, and periodicals is one reason why the country boy makes the most of good books and articles, often reading them over and over again, while the city youth, in the midst of newspapers and libraries, sees so many books that in most instances he cares very little for them, and will often read the best literature without absorbing any of it. The fact is that there is such a diversity of attractions and distractions, of temptation and amusement in the city, that unless a youth is made of unusual stuff, he will yield to the persuasion of the moment and follow the line of least resistance. It is hard for the city-bred youth to resist the multiplicity of allurements and pleasures that bid for his attention, to deny himself and turn a deaf ear to the appeals of his associates, and tie himself down to self-improvement while those around him are having a good time. These exciting, diverting, tempting conditions of city life are not conducive to generating the great master purpose, the one unwavering life aim, which we often see so marked in the young man from the country. Nor do city-bred youths store up anything like the reserve power, the cumulative force, the stamina, which are developed in the simple life of the soil. For one thing, the country boy is constantly developing his muscular system. His health is better. He gets more exercise, more time to think and to reflect. Hence, he is not so superficial as the city boy. His perceptions are not so quick. He is not so rapid in his movements. His thought action is slower, and he does not have as much polish, it is true. But he is better balanced generally. He has been forced to do a great variety of work, and this has developed corresponding mental qualities. The drudgery of the farm, the chores which we hated as boys, the rocks which we despised, we have found were the very things which educated us, which developed our power and made us practical. The farm is a great gymnasium, a superb manual training school, nature's kindergarten, constantly calling upon the youth's self-reliance and inventiveness. He must make the implements and toys which he cannot afford to buy or procure. He must run, adjust, and repair all sorts of machinery and farm utensils. His ingenuity and inventiveness are constantly exercised. If the wagon or plow breaks down, it must be repaired on the spot, often without the proper tools. This training develops instinctive courage, strong success quality, and makes him a resourceful man. Is it any wonder that the boy so trained in self-reliance, so superbly equipped with physical and mental stamina, should take such preeminence, should be in such demand when he comes to the city? Is it any wonder that he is always in evidence in great emergencies and crises? Just stand a stamina-filled, self-reliant country boy beside a pale, soft, stamina-less, washed-out city youth. Is it any wonder that the country-bred boy is nearly always the leader, that he heads the banks, the great mercantile houses? It is this peculiar, indescribable something, this superior stamina and mental caliber, that makes the stuff that rises to the top in all vocations. There is a peculiar quality of superiority which comes from dealing with realities that we do not find in the superficial city conditions. The life-giving oxygen, breathed in great inspirations through constant muscular effort, develops in the country boy much greater lung power than is developed in the city youth, and his outdoor work tends to build up a robust constitution. Plowing, hoeing, mowing, everything he does on the farm gives him vigor and strength. His muscles are harder, his flesh firmer, and his brain fiber partakes of the same superior quality. He is constantly bottling up forces, storing up energy in his brain and muscles, which later may be powerful factors in shaping the nation's destiny, or which may furnish backbone to keep the ship of state from floundering on the rocks. This marvelous reserve power which he stores up in the country will come out in the successful banker, statesman, lawyer, merchant, or businessman. Self-reliance and grit are oftenest country bred. The country boy is constantly thrown upon his own resources. He is forced to think for himself, and this calls out his ingenuity and makes him self-reliant and strong. It has been found that the use of tools in our manual training schools develops the brain, strengthens the deficient faculties, and brings out latent powers. The farm-reared boy is in the best manual training school in the world, and is constantly forced to plan things, make things. He is always using tools. This is one of the reasons why he usually develops better all-round judgment and a more level head than the city boy. It is human nature to exaggerate the value of things beyond our reach. People save money for years in order to go to Europe, to visit the great art centers and see the famous masterpieces, when they have really never seen the marvelous pictures painted by the divine artist and spread in the landscape, in the sunset, in the glory of flowers and plant life, right at their very doors. What a perpetual inspiration! What marvels of beauty! What miracles of coloring are spread everywhere in nature, confronting us on every hand! We see them almost every day of our lives, and they become so common that they make no impression upon us. Think of the difference between what a Ruskin sees in a landscape and the impression conveyed to his brain, and what is seen by the ordinary mind, the ordinary person who has little or no imagination, and whose aesthetic faculties have scarcely been developed. We are immersed in a wilderness of mysteries and marvelous beauties. Miracles innumerable in grass and flower and fruit are performed right before our eyes. How marvelous is nature's growing of fruit, for example! How she packs the concentrated sunshine and delicious juices into the cans that she makes as she goes along, cans exactly the right size, without a particle of waste, leakage, or evaporation, with no noise of factories, no hammering of tins. The miracles are wrought in a silent laboratory, not a sound is heard, and yet what marvels of skill, deliciousness, and beauty! What interrogation points, what wonderful mysteries, what wit sharpeners are ever before the farmer boy, whichever way he turns! Where does all this tremendous increase of corn, wheat, fruit, and vegetables come from? There seems to be no loss to the soil, and yet what a marvelous growth in everything! Life more life on every hand. Wherever he goes he treads on chemical forces which produce greater marvels than are described in the Arabian Nights. The trees, the brooks, the mountains, the hills, the valleys, the sunsets, the growing animals on the farm, are all mysteries that set him thinking and to wondering at the creative processes which are working on every hand. Then again, the delicious freedom of it all, as contrasted with the cramped, artificial life in the city. Everything in the country tends to set the boy thinking, to call out his dormant powers and develop his latent forces. And what health there is in it all! How hearty and natural he is in comparison with the city boy, who is tempted to turn night into day, to live an artificial, purposeless life. The very temptation in the city to turn night into day is of itself health undermining, stamina dissipating, and character weakening. While the city youth is wasting his precious energy capital in late hours, pleasure seeking, and often dissipation, the country youth is storing up power and vitality. He is being recharged with physical force by natural, refreshing sleep, away from the distracting influence and enervating excitement of city life. The country youth does not learn to judge people by the false standards of wealth and social standing. He is not inculcated with snobbish ideas. Everything in the great farm kindergarten teaches him sincerity, simplicity, and honesty. The time was when the boy who gave no signs of genius or unusual ability was consigned to the farm, and the brilliant boy was sent to college or to the city to make a career for himself. But we are now beginning to see that man has made a botch of farming only because he looked upon it as a sort of humdrum occupation, as a means provided by nature for living getting, for those who were not good for much else. Farming was considered by many people as a sort of degrading occupation, desirable only for those who lacked the brains and education to go into a profession or some of the more refined callings. But the searchlight of science has revealed in it possibilities hitherto undreamed of. We are commencing to realize that it takes a high order of ability and education to bring out the fullest possibilities of the soil, that it requires fine-grained, sympathetic talent. We are now finding that agriculture is as great a science as astronomy, and that ignorant men have been getting an indifferent living from their farms simply because they did not know how to mix brains with the soil. The science of agriculture is fast becoming appreciated, and is more and more regarded as a high and noble calling, a dignified profession. Think of what it means to go into partnership with the Creator in bringing out larger, grander products from the soil, to be able to cooperate with that divine creative force, and even to vary the size, the beauty, the perfume of flowers, to enlarge, modify, and change the flavor of fruits and vegetables to our liking. Think what it must mean to be a magician in the whole vegetable kingdom, like Luther Burbank, changing colors, flavors, perfumes, species. Almost anything is possible when one knows enough and has heart and sympathy enough to enter into partnership with the great creative force in nature. Mr. Burbank says that the time will come when man will be able to do almost anything he wishes in the vegetable kingdom, will be able to produce at will any shade or color he wishes, and almost any flavor in any fruit, that the size of all fruits and vegetables and flowers is just a matter of sufficient understanding, and that nature will give us almost anything when we know enough to treat her intelligently, wisely, and sympathetically. The history of most great men shows that there is a disadvantage in having too many advantages. Who can tell what the consequences would have been had Lincoln been born in New York and educated at Harvard? If he had been reared in the midst of great libraries, brought up in an atmosphere of books, of only a small fraction of which he could get even a superficial knowledge? Would he have had that insatiable hunger which prompted him to walk 20 miles in order to borrow Blackstone's Commentaries and to read 100 pages on the way home? What was there in that rude frontier forest, where this poor boy scarcely ever saw anyone who knew anything of books, to rouse his ambition and to stimulate him to self-education? Whence came that yearning to know the history of men and women who had made a nation, to know the history of his country? Whence came that passion to devour the dry statutes of Indiana, as a young girl would devour a love story? Whence came that all-absorbing ambition to be somebody in the world, to serve his country with no selfish ambition? Had his father been rich and well-educated instead of a poor man who could neither read nor write, and who was generally of a shiftless and roving disposition, there is no likelihood that Lincoln would ever have become the powerful man he was. Had he not felt that imperious must calling him, the prod of necessity spurring him on, whence would have come the motive which led him to struggle for self-development, self-unfoldment? If he had been born and educated in luxury, his character would probably have been soft and flabby in comparison with what it was. Where in all the annals of history is there another record of one born of such poor parentage and reared in such a wretched environment, who ever rose to such eminence? Imagine a boy of today so hungry for an education that he would walk 9 miles a day to attend a rude frontier school in a log cabin. What would the city boys of today, who do not want to walk even... Chapter 5 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 5. Opportunities Where You Are. To each man's life there comes a time supreme, one day, one night, one morning, or one noon, one freighted hour, one moment opportune, one rift through which sublime fulfillments gleam, one space when fate goes tiding with the stream, and once in balance twixt too late, too soon, and ready for the passing instant's boon, to tip in favor the uncertain beam. Ah, happy he who, knowing how to wait, knows also how to watch and work and stand on life's broad deck alert and at the prow, to seize the passing moment, big with fate, from opportunity's extended hand, when the great clock of destiny strikes now. Mary A. Townsend. What is opportunity to a man who can't use it? An unfecundated egg, which the waves of time wash away into nonentity. George Eliot. The secret of success in life is for a man to be ready for his opportunity when it comes. Disraeli. There are no longer any good chances for young men, complained a youthful law student to Daniel Webster. There is always room at the top, replied the great statesman and jurist. No chance, no opportunities, in a land where thousands of poor boys become rich men, where new boys go to Congress, and where those born in the lowest stations attain the highest positions? The world is all gates, all opportunities, to him who will use them. But, like Bunyan's pilgrim in the dungeon of Giant Despair's castle, who had the key of deliverance all the time with him, but had forgotten it, we fail to rely wholly upon the ability to advance all that is good for us, which had been given to the weakest as well as the strongest. we depend too much upon outside assistance. We look too high for things close by. A Baltimore lady lost a valuable diamond bracelet at a ball, and supposed that it was stolen from the pocket of her cloak. Years afterward, she washed the steps of the Peabody Institute, pondering how to get money to buy food. She cut up an old, worn-out, ragged cloak to make a hood, when lo! in the lining of the cloak she discovered the diamond bracelet. During all her poverty she was worth $3,500, but did not know it. Many of us who think we are poor are rich in opportunities, if we could only see them, in possibilities all about us, in faculties worth more than diamond bracelets. In our large eastern cities, it has been found that at least 94 out of every 100 found their first fortune at home, or near at hand, and in meeting common everyday wants. It is a sorry day for a young man who cannot see any opportunities where he is, but thinks he can do better somewhere else. Some Brazilian shepherds organized a party to go to California to dig gold, and took along a handful of translucent pebbles to play checkers with on the voyage. After arriving in San Francisco, and after they had thrown most of the pebbles away, they discovered that they were diamonds. They hastened back to Brazil, only to find that the mines from which the pebbles had been gathered had been taken up by other prospectors and sold to the government. The richest gold and silver mine in Nevada was sold by the owner for $42 to get money to pay his passage to other mines, where he thought he could get rich. Professor Agassiz once told the Harvard students of a farmer who owned a farm of hundreds of acres of unprofitable woods and rocks, and concluded to sell out and get into a more profitable business. He decided to go into the coal oil business. He studied coal measures and coal oil deposits, and experimented for a long time. He sold his farm for $200 and engaged in his new business 200 miles away. Only a short time after, the man who bought his farm discovered upon it a great flood of coal oil, which the farmer had previously ignorantly tried to drain off. Hundreds of years ago there lived near the shore of the river Indus a Persian by the name of Ali Hafed. He lived in a cottage on the river bank, from which he could get a grand view of the beautiful country stretching away to the sea. He had a wife and children, and extensive farm, fields of grain, gardens of flowers, orchards of fruit, and miles of forest. He had plenty of money and everything that heart could wish. He was contented and happy. One evening a priest of Buddha visited him, and, sitting before the fire, explained to him how the world was made, and how the first beams of sunlight condensed on the earth's surface into diamonds. The old priest told that a drop of sunlight the size of his thumb was worth more than large mines of copper, silver, or gold, that with one of them he could buy many farms like his, that with a handful he could buy a province, and with a mine of diamonds he could purchase a kingdom. Ali Hafed listened, and was no longer a rich man. He had been touched with discontent, and with that all wealth vanishes. Early the next morning he woke the priest who had been the cause of his unhappiness, and anxiously asked him where he could find a mine of diamonds. "What do you want of diamonds?" asked the astonished priest. "I want to be rich and place my children on thrones." "All you have to do is to go and search until you find them," said the priest. "But where shall I go?" asked the poor farmer. "Go anywhere, north, south, east, or west." "How shall I know when I have found the place?" "When you find a river running over white sands between high mountain ranges. In those white sands you will find diamonds," answered the priest. The discontented man sold the farm for what he could get, left his family with a neighbor, took the money he had at interest, and went to search for the coveted treasure. Over the mountains of Arabia, through Palestine and Egypt, he wandered for years, but found no diamonds. When his money was all gone and starvation stared him in the face, ashamed of his folly and of his rags, poor Ali Hafed threw himself into the tide and was drowned. The man who bought his farm was a contented man, who made the most of his surroundings and did not believe in going away from home to hunt for diamonds or success. While his camel was drinking in the garden one day, he noticed a flash of light from the white sands of the brook. He picked up a pebble, and pleased with its brilliant hues, took it into the house, put it on the shelf near the fireplace, and forgot all about it. The old priest of Buddha, who had filled Ali Hafed with the fatal discontent, called one day upon the new owner of the farm. He had no sooner entered the room than his eye caught that flash of light from the stone. "Here's a diamond! Here's a diamond!" he shouted in great excitement. "Has Ali Hafed returned?" "No," said the farmer, "nor is that a diamond. That is but a stone." They went into the garden and stirred up the white sand with their fingers, and behold, other diamonds more beautiful than the first gleamed out of it. So the famous diamond beds of Golconda were discovered. Had Ali Hafed been content to remain at home and dug in his own garden, instead of going abroad in search for wealth, he would have been one of the richest men in the world, for the entire farm abounded in the richest of gems. You have your own special place and work. Find it. Fill it. Scarcely a boy or girl will read these lines, but has much better opportunity to win success than Garfield, Wilson, Franklin, Lincoln, Harriet Beecher Stowe, Francis Willard, and thousands of others had. But to succeed, you must be prepared to seize and improve the opportunity when it comes. Remember that four things come not back: the spoken word, the sped arrow, the past life, and the neglected opportunity. It is one of the paradoxes of civilization that the more opportunities are utilized, the more new ones are thereby created. New openings are as easy to find as ever to those who do their best, although it is not so easy as formerly to obtain great distinction in the old lines, because the standard has advanced so much and competition has so greatly increased. "The world is no longer clay," said Emerson, "but rather iron in the hands of its workers, and men have got to hammer out a place for themselves by steady and rugged blows. Thousands of men have made fortunes out of trifles which others pass by. As the bee gets honey from the same flower from which the spider gets poison, so some men will get a fortune out of the commonest and meanest things, as scraps of leather, cotton, waste, slag, iron fillings, from which others get only poverty and failure. There is scarcely a thing which contributes to the welfare and comfort of humanity, scarcely an article of household furniture, a kitchen utensil, an article of clothing or of food, that is not capable of an improvement in which there may be a fortune. Opportunities, they are all around us. Forces of nature plead to be used in the service of man, as lightning for ages tried to attract his attention to the great force of electricity, which would do his drudgery and leave him to develop the God-given powers within him. There is power lying latent everywhere, waiting for the observant eye to discover it. First find out what the world needs, and then supply the want. An invention to make smoke go the wrong way in a chimney might be a very ingenious thing, but it would be of no use to humanity. The patent office at Washington is full of wonderful devices of ingenious mechanism, but not one in hundreds is of use to the inventor or to the world. And yet how many families have been impoverished and have struggled for years amid want and woe, while the father has been working on useless inventions. A.T. Stewart, as a boy, lost 87 cents when his capital was $1.50 in buying buttons and thread which shoppers did not call for. After that, he made it a rule never to buy anything which the public did not want, and so prospered. An observing man, the eyelets of whose shoes pulled out, but who could not afford to get another pair, said to himself, "I will make a metallic lacing hook, which can be riveted into the leather." He was then so poor that he had to borrow a sickle to cut grass in front of his hired tenement. He became a very rich man. An observing barber in Newark, New Jersey, thought he could make an improvement on shears for cutting hair, invented clippers, and became rich. A Maine man was called in from the hayfield to wash clothes for his invalid wife. He had never realized what it was to wash before. Finding the method slow and laborious, he invented the washing machine and made a fortune. A man who was suffering terribly with toothache felt sure there must be some way of filling teeth which would prevent their aching, and he invented the method of gold filling for teeth. The great things of the world have not been done by men of large means. Ericsson began the construction of the screw propellers in a bathroom. The cotton gin was first manufactured in a log cabin. John Harrison, the great inventor of the marine chronometer, began his career in the loft of an old barn. Parts of the first steamboat ever run in America were set up in the vestry of a church in Philadelphia by Fitch. McCormick began to make his famous reaper in a grist mill. The first model dry dock was made in an attic. Clark, the founder of Clark University of Worcester, Massachusetts, began his great fortune by making toy wagons in a horse shed. Farquhar made umbrellas in his sitting room with his daughter's help until he sold enough to hire a loft. Edison began his experiments in a baggage car on the Grand Trunk Railroad when a newsboy. Michelangelo found a piece of discarded Carrara marble among waste rubbish beside a street in Florence, which some unskilled workmen had cut, hacked, spoiled, and thrown away. No doubt many artists had noticed the fine quality of the marble and regretted that it should have been spoiled, but Michelangelo still saw an angel in the ruin, and with his chisel and mallet he called out from it one of the finest pieces of statuary in Italy, the young David. Patrick Henry was called a lazy boy, a good-for-nothing farmer, and he failed as a merchant. He was always dreaming of some far-off greatness, and never thought he could be a hero among the corn and tobacco and saddlebags of Virginia. He studied law for 6 weeks, when he put out his shingle. People thought he would fail, but in his first case he showed that he had a wonderful power of oratory. It then first dawned upon him that he could be a hero in Virginia. From the time the Stamp Act was passed and Henry was elected to the Virginia House of Burgesses, and he had introduced his famous resolution against the unjust taxation of the American colonies, he rose steadily until he became one of the brilliant orators of America. In one of his first speeches upon this resolution, he uttered these words, which were prophetic of his power and courage: "Caesar had his Brutus, Charles I his Cromwell, and George III may profit by their example. If this be treason, make the most of it." The great natural philosopher Faraday, who was the son of a blacksmith, wrote, when a young man, to Humphrey Davy, asking for employment at the Royal Institution. Davy consulted a friend on the matter. "Here is a letter from a young man named Faraday. He has been attending my lectures and wants me to give him employment at the Royal Institution. What can I do?" "Do? Put him to washing bottles. If he is good for anything, he will do it directly. If he refuses, he is good for nothing." But the boy who could experiment in the attic of an apothecary shop with an old pan and glass vials during every moment he could snatch from his work saw an opportunity in washing bottles, which led to a professorship at the Royal Academy at Woolwich. Tyndall said of this boy with no chance, "He is the greatest experimental philosopher the world has ever seen." He became the wonder of his age in science. There is a legend of an artist who long sought for a piece of sandalwood, out of which to carve a Madonna. He was about to give up in despair, leaving the vision of his life unrealized, when in a dream he was bidden to carve his Madonna from a block of oak wood which was destined for the fire. He obeyed and produced a masterpiece from a log of common firewood. Many of us lose great opportunities in life by waiting to find sandalwood for our carvings, when they really lie hidden in the common logs that we burn. One man goes through life without seeing chances for doing anything great, while another close beside him snatches from the same circumstances and privileges opportunities for achieving grand results. Opportunities? They are everywhere. America is another name for opportunities. Our whole history appears like a last effort of divine providence in behalf of the human race. Never before were there such grand openings, such chances, such opportunities. Especially is this true for girls and young women. A new era is dawning for them. Hundreds of occupations and professions which were closed to them only a few years ago are now inviting them to enter. We cannot all of us, perhaps, make great discoveries like Newton, Faraday, Edison, and Thomson, or paint immortal pictures like an Angelo or a Raphael. But we can, all of us, make our lives sublime by seizing common occasions and making them great. What chance had the young girl Grace Darling to distinguish herself, living on those barren lighthouse rocks alone with her aged parents? But while her brothers and sisters, who moved to the cities to win wealth and fame, are not known to the world, she became more famous than a princess. This poor girl did not need to go to London to see the nobility. They came to the lighthouse to see her. Right at home she had won fame which the regal heirs might envy, and a name which will never perish from the earth. She did not wander away into dreamy distance for fame and fortune, but did her best where duty had placed her. If you want to get rich, study yourself and your own wants. You will find that millions have the same wants. The safest business is always connected with man's prime necessities. He must have clothing and dwelling. He must eat. He wants comforts, facilities of all kinds for pleasure, education, and culture. Any man who can supply a great want of humanity improve any methods which men use, supply any demand of comfort, or contribute in any way to their well-being, can make a fortune. The golden opportunity is never offered twice. Seize then the hour when fortune smiles and duty points the way. Why thus longing, thus forever sighing for the far off, unattained and dim, while the beautiful, all around thee lying, offers up its low, perpetual hymn? Harriet Winslow. End of Chapter 5. Opportunities Where You Are. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane. Chapter 6 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 6. Possibilities in Spare Moments. Dost thou love life? Then do not squander time, for that is the stuff life is made of. Franklin. Eternity itself cannot restore the loss struck from the minute. Ancient poet. Periunt et imputantur. The hours perish and are laid to our charge. Inscription on a dial at Oxford. I wasted time, and now doth time waste me. Shakespeare. Believe me when I tell you that thrift of time will repay you in after life with a usury of profit beyond your most sanguine dreams, and that waste of it will make you dwindle alike in intellectual and moral stature beyond your darkest reckoning. Gladstone. Lost, somewhere between sunrise and sunset, 2 golden hours, each set with 60 diamond minutes. No reward is offered, for they are gone forever. Horace Mann. What is the price of that book? At length asked a man who had been dawdling for an hour in the front store of Benjamin Franklin's newspaper establishment. $1, replied the clerk. $1, echoed the lounger. Can't you take less than that? $1 is the price, was the answer. The would-be purchaser looked over the books on sale a while longer, and then inquired, "Is Mr. Franklin in?" "Yes," said the clerk. "He is very busy in the press room." "Well, I want to see him," persisted the man. The proprietor was called, and the stranger asked, "What is the lowest, Mr. Franklin, that you can take for that book?" $1.25, was the prompt rejoinder. $1.25? Why, your clerk asked me only $1 just now." "True," said Franklin, "and I could have better afforded to take $1 than to leave my work." The man seemed surprised, but, wishing to end a parley of his own seeking, he demanded, "Well, come now, tell me your lowest price for this book." $1.50, replied Franklin. $1.50? Why, you offered it yourself for $1.25. "Yes," said Franklin coolly, "and I could better have taken that price then than $1.50 now." The man silently laid the money on the counter, took his book, and left the store, having received a salutary lesson from a master in the art of transmuting time, at will, into either wealth or wisdom. Time wasters are everywhere. On the floor of the gold working room in the United States Mint at Philadelphia, there is a wooden lattice work which is taken up when the floor is swept, and the fine particles of gold dust, thousands of dollars yearly, are thus saved. So every successful man has a kind of network to catch the raspings and parings of existence, those leavings of days and wee bits of hours, which most people sweep into the waste of life. He who hoards and turns to account all odd minutes, half hours, unexpected holidays, gaps between times, and chasms of waiting for unpunctual persons, achieves results which astonish those who have not mastered this most valuable secret. "All that I have accomplished, expect to, or hope to accomplish," said Elihu Burritt, "has been and will be by that plodding, patient, persevering process of accretion which builds the ant heap, particle by particle, thought by thought, fact by fact. And if ever I was actuated by ambition, its highest and warmest aspiration reached no further than the hope to set before the young men of my country an example in employing those invaluable fragments of time called moments. I have been wondering how Ned contrived to monopolize all the talents of the family," said a brother found in a brown study after listening to one of Burke's speeches in Parliament. "But then I remember, when we were at play, he was always at work." The days come to us like friends in disguise, bringing priceless gifts from an unseen hand. But if we do not use them, they are borne silently away, never to return. Each successive morning new gifts are brought. But if we failed to accept those that were brought yesterday and the day before, we become less and less able to turn them to account, until the ability to appreciate and utilize them is exhausted. Wisely was it said that lost wealth may be regained by industry and economy, lost knowledge by study, lost health by temperance and medicine, but lost time is gone forever. "Oh, it's only 5 minutes or 10 minutes till mealtime. There's no time to do anything now," is one of the commonest expressions heard in the family. But what monuments have been built up by poor boys with no chance out of broken fragments of time, which many of us throw away. The very hours you have wasted, if improved, might have ensured your success. Marion Harland has accomplished wonders, and she has been able to do this by economizing the minutes to shape her novels and newspaper articles, when her children were in bed and whenever she could get a spare minute. Though she has done much, yet all her life has been subject to interruptions which would have discouraged most women from attempting anything outside their regular family duties. She has glorified the commonplace as few other women have done. Harriet Beecher Stowe, too, wrote her great masterpiece, Uncle Tom's Cabin, in the midst of pressing household cares. Beecher read Froude's England a little each day while he had to wait for dinner. Longfellow translated the Inferno by snatches of 10 minutes a day while waiting for his coffee to boil, persisting for years until the work was done. Hugh Miller, while working hard as a stonemason, found time to read scientific books and write the lessons learned from the blocks of stone he handled. Madame de Genlis, when companion of the future Queen of France, composed several of her charming volumes while waiting for the princess to whom she gave her daily lessons. Burns wrote many of his most beautiful poems while working on a farm. The author of Paradise Lost was a teacher, Secretary of the Commonwealth, Secretary of the Lord Protector, and had to write his sublime poetry whenever he could snatch a few minutes from a busy life. John Stuart Mill did much of his best work as a writer while a clerk in the East India House. Galileo was a surgeon, yet to the improvement of his spare moments the world owes some of its greatest discoveries. If a genius like Gladstone carried through life a little book in his pocket, lest an unexpected spare moment slip from his grasp, what should we of common abilities not resort to save the precious moments from oblivion? What a rebuke is such a life to the thousands of young men and women who throw away whole months and even years of that which the grand old man hoarded up even to the smallest fragments. Many a great man has snatched his reputation from odd bits of time, which others, who wonder at their failure to get on, throw away. In Dante's time, nearly every literary man in Italy was a hard-working merchant, physician, statesman, judge, or soldier. While Michael Faraday was employed binding books, he devoted all his leisure to experiments. At one time he wrote to a friend, "Time is all I require. Oh, that I could purchase at a cheap rate some of our modern gentlemen's spare hours, nay, days. Oh, the power of ceaseless industry to perform miracles. Alexander von Humboldt's days were so occupied with his business that he had to pursue his scientific labors in the night or early morning, while others were asleep. 1 hour a day, withdrawn from frivolous pursuits and profitably employed, would enable any man of ordinary capacity to master a complete science. 1 hour a day would in 10 years make an ignorant man a well-informed man. It would earn enough to pay for 2 daily and 2 weekly papers, 2 leading magazines, and at least a dozen good books. In an hour a day, a boy or girl could read 20 pages thoughtfully, over 7,000 pages or 18 large volumes in a year. An hour a day might make all the difference between bare existence and useful, happy living. An hour a day might make, nay, has made, an unknown man a famous one, a useless man a benefactor to his race. Consider, then, the mighty possibilities of 2, 4, yes, 6 hours a day that are, on the average, thrown away by young men and women in the restless desire for fun and diversion. Every young man should have a hobby to occupy his leisure hours, something useful to which he can turn with delight. It might be in line with his work or otherwise, only his heart must be in it. If one chooses wisely, the study, the research, and occupation that a hobby confers will broaden character and transform the home. He has nothing to prevent him but too much idleness, which, I have observed, says Burke, fills up a man's time much more completely and leaves him less his own master than any sort of employment whatsoever. Some boys will pick up a good education in the odds and ends of time, which others carelessly throw away, as one man saves a fortune by small economies which others disdain to practice. What young man is too busy to get an hour a day for self-improvement? Charles C. Frost, the celebrated shoemaker of Vermont, resolved to devote 1 hour a day to study. He became one of the most noted mathematicians in the United States, and also gained an enviable reputation in other departments of knowledge. John Hunter, like Napoleon, allowed himself but 4 hours of sleep. It took Professor Owen 10 years to arrange and classify the specimens in comparative anatomy, over 24,000 in number, which Hunter's industry had collected. What a record for a boy who began his studies while working as a carpenter! John Q. Adams complained bitterly when robbed of his time by those who had no right to it. An Italian scholar put over his door the inscription, "Whoever tarries here must join in my labors." Carlyle, Tennyson, Browning, and Dickens signed a remonstrance against organ grinders who disturbed their work. Many of the greatest men of history earned their fame outside of their regular occupations in odd bits of time, which most people squander. Spencer made his reputation in his spare time while Secretary to the Lord Deputy of Ireland. Sir John Lubbock's fame rests on his prehistoric studies, prosecuted outside of his busy banking hours. Southey, seldom idle for a minute, wrote 100 volumes. Hawthorne's notebook shows that he never let a chance thought or circumstance escape him. Franklin was a tireless worker. He crowded his meals and sleep into as small compass as possible so that he might gain time for study. When a child, he became impatient of his father's long grace at table, and asked him if he could not say grace over a whole cask, once for all, and save time. He wrote some of his best productions on shipboard, such as his "Improvement of Navigation" and "Smokey's Chimneys." What a lesson there is in Raphael's brief 37 years to those who plead "no time" as an excuse for wasted lives. Great men have ever been misers of moments. Cicero said, "What others give to public shows and entertainments, nay, even to mental and bodily rest, I give to the study of philosophy." Lord Bacon's fame springs from the work of his leisure hours while Chancellor of England. During an interview with a great monarch, Goethe suddenly excused himself, went into an adjoining room, and wrote down a thought for his Faust, lest it should be forgotten. Sir Humphrey Davy achieved eminence in spare moments in an attic of an apothecary's shop. Pope would often rise in the night to write out thoughts that would not come during the busy day. Grote wrote his matchless History of Greece during the hours of leisure snatched from his duties as a banker. George Stephenson seized the moments as though they were gold. He educated himself and did much of his best work during his spare moments. He learned arithmetic during the night shifts when he was an engineer. Mozart would not allow a moment to slip by unimproved. He would not stop his work long enough to sleep, and would sometimes write 2 whole nights and a day without remission. He wrote his famous Requiem on his deathbed. Caesar said, "Under my tent, in the fiercest struggle of war, I have always found time to think of many other things." He was once shipwrecked and had to swim ashore, but he carried with him the manuscript of his Commentaries, upon which he was at work when the ship went down. Dr. Mason Good translated Lucretius while riding to visit his patients in London. Dr. Darwin composed most of his works by writing his thoughts on scraps of paper wherever he happened to be. Watt learned chemistry and mathematics while working at his trade of a mathematical instrument maker. Henry Kirke White learned Greek while walking to and from the lawyer's office where he was studying. Dr. Burney learned Italian and French on horseback. Matthew Hale wrote his contemplations while traveling on his circuit as judge. The present time is the raw material out of which we make whatever we will. Do not brood over the past or dream of the future, but seize the instant and get your lesson from the hour. The man is yet unborn who rightly measures and fully realizes the value of an hour. As Fenelon says, God never gives but one moment at a time, and does not give a second until he withdraws the first. Lord Brougham could not bear to lose a moment, yet he was so systematic that he always seemed to have more leisure than many who did not accomplish a tithe of what he did. He achieved distinctions in politics, law, science, and literature. Dr. Johnson wrote Rasselas in the evenings of a single week in order to meet the expenses of his mother's funeral. Lincoln studied law during his spare hours while surveying, and learned the common branches unaided while tending store. Mrs. Somerville learned botany and astronomy and wrote books while her neighbors were gossiping and idling. At 80, she published Molecular and Microscopical Science. The worst of a lost hour is not so much in the wasted time as in the wasted power. Idleness rusts the nerves and makes the muscles creak. Work has system, laziness has none. President Quincy never went to bed until he had laid his plans for the next day. Dalton's industry was the passion of his life. He made and recorded over 200,000 meteorological observations. In factories for making cloth, a single broken thread ruins a whole web. It is traced back to the girl who made the blunder and the loss is deducted from her wages. But who shall pay for the broken threads in life's great web? We cannot throw back and forth an empty shuttle. Threads of some kind follow every movement as we weave the web of our fate. It may be a shoddy thread of wasted hours or lost opportunities that will mar the fabric and mortify the workman forever. Or it may be a golden thread which will add to its beauty and luster. We cannot stop the shuttle or pull out the unfortunate thread which stretches across the fabric, a perpetual witness of our folly. No one is anxious about a young man while he is busy in useful work. But where does he eat his lunch at noon? Where does he go when he leaves his boarding house at night? What does he do after supper? Where does he spend his Sundays and holidays? The way he uses his spare moments reveals his character. The great majority of youths who go to the bad are ruined after supper. Most of those who climb upward to honor and fame devote their evenings to study or work or the society of those who can help and improve them. Each evening is a crisis in the career of a young man. There is a deep significance in the lines of Whittier. This day we fashion destiny, our web of fate we spin. This day for all hereafter choose we holiness or sin. Time is money. We should not be stingy or mean with it, but we should not throw away an hour any more than we would throw away a dollar bill. Waste of time means waste of energy, waste of vitality, waste of character in dissipation. It means the waste of opportunities which will never come back. Beware how you kill time, for all your future lives in it. And it is left for each, says Edward Everett, by the cultivation of every talent, by watching with an eagle's eye for every chance of improvement, by redeeming time, defying temptation, and scorning sensual pleasure, to make himself useful, honored, and happy. End of Chapter 6, Possibilities in Spare Moments. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 7 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. How Poor Boys and Girls Go to College. Can I afford to go to college? Asks many an American youth who has hardly a dollar to his name and who knows that a college course means years of sacrifice and struggle. It seems a great hardship, indeed, for a young man with an ambition to do something in the world to be compelled to pay his own way through school and college by hard work. But history shows us that the men who have led in the van of human progress have been, as a rule, self-educated, self-made. The average boy of today who wishes to obtain a liberal education has a better chance by 100-fold than had Daniel Webster or James A. Garfield. There is scarcely one in good health who reads these lines, but can be assured that if he will, he may. Here as elsewhere, the will can usually make the way, and never before was there so many avenues of resource open to the strong will, the inflexible purpose, as there are today, at this hour and this moment. Of the 5,000 persons, students, directly connected with Harvard University, writes a graduate, 500 are students entirely or almost entirely dependent upon their own resources. They are not a poverty-stricken lot, however, for half of them make an income above the average allowance of boys in smaller colleges. From $700 to $1,000 are by no means exceptional yearly earnings of a student who is capable of doing newspaper work or tutoring,
branches of employment that pay well at Harvard. There are some men that make much more. A classmate of the writer entered college with about $25. As a freshman, he had a hard struggle. In his junior year, however, he prospered, and in his last 10 months of undergraduate work, he cleared above his college expenses, which were none too low, upward of $3,000. He made his money by advertising schemes and other publishing ventures. A few months after graduation, he married. He is now living comfortably in Cambridge. A son of poor parents, living in Springfield, New York, worked his way through an academy. This only whetted his appetite for knowledge, and he determined to advance, relying wholly on himself for success. Accordingly, he proceeded to Schenectady and arranged with a professor of Union College to pay for his tuition by working. He rented a small room which served for study and home, the expense of his bread and milk diet never exceeding 50 cents a week. After graduation, he turned his attention to civil engineering, and later to the construction of iron bridges of his own design. He procured many valuable patents and amassed a fortune. His life was a success, the foundation being self-reliance and integrity. Albert J. Beveridge, the junior United States Senator from Indiana, entered college with no other capital than $50 loaned to him by a friend. He served as steward of a college club and added to his original fund of $50 by taking the freshman essay prize of $25. When summer came, he returned to work in the harvest fields and broke the wheat cutting record of the county. He carried his books with him morning, noon, and night, and studied persistently. When he returned to college, he began to be recognized as an exceptional man. He had shaped his course and worked to it. The president of his class at Columbia University recently earned the money to pay for his course by selling agricultural implements. One of his classmates by the savings of 2 years' work as a farm laborer, and money earned by tutoring, writing, and copying done after study hours, not only paid his way through college, but helped to support his aged parents. He believed that he could afford a college training, and he got it. At Chicago University, many hundreds of plucky young men are working their way. The ways of earning money are various, depending upon the opportunities for work and the student's ability and adaptability. To be a correspondent of city daily papers is the most coveted occupation, but only a few can obtain such positions. Some dozen or more teach night school. Several teach in the public schools in the daytime, and do their university work in the afternoons and evenings, so as to take their degrees. Scores carry daily papers, by which they earn $2.50 to $3.50 a week. But as this does not pay expenses, they add other employments. A few find evening work in the city library. Some attend to lawns in summer and furnaces in winter, by having several of each to care for. They earn from $5 to $10 a week. Many are waiters at clubs and restaurants. Some solicit advertisements. The divinity students, after the first year, preach in small towns. Several are tutors. 2 young men made $1,200 apiece in this way in 1 year. One student is a member of a city orchestra, earning $12 a week. A few serve in the university post office and receive 20 cents an hour. A representative American college president recently said, "I regard it as, on the whole, a distinct advantage that a student should have to pay his own way, in part as a condition of obtaining a college education. It gives a reality and vigor to one's work which is less likely to be obtained by those who are carried through college. I do not regard it, however, as desirable that one should have to work his own way entirely, as the tax upon strength and time is likely to be such as to interfere with scholarship and to undermine health. Circumstances have rarely favored great men. A lowly beginning is no bar to a great career. The boy who works his way through college may have a hard time of it, but he will learn how to work his way in life, and will often take higher rank in school and in after life than his classmate who is the son of a millionaire. It is the son and daughter of the farmer, the mechanic, and the operative, the great average class of our country, whose funds are small and opportunities few, that the Republic will depend on most for good citizenship and brains in the future. The problem of securing a good education, where means are limited and time short, is of great importance both to the individual and the nation. Encouragement and useful hints are offered by the experience of many bright young people who have worked their way to diplomas worthily bestowed. Gauss B. Frost was graduated at the Brattleboro, Vermont, high school, taught strict schools 6 terms, and entered Dartmouth College with just money enough to pay the first necessary expenses. He worked in gardens and as a janitor for some time. During his course he taught 6 terms as principal of a high school, and 1 year as assistant superintendent in the Essex County Truant School at Lawrence, Massachusetts, pushed a rolling chair at the Columbian Exposition, Chicago, was porter 1 season at Oak Hill House, Littleton, New Hampshire, and canvassed for a publishing house 1 summer in Maine. None of his fellow students did more to secure an education. Isaac J. Cox of Philadelphia worked his way through Kimball Academy, Meriden, New Hampshire, and through Dartmouth College, doing many kinds of work. There was no honest work within the limits of his ability that he would not undertake to pay his way. He served summers as waiter in a White Mountain hotel, finally becoming head waiter. Like Mr. Frost, he ranked well in his classes, and is a young man of solid character and distinguished attainments. For 4 years Richard Wheel was noted as the great prize winner of Columbia College, and for turning his time, attention, and energy to any work that would bring remuneration. He would do any honest work that would bring cash, and every cent of this money, as well as every hour not spent in sleep throughout the 4 years of his college course, was devoted to getting his education. All these and many more from the ranks of the bright and well-trained young men who have been graduated from the colleges and universities of the country in recent years believed, sincerely, doggedly believed, that a college training was something that they must have. The question of whether or not they could afford it does not appear to have occasioned much hesitancy on their part. It is evident that they did not for one instant think that they could not afford to go to college. In an investigation conducted to ascertain exact figures and facts which a poor boy must meet in working his way through college, it was found that in a list of 45 representative colleges and universities, having a student population of somewhat over 40,000, the average expense per year is $304. The average maximum expense, $529. In some of the smaller colleges, the minimum expense per year is from $75 to $110. There are many who get along on an expenditure of from $150 to $200 per year, while the maximum expense rises in but few instances above $1,000. In Western and Southern colleges, the averages are lower. For example, 18 well-known Western colleges and universities have a general average expense of $242 per year, while 14, as well-known Eastern institutions, give an average expense of $444. Statistics of expense and the opportunities for self-help at some of the best-known Eastern institutions are full of interest. Amherst makes a free gift of the tuition to prospective ministers, has 100 tuition scholarships for other students of good character, habits, and standing, has some free rooms, makes loans at low rates. Students have chances to earn money at tutoring, table waiting, shorthand, care of buildings, newspaper correspondence, agencies for laundries, sale of books, etc. $500 a year will defray all necessary expenses. Bowdoin has nearly 100 scholarships, $50 to $75 a year. No limits placed on habits or social privileges of recipients. Students getting employment in the library or laboratories can earn about 1/4 of their expenses. These will be for the college year, $300 to $400. Brown University has over 100 tuition scholarships and a loan fund, often remits room rent in return for services about the college buildings, requires studiousness and economy in the case of assisted students. Many students earn money in various ways. The average yearly expenditure is $500. The cost at Columbia University averages $547, the lowest being $387. A great many students who know how to get on in a great city work their way through Columbia. Cornell University gives free tuition and free rooms to seniors and juniors of good standing in their studies and of good habits. It has 36 two-year scholarships, $200, for freshmen, won by success in competitive examination. It has also 512 state tuition scholarships. Many students support themselves in part by waiting on table, by shorthand, newspaper work, etc. The average yearly expenditure per student is $500. Dartmouth has some 300 scholarships, those above $50 conditioned on class rank. Some rooms at nominal rent, requirements, economy, and total abstinence. Work of one sort or another to be had by needy students. A few get through on less than $250 a year. The average expenditure is about $400. Harvard has about 275 scholarships, $60 to $400 apiece. Large beneficiary and loan funds, distributed or loaned in sums of $40 to $250 to needy and promising undergraduates. Freshmen, usually, barred, a faculty employment committee, some students earning money as stenographers, typewriters, reporters, private tutors, clerks, canvassers, and singers. Yearly expenditure, exclusive of clothes, washing, books, and stationery, laboratory charges, membership in societies, subscription and service, $358 to $1,035. The University of Pennsylvania in a recent year gave 315 students $43,242 in free scholarships and fellowships. No requirements except good standing. No money loaned, no free rooms. Many students support themselves in part, and a few wholly. The average expenditure per year, exclusive of clothes, railway fares, etc., is $450. Wesleyan University remits tuition wholly or in part to 2/3 of its undergraduates. Loan funds are available. Beneficiaries must be frugal in habits, total abstainers, and maintain good standing and conduct. Many students are self-supporting, 35% of the whole undergraduate body earning money. The yearly expenditure is $325. Yale is pretty well off now for fellowships and prizes, remits all but $40 of term bills, in case of worthy students, regular in attendance and studious. Many such students earning money for themselves, average yearly expenditure about $600. There is a splendid chance for girls at some of the soundest and best-known girls' colleges in the United States. The number of girls in the University of Michigan who are paying their own way is large. Most of them, says Dr. Eliza M. Mosher, Women's Dean of the college, have earned the money by teaching. It is not unusual for students to come here for 2 years and go away for a time in order to earn money to complete the course. Some of our most worthy graduates have done this. Some lighten their expenses by waiting on tables in boarding houses, thus paying for their board. Others get room and board in the homes of professors by giving daily 3 hours of service about the house. A few take care of children 2 or 3 hours a day in the families of the faculty. One young woman, who is especially brave and in good earnest, worked as a chambermaid on a lake steamer last year, and hurried away this year to do the same. It is her aim to earn $100. With this sum, and a chance to pay for room and board by giving service, she will pay the coming year's expenses. Because it is especially difficult to obtain good servants in this inland town, there are a few people who are glad to give the college girls such employment. It is my opinion, said Miss Mary E. Woolley, president of Mount Holyoke College, that if a girl with average intelligence and energy wishes a college education, she can obtain it. As far as I know, the girls who have earned money to pay their way through college, at least in part, have accomplished it by tutoring, typewriting, or stenography. Some of them earn pin money while in college by tutoring, typewriting, sewing, summer work in libraries and offices, and in various little ways such as putting up lunches, taking care of rooms, executing commissions, and newspaper work. There are not many opportunities at Mount Holyoke to earn large amounts of money, but pin money may be acquired in many little ways by a girl of ingenuity. The system of compulsory domestic service obtaining now at Mount Holyoke, whereby in return for 30 or at most 50 minutes a day of light household labor, every student reduces her college expenses by $100 or $150, was formerly in use at Wellesley. Now, however, it is confined there to a few colleges. It has no foothold at Bryn Mawr, Smith, and Vassar, or at the affiliated colleges, Barnard and Radcliffe. At city colleges, like the last 2 mentioned, board and lodging cost more than in the country, and in general it is more difficult for a girl to pay any large part of her expenses through her own efforts and carry on her college work at the same time. A number of girls in Barnard are, however, paying for their clothes, books, car fares, etc., by doing what work they can find. Tutoring in Barnard is seldom available for the undergraduates, because the lists are always full of experienced teachers, who can be engaged by the hour. Typewriting is one of the favorite resources. One student has done particularly well as agent for a firm that makes college caps and gowns. Another girl, a Russian Jewess, from the Lower East Side, New York, runs a little sweatshop where she keeps a number of women busy making women's wrappers and children's dresses. She has paid all the expenses of her education in this way. Do any of your students work their way through? Was asked of a Bryn Mawr authority. Some, to a certain extent, was the reply, but not many. The lowest entire expenses of a year are between $400 and $550. This amount includes positively everything. 2 girls may pay part of their expenses by taking charge of the library and by selling stationery, another by distributing the mail, and others by tutoring. Those who tutor receive $1, $1.50, and sometimes a very good one receives $2.50 a lesson. But to earn all of one's way in a college year, and at the same time to keep up in all the studies, is almost impossible, and is not often done. Yet several are able to pay half their way. A similar question put to a Vassar student brought the following response. Why, yes, I know a girl who has a sign on the door of her room, "Dresses pressed," and she earns a good deal of money too. Of course, there are many wealthy girls here who are always having something like that done, and who are willing to pay well for it, and so this girl makes a large sum of money, evenings and Saturdays. There are other girls who are agents for 2 of the great manufacturers of chocolate creams. The girl that plays the piano for the exercises in the gymnasium is paid for that, and some of the girls paint and make fancy articles, which they sell here or send to the stores in New York to be sold. Some of them write for the newspapers and magazines too, and still others have pupils in music, etc. In Poughkeepsie. Yes, there are many great girls who manage to pay most of their expenses. Typewriting, tutoring, assistance rendered in library or laboratory or office furnish help to many a girl who wishes to help herself in nearly every college. Beside these standard employments, teaching in evening schools occasionally offers a good opportunity for steady eking out of means. In many colleges there is opportunity for a girl with taste and cunning fingers to act as a dressmaker, repairer, and general refurnisher to students, with generous allowances. Orders for gymnasium suits and swimming suits mean good profits. The reign of the shirtwaist has been a boon to many, for the well-dressed girl was never known to have enough pretty ones, and by a judicious display of attractive samples, she is easily tempted to enlarge her supply. Then, too, any girl who is at all deft in the art of sewing can make a shirtwaist without a professional knowledge of cutting and fitting. No boy or girl in America today who has good health, good morals, and good grit need despair of getting a college education unless there are extremely unusual reasons against the undertaking. West of the Alleghenies, a college education is accessible to all classes. In most of the state universities, tuition is free. In Kansas, for example, board and a room can be had for $12 a month. The college fees are $5 a year, while the average expenditure of the students does not exceed $200 per annum. In Ohio, the state university has abolished all tuition fees, and most of the denominational colleges demand fees even lower than were customary in New England half a century ago. Partly by reason of the cheapness of a college education in Ohio, that state now sends more students to college than all of New England. Yet, if the total cost is less in the West, on the other hand, the opportunities for self-help are correspondingly more in the East. Every young man or woman should weigh the matter well before concluding that a college education is out of the question. Former President Tucker of Dartmouth says, The student who works his way may do it with ease and profit, or he may be seriously handicapped both by his necessities and the time he is obliged to bestow on outside matters. I have seen the sons of rich men lead in scholarship, and the sons of poor men. Poverty under most of the conditions in which we find it in colleges is a spur. Dartmouth College, I think, furnishes a good example. The greater part of its patronage is from poor men. Without examining the statistics, I should say, from facts that have fallen under my observation, that a larger percentage of Dartmouth men have risen to distinction than those of almost any other American college. The opportunities of today are tenfold what they were half a century ago. Former President Sherman of Cornell says of his early life, "At the age of 13, I left home. I hadn't definite plans as to my future. I merely wanted to get into a village and to earn some money. My father got me a place in the nearest town, Summerside, a village of about 1,000 inhabitants. For my first year's work I was to receive $30 and my board. Think of that, young men of today, $30 a year for working from 7 in the morning until 10 at night. But I was glad to get the place. It was a start in the world, and the little village was like a city to my country eyes. From the time I began working in the store until today, I have always supported myself, and during all the years of my boyhood, I never received a penny that I did not earn myself. At the end of my first year, I went to a larger store in the same town, where I was to receive $60 a year and my board. My salary was doubled. I was getting on swimmingly. I kept this place for 2 years, and then I gave it up, against the wishes of my employer, because I had made up my mind that I wanted to get a better education. I determined to go to college. I did not know how I was going to do this, except that it must be by my own efforts. I have saved about $80 from my storekeeping, and that was all the money I had in the world. When I told my employer of my plan, he tried to dissuade me from it. He pointed out the difficulties in the way of my going to college, and offered to double my pay if I would stay in the store. That was the turning point in my life. In one side was the certainty of $120 a year, and the prospect of promotion as fast as I deserved it. Remember what $120 meant on Prince Edward Island, and to me, a poor boy who had never possessed such a sum in his life. On the other side was my hope of obtaining an education. I knew that it involved hard work and self-denial, and there was the possibility of failure in the end. But my mind was made up. I would not turn back. I need not say that I do not regret that early decision, although I think that I should have made a successful storekeeper. With my capital of $80, I began to attend the village high school. To get my preparation for college, I had only 1 year to do it in. My money would not last longer than that. I recited in Latin, Greek, and algebra, all on the same day, and for the next 40 weeks I studied harder than I ever had before or have since. At the end of the year I entered the competitive examination for a scholarship in Prince of Wales College at Charlottetown on the island. I had small hope of winning it. My preparation had been so hasty and incomplete. But when the result was announced, I found that I had not only won the scholarship from my county, but stood first of all the competitors on the island. The scholarship I had won amounted to only $60 a year. It seems little enough, but I can say now, after nearly 30 years, that the winning of it was the greatest success I ever have had. I have had other rewards, which to most persons would seem immeasurably greater, but with this difference, that first success was essential. Without it, I could not have gone on. The others I could have done without, if it had been necessary. For 2 years young Sherman attended Prince of Wales College. He lived on his scholarship and what he could earn by keeping books for one of the town storekeepers, spending less than $100 during the entire college year. Afterward, he taught a country school for a year, and then went to Acadia College in Nova Scotia to complete his course. One of Mr. Sherman's fellow students in Acadia says that he was remarkable chiefly for taking every prize to which he was eligible. In his senior year, he learned of a scholarship in the University of London offered for competition by the students of Canadian colleges. The scholarship paid $500 a year for 3 years. The young student in Acadia was ambitious to continue his studies in England, and saw in this offer his opportunity. He tried the examination and won the prize, in competition with the brightest students in the larger Canadian colleges. During the 3 years in the University of London, Mr. Sherman became deeply interested in the study of philosophy, and decided that he had found in it his life work. He was eager to go to Germany to study under the great leaders of philosophical thought. A way was opened for him through the offer of the Hubbard Society in London of a traveling fellowship with $2,000 a year. The honor men of the great English universities, like Oxford and Cambridge, were among the competitors, but the poor country boy from Prince Edward Island was again successful, greatly to the surprise of the others. At the end of his course in Germany, Mr. Sherman, then a doctor of philosophy, returned to Acadia College to become a teacher there. Soon afterward, he was called to Dalhousie University at Halifax, Nova Scotia. In 1886, when a chair of philosophy was established at Cornell, President White, who had once met the brilliant young Canadian, called him to that position. 2 years later, Dr. Sherman became dean of the Sage School of Philosophy at Cornell, and in 1892, when the president's chair became vacant, he was placed at the head of the great university. At that time, he was only 38 years of age. A well-known graduate of Amherst College gives the following figures, which to the boy who earnestly wants to go to college are of the most pertinent interest. I entered college with $8.42 in my pocket. During the year I earned $60, received from the college a scholarship of $60, and an additional gift of $20, borrowed $190. My current expenses during my freshman year were $4.50 per week. Besides this, I spent $10.55 for books, $23.45 for clothing, $10.57 for voluntary subscriptions, $15 for railroad fares, $8.24 for sundries. During the next summer, I earned $100. I waited on table at a $4 boarding house all of my sophomore year, and earned half board, retaining my old room at $1 per week. The expenses of the sophomore year were $394.50. I earned during the year, including board, $87.20, received a scholarship of $70, and gifts amounting to $12.50, and borrowed $150, all of which are just covered expenses. In my junior year I engaged a nice furnished room at $60 per year, which I agreed to pay for by work about the house. by clerical work, etc., I earned $37. Also earned full board waiting upon table. Received $70 for a scholarship. $55 from gifts. Borrowed $70, which squared my accounts for the year, accepting $40 due on tuition. The expenses for the year, including, of course, the full value of board, room, and tuition, were $478.76. During the following summer, I earned $40. Throughout the senior year, I retained the same room, under the same conditions as the previous year. I waited on table all the year and received full board. Earned by clerical work, tutoring, etc., $40. Borrowed $40. Secured a scholarship of $70. Took a prize of $25. Received a gift of $35. The expenses of the senior year, $496.64, were necessarily heavier than these of previous years. But having secured a good position as teacher for the coming year, I was permitted to give my note for the amount I could not raise, and so was enabled to graduate without financial embarrassment. The total expense for the course was about $1,708, of which, counting scholarships as earnings, I earned $1,157. 25 of the young men graduated at college not long ago paid their way entirely throughout their courses. It seemed as if they left untried no avenue for earning money. Tutoring, copying, newspaper work, and positions as clerks were well-occupied fields, and painters, drummers, founders, machinists, bicycle agents, and mail carriers were numbered among the 25. In a certain district in Boston, there are 10,000 students. Many of them come from the country and from factory towns. A large number come from the farms of the West. Many of these students are paying for their education by money earned by their own hands. It is said that unearned money does not enrich. The money that a student earns for his own education does enrich his life. It is true gold. Every young man or woman should weigh the matter well before concluding that a college education is out of the question. If Henry Wilson, working early and late on a farm with scarcely any opportunities to go to school, bound out until he was 21 for only a yoke of oxen and 6 sheep, could manage to read 1,000 good books before his time had expired. If the slave Frederick Douglass, on a plantation where it was almost a crime to teach a slave to read, could manage from scraps of paper, posters on barns, and old almanacs, to learn the alphabet and lift himself to eminence, if the poor deaf boy Quito, who made shoes in an almshouse, could become the greatest biblical scholar of his age, where is the boy or girl today, under the American flag, who cannot get a fair education and escape the many disadvantages of ignorance? If a man empties his purse into his head, says Franklin, no man can take it away from him. An investment in knowledge always pays the best interest. End of Chapter 7. How Poor Boys and Girls Go to College. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland.
Chapter 8 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 8. Your opportunity confronts you. What will you do with it? Never before was the opportunity of the educated man so great as today. Never before was there such a demand for the trained man, the man who can do a thing superbly well. At the door of every vocation is a sign out, "Wanted, a man." No matter how many millions are out of employment, the whole world is hunting for a man who can do things, a trained thinker, who can do whatever he undertakes a little better than it has ever before been done. Everywhere it is the educated, the trained man, the man whose natural ability has been enhanced 100-fold by superior training, that is wanted. On all sides we see men with small minds, but who are well educated, pushing ahead of those who have greater capabilities, but who are only half educated. A one-talent man, superbly trained, often gets the place when a man with many untrained or half-trained talents loses it. Never was ignorance placed at such a disadvantage as today. While the opportunities awaiting the educated man, the college graduate, on his entrance into practical life were never before so great and so numerous as today, so also the dangers and temptations which beset him were never before so great, so numerous, so insidious. All education which does not elevate, refine, and ennoble its recipient is a curse instead of a blessing. A liberal education only renders a rascal more dishonest, more dangerous. Educated rascality is infinitely more of a menace to society than ignorant rascality. Every year, thousands of young men and women graduate full of ambition and hope, full of expectancy, go out from the schools, the colleges, and the universities with their diplomas to face for the first time the practical world. There is nothing else, perhaps, which the graduate needs to be cautioned against more than the money madness which has seized the American people, for nothing else is more fatal to the development of the higher, finer instincts and nobler desires. Wealth with us multiplies a man's power so tremendously that everything gravitates toward it. A man's genius, art, what he stands for, is measured largely by how many dollars it will bring. How much can I get for my picture? How much royalty for my book? How much can I get out of my specialty, my profession, my business? How can I make the most money? Or, how can I get rich? Is the great interrogation of the century. How will the graduate, the trained young man or woman answer it? The dollar stands out so strongly in all the undertakings of life that the ideal is often lowered or lost. The artistic suffers. The soul's wings are weighted down with gold. The commercial spirit tends to drag everything down to its dead, sordid level. It is the subtle menace which threatens to poison the graduate's ambition. Whichever way you turn, the dollar mark will swing into your vision. The money god, which nearly everybody worships in some form or other, will tempt you on every hand. Never before was such pressure brought to bear on the trained youth to sell his brains, to coin his ability into dollars, to prostitute his education, as today. The commercial prizes held up to him are so dazzling, so astounding, that it takes a strong, vigorous character to resist their temptation, even when the call in one to do something which bears little relation to money-making speaks very loudly. The song of the money siren today is so persistent, so entrancing, so overwhelming that it often drowns the still small voice which bids one follow the call that runs in his blood, that is indicated in the very structure in his brain. Tens of thousands of young people just out of school and college stand tiptoe on the threshold of active life, with high ideals and glorious visions, full of hope and big with promise, but many of them will very quickly catch the money contagion. The fatal germ will spread throughout their whole natures, inoculating their ambition with its vicious virus, and after a few years their fair college vision will fade, their yearnings for something higher will gradually die and be replaced by material, sordid, selfish ideals. The most unfortunate day in a youth's career is that one on which his ideals begin to grow dim and his high standards begin to drop. That day on which is born in him the selfish money-making germ, which so often warps and wrenches the whole nature out of its legitimate orbit. You will need to be constantly on your guard to resist the attack of this germ. After you graduate and go out into the world, powerful influences will be operative in your life, tending to deteriorate your standards, lower your ideals, and encoarsen you generally. When you plunge into the swim of things, you will be constantly thrown into contact with those of lower ideals, who are actuated by sordid, selfish aims. Then dies the man, the woman in you, unless you are made of superior stuff. What a contrast that high and noble thing which the college diploma stands for presents to that which many owners of the diploma stand for a quarter of a century later. It is often difficult to recognize any relationship between the two. American Indian graduates are so transformed by the inspiring, uplifting influences of the schools and colleges which are educating them that they are scarcely recognizable by their own tribes when they return home, very quickly begin to change under the deteriorating influences operating upon them when they leave college. They soon begin to shed their polish, their fine manners, their improved language, and general culture. The Indian blanket replaces their modern dress, and they gradually drift back into their former barbarism. They become Indians again. The influences that will surround you when you leave college or your special training school will be as potent to drag you down as those that cause the young Indian to revert to barbarism. The shock you will receive in dropping from the atmosphere of high ideals and beautiful promise in which you have lived for 4 years to that of a very practical, cold, sordid materiality will be a severe test to your character, your manhood. But the graduate whose training, whose education counts for anything, ought to be able to resist the shock, to withstand all temptations. The educated man ought to be able to do something better, something higher than merely to put money in his purse. Money making cannot compare with man making. There is something infinitely better than to be a millionaire of money, and that is to be a millionaire of brains, of culture, of helpfulness to one's fellows, a millionaire of character, a gentleman. Whatever degrees you carry from school or college, whatever distinction you may acquire in your career, no title will ever mean quite so much, will ever be quite so noble as that of gentleman. A keen and sure sense of honor, says ex-President Eliot of Harvard University, is the finest result of college life. The graduate who has not acquired this keen and sure sense of honor, this thing that stamps the gentleman, misses the best thing that a college education can impart. Your future fortunate graduate, like a great block of pure white marble, stands untouched before you. You hold the chisel and mallet, your ability, your education, in your hands. There is something in the block for you, and it lives in your ideal. Shall it be angel or devil? What are your ideals as you stand tiptoe on the threshold of active life? Will you smite the block and shatter it into an unshapely, hideous piece? Or will you call out a statue of usefulness, of grace and beauty, a statue which will tell the unborn generations the story of a noble life? Great advantages bring great responsibilities. You cannot divorce them. A liberal education greatly increases a man's obligations. There is coupled with it a responsibility which you cannot shirk without paying the penalty in a shriveled soul, a stunted mentality, a warped conscience, and a narrow field of usefulness. It is more of a disgrace for a college graduate to grovel, to stoop to mean, low practices, than for a man who has not had a liberal education. The educated man has gotten a glimpse of power, of grander things, and is expected to look up, not down, to aspire, not to grovel. We cannot help feeling that it is worse for a man to go wrong who has had all the benefits of a liberal education than it is for one who has not had glimpses of higher things, who has not had similar advantages, because where much is given, much is expected. The world has a right to expect that wherever there is an educated, trained man, people should be able to say of him, as Lincoln said of Walt Whitman, "There goes a man." The world has a right to expect that the graduate, having once faced the light and felt its power, will not turn his back on it, that he will not disgrace his alma mater, which has given him his superior chance in life, and opened wide for him the door of opportunity. It has a right to expect that a man who has learned how to use skillfully the tools of life will be an artist and not an artisan, that he will not stop growing. Society has a right to look to the collegian to be a refining, uplifting force in his community, an inspiration to those who have not had his priceless chance. It is justified in expecting that he will raise the standard of intelligence in his community, that he will illustrate in his personality, his finer culture, the possible glory of life. It has a right to expect that he will not be a victim of the narrowing, cramping influence of avarice, that he will not be a slave of the dollar or stoop to a greedy, grasping career, that he will be free from the sordidness which often characterizes the rich ignoramus. If you have the ability and have been given superior opportunities, it simply means that you have a great commission to do something out of the ordinary for your fellows, a special message for humanity. If the torch of learning has been put in your hand, its significance is that you should light up the way for the less fortunate. If you have received the message which carries freedom for people enslaved by ignorance and bigotry, you have no right to suppress it. Your education means an increased obligation to live your life up to the level of your gift, your superior opportunity. Your duty is to deliver your message to the world with all the manliness, vigor, and force you possess. What shall we think of a man who has been endowed with godlike gifts, who has had the inestimable advantage of a liberal education, who has ability to ameliorate the hard conditions of his fellows, to help to emancipate them from ignorance and drudgery? What shall we think of this man, so divinely endowed, so superbly equipped, who, instead of using his education to lift his fellow men, uses it to demoralize, to drag them down, who employs his talents in the book he writes, in the picture he paints, in his business, whatever it may be, to mislead, to demoralize, to debauch, who uses his light as a decoy, to lure his fellows on the rocks and reefs, instead of as a beacon to guide them into port? We imprison the burglar for breaking into our houses and stealing, but what shall we do with the educated rascal who uses his trained mind and all his gifts to ruin the very people who look up to him as a guide. The greatest thing you can do is to be what you ought to be. A great man has said that no man will be content to live a half life, when he has once discovered it is a half life, because the other half, the higher half, will haunt him. Your superior training has given you a glimpse of the higher life. Never lose sight of your college vision. Do not permit yourself to be influenced by the maxims of a low, sordid prudence, which will be dinned into your ears wherever you go. Regard the very suggestion that you shall coin your education, your high ideals into dollars, that you lower your standards, prostitute your education by the practice of low-down, sordid methods, as an insult. Say to yourself, if the highest thing in me will not bring success, surely the lowest, the worst, cannot. The mission of the trained man is to show the world a higher, finer type of manhood. The world has a right to expect better results from the work of the educated man, something finer, of a higher grade and better quality than from the man who lacks early training, the man who has discovered only a small part of himself. Pretty good, fairly good, applied either to character or to work, are bad mottos for an educated man. You should be able to demonstrate that the man with a diploma has learned to use the tools of life skillfully, has learned how to focus his faculties so that he can bring the whole man to his task and not a part of himself. Low ideals, slipshod work, aimless systemlessness, half-hearted endeavors should have no place in your program. It is a disgrace for a man with a liberal education to botch his work, demoralize his ideals, discredit his teachers, dishonor the institution which has given him his chance to be a superior man. Keep your eye on the model. Don't watch your hands, is the injunction of a great master as he walks up and down among his pupils, criticizing their work. The trouble with most of us is that we do not keep our eyes on the model. We lose our earlier vision. A liberal education ought to broaden a man's mind so that he will be able to keep his eye always on the model, the perfect ideal of his work, uninfluenced by the 1,001 petty annoyances, bickerings, misunderstandings, and discords which destroy much of the efficiency of narrower, less cultivated minds. The graduate ought to be able to rise above these things, so that he can use all his brain power and energy and fling the weight of his entire being into work that is worthwhile. After the withdrawal of a play that has only been a short time on the stage, we often read this comment: an artistic success, but a financial failure. While an education should develop all that is highest and best in a man, it should also make him a practical man, not a financial failure. Be sure that you possess your knowledge, that your knowledge does not possess you. The mere possession of a diploma will only hold you up to ridicule, will only make you more conspicuous as a failure. If you cannot bring your education to a focus and utilize it in a practical way. Knowledge is power only when it can be made available, practical. Only what you can use of your education will benefit you or the world. The great question which confronts you in the practical world is, what can you do with what you know? Can you transmute your knowledge into power? Your ability to read your Latin diploma is not a test of true education. A stuffed memory does not make an educated man. The knowledge that can be utilized, that can be translated into power, constitutes the only education worthy of the name. There are thousands of college-bred men in this country who are loaded down with knowledge that they have never been able to utilize, to make available for working purposes. There is a great difference between absorbing knowledge, making a sponge of one's brain, and transmuting every bit of knowledge into power, into working capital. As the silkworm transmutes the mulberry leaf into satin, so you should transmute your knowledge into practical wisdom. There is no situation in life in which the beneficent influence of a well-assimilated education will not make itself felt. The college man ought to be a superior figure anywhere. The consciousness of being well educated should put one at ease in any society. The knowledge that one's mentality has been broadened out by college training, that one has discovered his possibilities, not only adds wonderfully to one's happiness, but also increases one's self-confidence immeasurably. And self-confidence is the lever that moves the world. On every hand we see men of good ability who feel crippled all their lives and are often mortified by having to confess, by the poverty of their language, their sordid ideals, their narrow outlook on life, that they are not educated. The superbly trained man can go through the world with his head up and feel conscious that he is not likely to play the ignoramus in any company, or be mortified or pained by ignorance of matters which every well-informed person is supposed to know. This assurance of knowledge multiplies self-confidence and gives infinite satisfaction. In other words, a liberal education makes a man think a little more of himself, feel a little surer of himself, have more faith in himself, because he has discovered himself. There is also great satisfaction in the knowledge that one has not neglected the unfoldment, the expansion of his mind, that he has not let the impressionable years of youth go by unimproved. But the best thing you carry from your alma mater is not what you there prized most, not your knowledge of the sciences, languages, literature, art. It is something infinitely more sacred, of greater value than all these, and that is your aroused ambition, your discovery of yourself, of your powers, of your possibilities, your resolution to be a little more of a man, to play a manly part in life, to do the greatest, grandest thing possible to you. This will mean infinitely more to you than all you have learned from books or lectures. The most precious thing of all, however, if you have made the most of your chance, is the uplift, encouragement, inspiration, which you have absorbed from your teachers, from your associations. This is the embodiment of the college spirit, the spirit of your alma mater. It is that which should make you reach up as well as on, which should make you aspire instead of grovel, look up instead of down. The graduate should regard his education as a sacred trust. He should look upon it as a power to be used, not alone for his advancement or for his own selfish ends, but for the betterment of all mankind. As a matter of fact, things are so arranged in this world that no one can use his divine gift for himself alone and get the best out of it. To try to keep it would be as foolish as for the farmer to hoard his seed corn in a bin instead of giving it to the earth, for fear he would never get it back. The man who withholds the giving of himself to the world does it at his peril, at the cost of mental and moral penury. The way to get the most out of ourselves, or out of life, is not to try to sell ourselves for the highest possible price, but to give ourselves. not stingily, meanly, but royally, magnanimously, to our fellows. If the rosebud should try to retain all of its sweetness and beauty locked within its petals and refuse to give it out, it would be lost. It is only by flinging them out to the world that their fullest development is possible. The man who tries to keep his education, his superior advantages, for himself, who is always looking out for the main chance, only shrivels and strangles the very faculties he would develop. The trouble with most of us is that, in our efforts to sell ourselves for selfish ends or for the most dollars, we impoverish our own lives, stifle our better natures. The graduate should show the world that he has something in him too sacred to be tampered with, something marked "not for sale," a sacred something that bribery cannot touch, that influence cannot buy. You should so conduct yourself that everyone will see that there is something in you that would repel as an insult the very suggestion that you could be bought or bribed or influenced to stoop to anything low or questionable. The college man who is cursed with commonness, who gropes along in mediocrity, who lives a shiftless, selfish life, and does not lift up his head and show that he has made the most of his great privileges, disgraces the institution that gave him his chance. You have not learned the best lesson from your school or college if you have not discovered the secret of making life a glory instead of a sordid grind. When you leave your alma mater, my young friend, whatever your vocation, do not allow all that is finest within you, your high ideals and noble purposes, to be suffocated, strangled, in the everlasting scramble for the dollar. Put beauty into your life. Do not let your aesthetic faculties, your aspiring instincts, be atrophied in your efforts to make a living. Do not, as thousands of graduates do, sacrifice your social instincts, your friendships, your good name for power or position. Whether you make money or lose it, never sell your divine heritage, your good name, for a mess of pottage. Whatever you do, be larger than your vocation. Never let it be said of you that you succeeded in your vocation but failed as a man. When William Story, the sculptor, was asked to make a speech at the unveiling of his great statue of George Peabody in London, he simply pointed to the statue and said, "That is my speech." So conduct yourself that your life shall need no eulogy in words. Let it be its own eulogy. Let your success tell to the world the story of a noble career. However much money you may accumulate, carry your greatest wealth with you in a clean record and unsullied reputation. Then you will not need houses or lands or stocks or bonds to testify to a rich life. Never before did an Chapter 9 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 9. Round Boys in Square Holes. The high prize of life, the crowning fortune of a man, is to be born with a bias to some pursuit which finds him in employment and happiness. Emerson. There is hardly a poet, artist, philosopher, or man of science mentioned in the history of the human intellect whose genius was not opposed by parents, guardians, or teachers. In these cases, nature seems to have triumphed by direct interposition, to have insisted on her darlings having their rights, and encouraged disobedience, secrecy, falsehood, even flight from home and occasional vagabondism, rather than the world should lose what it cost her so much pains to produce. E. P. Whipple. I hear a voice you cannot hear, which says, I must not stay. I see a hand you cannot see, which beckons me away. Tickle. James Watt. I never saw such an idle young fellow as you are, said his grandmother. Do take a book and employ yourself usefully. For the last half hour you have not spoken a single word. Do you know what you have been doing all this time? Why, you have taken off and replaced and taken off again the teapot lid, and you have held alternately in the steam first a saucer and then a spoon, and you have busied yourself in examining and collecting together the little drops formed by the condensation of the steam on the surface of the china and the silver. Now, are you not ashamed to waste your time in this disgraceful manner? The world has certainly gained much through the old lady's failure to tell James how he could employ his time to better advantage. But I'm good for something, pleaded a young man whom a merchant was about to discharge for his bluntness. You are good for nothing as a salesman, said his employer. I am sure I can be useful, said the youth. How? Tell me how. I don't know, sir. I don't know. Nor do I, said the merchant, laughing at the earnestness of his clerk. Only, don't put me away, sir. Don't put me away. Try me at something besides selling. I cannot sell. I know I cannot sell. I know that too, said the principal. That is what is wrong. But how can I make myself useful somehow? Persisted the young man. I know I can. He was placed in the counting house, where his aptitude for figures soon showed itself, and in a few years he became not only chief cashier in the large store, but an eminent accountant. You cannot look into a cradle and read the secret message traced by a divine hand and wrapped up in that bit of clay, any more than you can see the North Star in the magnetic needle. God has loaded the needle of that young life so it will point to the star of its own destiny, and though you may pull it around by artificial advice and unnatural education, and compel it to point to the star which presides over poetry, art, law, medicine, or whatever your own pet calling is until you have wasted years of a precious life, yet, when once free, the needle flies back to its own star. Rue it as he may, repent it as he often does, says Robert Waters. The man of genius is drawn by an irresistible impulse to the occupation for which he was created, no matter by what difficulties surrounded, no matter how unpromising the prospect. This occupation is the only one which he will pursue with interest and pleasure. When his efforts fail to procure means of subsistence, and he finds himself poor and neglected, he may, like Burns, often look back with a sigh and think how much better off he would be had he pursued some other occupation, but he will stick to his favorite pursuit nevertheless. Civilization will mark its highest tide when every man has chosen his proper work. No man can be ideally successful until he has found his place. Like a locomotive, he is strong on the track, but weak anywhere else. Like a boat on a river, says Emerson, every boy runs against obstructions on every side but one. On that side, all obstruction is taken away, and he sweeps serenely over a deepening channel into an infinite sea. Only a Dickens can write the history of boy slavery, of boys whose aspirations and longings have been silenced forever by ignorant parents, of boys persecuted as lazy, stupid, or fickle simply because they were out of their places, of square boys forced into round holes and oppressed because they did not fit, of boys compelled to pore over dry theological books when the voice within continually cried, law, medicine, art, science, or business, of boys tortured because they were not enthusiastic in employments which they loathed, and against which every fiber of their being was uttering perpetual protest. It is often a narrow selfishness in a father which leads him to wish his son a reproduction of himself. You are trying to make that boy another you. One is enough, said Emerson. John Jacob Astor's father wished his son to be his successor as a butcher, but the instinct of commercial enterprise was too strong in the future merchant. Nature never duplicates men. She breaks the pattern at every birth. The magic combination is never used but once. Frederick the Great was terribly abused because he had a passion for art and music, and did not care for military drill. His father hated the fine arts and imprisoned him. He even contemplated killing his son, but his own death placed Frederick on the throne at the age of 28. This boy, who, because he loved art and music, was thought good for nothing, made Prussia one of the greatest nations of Europe. How stupid and clumsy is the blinking eagle at perch, but how keen his glance, how steady and true his curves, when turning his powerful wing against the clear blue sky. Ignorant parents compelled the boy Arkwright to become a barber's apprentice, but nature had locked up in his brain a cunning device destined to bless humanity and to do the drudgery of millions of England's poor. So he must needs say, hands off, even to his parents, as Christ said to his mother, "Wist ye not that I must be about my Father's business?" Galileo was set apart for a physician, but when compelled to study anatomy and physiology, he would hide his Euclid and Archimedes and stealthily work out the abstruse problems. He was only 18 when he discovered the principle of the pendulum in a lamp left swinging in the cathedral at Pisa. He invented both the microscope and telescope, enlarging knowledge of the vast and minute alike. The parents of Michelangelo had declared that no son of theirs should ever follow the discreditable profession of an artist, and even punished him for covering the walls and furniture with sketches. But the fire burning in his breast was kindled by the divine artist, and would not let him rest until he had immortalized himself in the architecture of St. Peter's, in the marble of his Moses, and on the walls of the Sistine Chapel. Pascal's father determined that his son should teach the dead languages, but the voice of mathematics drowned every other call, haunting the boy until he laid aside his grammar for Euclid. The father of Joshua Reynolds rebuked his son for drawing pictures, and wrote on one, "Done by Joshua out of pure idleness." Yet this idle boy became one of the founders of the Royal Academy. Turner was intended for a barber in Maiden Lane, but became the greatest landscape painter of modern times. Claude Lorraine, the painter, was apprenticed to a pastry cook. Moliere, the author, to an upholsterer, and Guido, the famous painter of Aurora, was sent to a music school. Schiller was sent to study surgery in the military school at Stuttgart, but in secret he produced his first play, The Robbers, the first performance of which he had to witness in disguise. The irksomeness of his prison-like school so galled him and his longing for authorship so allured him that he ventured penniless into the inhospitable world of letters. A kind lady aided him, and soon he produced the two splendid dramas which made him immortal. The physician Handel wished his son to become a lawyer, and so tried to discourage his fondness for music. But the boy got an old spinet and practiced on it secretly in a hayloft. When the doctor visited a brother in the service of the Duke of Weissenfeld's, he took his son with him. The boy wandered unobserved to the organ in a chapel, and soon had a private concert under full blast. The Duke happened to hear the performance, and wondered who could possibly combine so much melody with so much evident unfamiliarity with the instrument. The boy was brought before him, and the Duke, instead of blaming him for disturbing the organ, praised his performance, and persuaded Dr. Handel to let his son follow his bent. Daniel Defoe had been a trader, a soldier, a merchant, a secretary, a factory manager, a commissioner's accountant, an envoy, and an author of several indifferent books before he wrote his masterpiece, Robinson Crusoe. Wilson, the ornithologist, failed in 5 different professions before he found his place. Erskine spent 4 years in the Navy, and then, in the hope of more rapid promotion, joined the army. After serving more than 2 years, he one day, out of curiosity, attended a court in the town where his regiment was quartered. The presiding judge, an acquaintance, invited Erskine to sit near him, and said that the pleaders at the bar were among the most eminent lawyers of Great Britain. Erskine took their measure as they spoke, and believed he could excel them. He at once began the study of law, in which he eventually soon stood alone as the greatest forensic orator of his country. A.T. Stewart studied for the ministry and became a teacher before he drifted into his proper calling as a merchant, through the accident of having lent money to a friend. The latter, with failure imminent, insisted that his creditor should take the shop as the only means of securing the money. "Jonathan," said Mr. Chase, when his son told of having nearly fitted himself for college, "thou shalt go down to the machine shop on Monday morning." It was many years before Jonathan escaped from the shop, to work his way up to the position of a man of great influence as a United States Senator from Rhode Island. It has been well said that if God should commission 2 angels, one to sweep a street crossing and the other to rule an empire, they could not be induced to exchange callings. Not less true is it that he who feels that God has given him a particular work to do can be happy only when earnestly engaged in its performance. Happy the youth who finds the place which his dreams have pictured. If he does not fill that place, he will not fill any to the satisfaction of himself or others. Nature never lets a man rest until he has found his place. She haunts him and drives him until all his faculties give their consent and he falls into his proper niche. A parent might just as well decide that the magnetic needle will point to Venus or Jupiter without trying it, as to decide what profession his son shall adopt. What a ridiculous exhibition a great truck horse would make on the racetrack! Yet this is no more incongruous than the popular idea that law, medicine, and theology are the only desirable professions. How ridiculous, too, for 52% of our American college graduates to study law. How many young men become poor clergymen by trying to imitate their fathers, who were good ones, of poor doctors and lawyers for the same reason. The country is full of men who are out of place, disappointed, soured, ruined, out of office, out of money, out of credit, out of courage, out at elbows, out in the cold, The fact is, nearly every college graduate who succeeds in the true sense of the word prepares himself in school, but makes himself after he is graduated. The best thing his teachers have taught him is how to study. The moment he is beyond the college walls, he ceases to use books and helps which do not feed him, and seizes upon those that do. We must not jump to the conclusion that because a man has not succeeded in what he has really tried to do with all his might, he cannot succeed at anything. Look at a fish floundering on the sand as though he would tear himself to pieces. But look again. A huge wave breaks higher up the beach and covers the unfortunate creature. The moment his fins feel the water, he is himself again, and darts like a flash through the waves. His fins mean something now, while before they beat the air and earth in vain, a hindrance instead of a help. If you fail after doing your level best, examine the work attempted, and see if it really be in the line of your bent or power of achievement. Cowper failed as a lawyer. He was so timid that he could not plead a case. But he wrote some of our finest poems. Molière found that he was not adapted to the work of a lawyer, but he left a great name in literature. Voltaire and Petrarch abandoned the law, the former choosing philosophy, the latter poetry. Cromwell was a farmer until 40 years old. Very few of us, before we reach our teens, show great genius or even remarkable talent for any line of work or study. The great majority of boys and girls, even when given all the latitude and longitude heart could desire, find it very difficult before their 15th or even before their 20th year to decide what to do for a living. Each knocks at the portals of the mind, demanding a wonderful aptitude for some definite line of work, but it is not there. That is no reason why the duty at hand should be put off, or why the labor that naturally falls to one's lot should not be done well. Samuel Smiles was trained to a profession which was not to his taste, yet he practiced it so faithfully that it helped him to authorship, for which he was well fitted. Fidelity to the work or everyday duties at hand, and a genuine feeling of responsibility to our parents or employers, ourselves, and our God, will eventually bring most of us into the right niches at the proper time. Garfield would not have become president if he had not previously been a zealous teacher, a responsible soldier, a conscientious statesman. Neither Lincoln nor Grant started as a baby with a precocity for the White House or an irresistible genius for ruling men. So no one should be disappointed because he was not endowed with tremendous gifts in the cradle. His business is to do the best he can wherever his lot may be cast, and advance at every honorable opportunity in the direction towards which the inward monitor points. Let duty be the guiding star, and success will surely be the crown, to the full measure of one's ability and industry. What career, what shall my life's work be? If instinct and heart ask for carpentry, be a carpenter. If for medicine, be a physician. With a firm choice and earnest work, a young man or woman cannot help but succeed. But if there be no instinct, or if it be weak or faint, one should choose cautiously along the line of his best adaptability and opportunity. No one need doubt that the world has use for him. True success lies in acting well your part, and this everyone can do. Better be a first-rate hod carrier than a second-rate anything. The world has been very kind to many who were once known as dunces or blockheads, after they have become very successful. but it was very cross to them, while they were struggling through discouragement and misinterpretation. Give every boy and girl a fair chance and reasonable encouragement, and do not condemn them because of even a large degree of downright stupidity, for many so-called good-for-nothing boys, blockheads, numbskulls, dullards, or dunces were only boys out of their places, round boys forced into square holes. Wellington was considered a dunce by his mother. At Eton he was called dull, idle, slow, and was about the last boy in school of whom anything was expected. He showed no talent and had no desire to enter the army. His industry and perseverance were his only redeeming characteristics in the eyes of his parents and teachers. But at 46 he had defeated the greatest general living, except himself. Goldsmith was the laughing-stock of his schoolmasters. He was graduated wooden spoon, a college name for a dunce. He tried to enter a class in surgery, but was rejected. He was driven to literature. Goldsmith found himself totally unfit for the duties of a physician. But who else could have written the Vicar of Wakefield or the Deserted Village? Dr. Johnson found him very poor and about to be arrested for debt. He made Goldsmith give him the manuscript of the Vicar of Wakefield and sold it to the publishers and paid the debt. This manuscript made its author famous. Robert Clive bore the name of dunce and reprobate at school, but at 32, with 3,000 men, he defeated 50,000 at Plassey and laid the foundation of the British Empire in India. Sir Walter Scott was called a blockhead by his teacher. When Byron happened to get ahead of his class, the master would say, "Now, Geordie, let me see how soon you will be at the foot again." Young Linnaeus was called by his teachers almost a blockhead. Not finding him fit for the church, his parents sent him to college to study medicine. But the silent teacher within, greater and wiser than all others, led him to the fields, and neither sickness, misfortune, nor poverty could drive him from the study of botany, the choice of his heart, and he became the greatest botanist of his age. Richard B. Sheridan's mother tried in vain to teach him the most elementary studies. The mother's death aroused slumbering talents, as has happened in hundreds of cases, and he became one of the most brilliant men of his age. Samuel Drew was one of the dullest and most listless boys in his neighborhood. Yet after an accident by which he nearly lost his life, and after the death of his brother, he became so studious and industrious that he could not bear to lose a moment. He read at every meal, using all the time he could get for self-improvement. He said that Paine's Age of Reason made him an author, for it was by his attempt to refuse its arguments that he was first known as a strong, vigorous writer. It has been well said that no man ever made an ill figure who understood his own talents, nor a good one who mistook them. End of chapter 9. Round Boys in Square Holes. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 10 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 10. What career? Brutes find out where their talents lie. A bear will not attempt to fly. A foundered horse will oft debate before he tries a 5-barred gate. A dog by instinct turns aside, who sees the ditch too deep and wide. But man we find the only creature who, led by folly, combats nature, who, when she loudly cries, "Forbear!" with obstinacy fixes there, and where his genius least inclines, absurdly bends his whole designs. Swift. The crowning fortune of a man is to be born to some pursuit which finds him in employment and happiness, whether it be to make baskets or broadswords, or canals, or statues, or songs. Emerson. Whatever you are by nature, keep to it. Never desert your line of talent. Be what nature intended you for, and you will succeed. Be anything else, and you will be 10,000 times worse than nothing. Sydney Smith. Every man has got a fort, said Artemus Ward. It's some men's fort to do one thing, and some other men's fort to do another, while there is numerous shiftless critters going round loose whose fort is not to do nothing. Twice I've endeavored to do things which they wasn't my fort. The first time was when I undertook to lick old Dash's cuss, who cut a hole in my tent and crawled through. Says I, "My gentle sir, go out, or I shall fall unto you pretty heavy." Says he, "Wade in, old wax figures." Whereupon I went for him, but he caught me powerful on the head and knocked me through the tent into the cow pasture. He pursued the attack and flung me into a mud puddle. As I arose and wrung out my drenched garments, I concluded fitting wasn't my fort. It'll now rise the curtain upon scene second. It is rarely seldom that I seek consolation in the flowing bowl, but in a certain town in Indiana, in the fall of 18, my Orison grinder got sick with the fever and died. I never felt so ashamed in my life, and I thought I'd hissed in a few swallows of something strengthening. Consequence was, I hissed so much I didn't exactly know whereabouts I was. I turned my living wild beasts of prey loose into the streets and split all my waxworks. I then bet I could play hoss, so I hitched myself to a canal boat, there being 2 other hosses behind and another ahead of me. But the hosses being unused on such an arrangement, begun to kick and squeal and rear up. Consequence was, I was kicked violently in the stomach and the back, and presently I found myself in the canal with the other hosses kicking and yelling like a tribe of Cuscaroos savages. I was rescued, and as I was being carried to the tavern on a hemlock board, I said in a feeble voice, "Boys, playing hoss isn't my fort." Moral. Never don't do nothing which isn't your fort, for if you do, you'll find yourself splashing round in the canal, figuratively speaking. The following advertisement, which appeared day after day in a Western paper, did not bring a single reply. Wanted. Situation by a practical printer, who is competent to take charge of any department in a printing and publishing house. Would accept a professorship in any of the academies. Has no objection to teach ornamental painting and penmanship, geometry, trigonometry, and many other sciences. Has had some experience as a lay preacher. Would have no objection to form a small class of young ladies and gentlemen to instruct them in the higher branches. To a dentist or chiropodist, he would be invaluable. Or he would cheerfully accept a position as bass or tenor singer in a choir. At length there appeared this addition to the notice. P.S. Will accept an offer to saw and split wood at less than the usual rates. This secured a situation at once, and the advertisement was seen no more. Your talent is your call. Your legitimate destiny speaks in your character. If you have found your place, your occupation has the consent of every faculty of your being. If possible, Choose that occupation which focuses the largest amount of your experience and tastes. You will then not only have a congenial vocation, but also will utilize largely your skill and business knowledge, which is your true capital. Follow your bent. You cannot long fight successfully against your aspirations. Parents, friends, or misfortune may stifle and suppress the longings of the heart by compelling you to perform unwelcome tasks. But, like a volcano, the inner fire will burst the crusts which confine it, and will pour forth its pent-up genius in eloquence, in song, in art, or in some favorite industry. Beware of a talent which you cannot hope to practice in perfection. Nature hates all botched and half-finished work, and will pronounce her curse upon it. Better be the Napoleon of bootblacks, or the Alexander of chimney sweeps, let us say with Matthew Arnold, than a shallow-brained attorney who, like necessity, knows no law. Half the world seems to have found uncongenial occupation, as though the human race had been shaken up together and exchanged places in the operation. A servant girl is trying to teach, and a natural teacher is tending store. Good farmers are murdering the law, while Choates and Websters are running down farms, each tortured by the consciousness of unfulfilled destiny. Boys are pining in factories, who should be wrestling with Greek and Latin, and hundreds are chafing beneath unnatural loads in college, who should be on the farm or before the mast. Artists are spreading daubs on canvas, who should be whitewashing board fences. Behind counters stand clerks who hate the yardstick and neglect their work to dream of other occupations. A good shoemaker writes a few verses for the village paper. His friends call him a poet, and the last, with which he is familiar, is abandoned for the pen, which he uses awkwardly. Other shoemakers are cobbling in Congress, while statesmen are pounding shoe lasts. Laymen are murdering sermons, while Beechers and Whitefields are failing as merchants, and people are wondering what can be the cause of empty pews. A boy who is always making something with tools is railroaded through the university and started on the road to inferiority in one of the 3 honorable professions. Real surgeons are handling the meat saw and cleaver, while butchers are amputating human limbs. How fortunate that there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. He that hath a trade, says Franklin, hath an estate, and he that hath a calling hath a place of profit and honor. A plowman on his legs is higher than a gentleman on his knees. A man's business does more to make him than anything else. It hardens his muscles, strengthens his body, quickens his blood, sharpens his mind, corrects his judgment, wakes up his inventive genius, puts his wits to work, starts him on the race of life, arouses his ambition, makes him feel that he is a man and must fill a man's shoes, do a man's work, bear a man's part in life, and show himself a man in that part. No man feels himself a man who is not doing a man's business. A man without employment is not a man. He does not prove by his works that he is a man. 150 pounds of bone and muscle do not make a man. A good cranium full of brains is not a man. The bone and muscle and brain must know how to do a man's work, think a man's thoughts, mark out a man's path, and bear a man's weight of character and duty before they constitute a man. Go-at-itiveness is the first requisite for success. Stick-to-itiveness is the second. Under ordinary circumstances, and with practical common sense to guide him, one who has these requisites will not fail. Don't wait for a higher position or a larger salary. Enlarge the position you already occupy. Put originality of method into it. Fill it as if it never was filled before. Be more prompt, more energetic, more thorough, more polite than your predecessor or fellow workmen. Study your business, devise new modes of operation, be able to give your employer points. The art lies not in giving satisfaction merely, not in simply filling your place, but in doing better than was expected, in surprising your employer, and the reward will be a better place and a larger salary. When out of work, take the first respectable job that offers, heeding not the disproportion between your faculties and your task. If you put your manhood into your labor, you will soon be given something better to do. This question of a right aim in life has become exceedingly perplexing in our complicated age. It is not a difficult problem to solve when one is the son of a Zulu or the daughter of a Bedouin. The condition of the savage hardly admits of but one choice, but as one rises higher in the scale of civilization and creeps nearer to the great centers of activity, the difficulty of a correct decision increases with its importance. In proportion as one is hard pressed in competition, is it of sternest necessity for him to choose the right aim, so as to be able to throw the whole of his energy and enthusiasm into the struggle for success. The dissipation of strength or hope is fatal to prosperity, even in the most attractive field. Gladstone says there is a limit to the work that can be got out of a human body or a human brain, and he is a wise man who wastes no energy on pursuits for which he is not fitted. Blessed is he who has found his work, says Carlyle. Let him ask no other blessedness. He has a work, a life purpose. He has found it and will follow it. In choosing an occupation, do not ask yourself how you can make the most money or gain the most notoriety, but choose that work which will call out all your powers and develop your manhood into the greatest strength and symmetry. Not money, not notoriety, not fame even, but power is what you want. Manhood is greater than wealth, grander than fame. Character is greater than any career. Each faculty must be educated, and any deficiency in its training will appear in whatever you do. The hand must be educated to be graceful, steady, and strong. The eye must be educated to be alert, discriminating, and microscopic. The heart must be educated to be tender, sympathetic, and true. The memory must be drilled for years in accuracy, retention, and comprehensiveness. The world does not demand that you be a lawyer, minister, doctor, farmer, scientist, or merchant. It does not dictate what you shall do, but it does require that you be a master in whatever you undertake. If you are a master in your line, the world will applaud you, and all doors will fly open to you. But it condemns all botches, abortions, and failures. Whoever is well educated to discharge the duty of a man, says Rousseau, cannot be badly prepared to fill any of those offices that have relation to him. It matters little to me whether my pupils be designed for the army, the pulpit, or the bar. Nature has designed us to the offices of human life antecedent to our destination concerning society. To live is the profession I would teach him. When I have done with him, it is true he will be neither a soldier, a lawyer, nor a divine. Let him first be a man. Fortune may remove him from one rank to another as she pleases. He will be always found in his place. In the great race of life, common sense has the right of way. Wealth, a diploma, a pedigree, talent, genius, without tact and common sense, cut but a small figure. The incapables and the impracticables, though loaded with diplomas and degrees, are left behind.
Not what do you know, or who are you, but what are you? What can you do? Is the interrogation of the century. George Herbert has well said, "What we are is much more to us than what we do." An aim that carries in it the least element of doubt as to its justice or honor or right should be abandoned at once. The art of dishing up the wrong so as to make it look and taste like the right has never been more extensively cultivated than in our day. It is a curious fact that reason will, on pressure, overcome a man's instinct of right. An eminent scientist has said that a man could soon reason himself out of the instinct of decency, if he would only take pains and work hard enough. So, when a doubtful but attractive future is placed before one, there is a great temptation to juggle with the wrong until it seems the right. Yet any aim that is immoral carries in itself the germ of certain failure, in the real sense of the word, failure that is physical and spiritual. There is no doubt that every person has a special adaptation for his own peculiar part in life. A very few geniuses, we call them, have this marked in an unusual degree, and very early in life.
Madame de Staël was engrossed in political philosophy at an age when other girls are dressing dolls. Mozart, when but 4 years old, played the clavichord and composed minuets and other pieces still extant. The little charmers, with solemn air and earnest gestures, would preach often from a stool in the nursery. Goethe wrote tragedies at 12, and Grotius published an able philosophical work before he was 15. Pope lisped in numbers. Chatterton wrote good poems at 11, and Cowley published a volume of poetry in his 16th year. Thomas Lawrence and Benjamin West drew likenesses almost as soon as they could walk. Liszt played in public at 12. Canova made models in clay while a mere child. Bacon exposed the defects in Aristotle's philosophy when but 16. Napoleon was at the head of armies when throwing snowballs at Brienne. All these showed their bent while young, and followed it in active life. But precocity is not common, and except in rare cases, we must discover the bias in our natures, and not wait for the proclivity to make itself manifest. When found, it is worth more to us than a vein of gold. "I do not forbid you to preach," said a bishop to a young clergyman, "but nature does." Lowell said, "It is the vain endeavor to make ourselves what we are not that has strewn history with so many broken purposes and lives left in the rough." You have not found your place until all your faculties are roused, and your whole nature consents and approves of the work you are doing, not until you are so enthusiastic in it that you take it to bed with you. You may be forced to drudge at uncongenial toil for a time, but emancipate yourself as soon as possible. Carey, the consecrated cobbler, before he went as a missionary, said, "My business is to preach the gospel. I cobble shoes to pay expenses." If your vocation be only a humble one, elevate it with more manhood than others put into it. Put into it brains and heart and energy and economy. Broaden it by originality of methods, extend it by enterprise and industry. Study it as you would a profession. Learn everything that is to be known about it. Concentrate your faculties upon it, for the greatest achievements are reserved for the man of single aim, in whom no rival powers divide the empire of the soul. Better adorn your own than seek another's place. Go to the bottom of your business if you would climb to the top. Nothing is small which concerns your business. Master every detail. This was the secret of A.T. Stewart's and of John Jacob Astor's great success. They knew everything about their business. As love is the only excuse for marriage and the only thing which will carry one safely through the troubles and vexations of married life, so love for an occupation is the only thing which will carry one safely and surely through the troubles which overwhelm 95 out of every 100 who choose the life of a merchant, and very many in every other career. A famous Englishman said to his nephew, "Don't choose medicine, for we have never had a murderer in our family, and the chances are that in your ignorance you may kill a patient. As to the law, no prudent man is willing to risk his life or his fortune to a young lawyer who has not only no experience, but is generally too conceited to know the risks he incurs for his client, who alone is the loser. Therefore, as the mistakes of a clergyman in doctrine or advice to his parishioners cannot be clearly determined in this world, I advise you by all means to enter the church." "I felt as though I was in the world to do something, and thought I must," said Whittier, thus giving the secret of his great power. It is the man who must enter law, literature, medicine, the ministry, or any other of the overstocked professions who will succeed. His certain call, that is his love for it, and his fidelity to it, are the imperious factors of his career. If a man enters a profession simply because his grandfather made a great name of it, or his mother wants him to, with no love or adaptability for it, it were far better for him to be a motorman on an electric car at $1.75 a day. In the humbler work, his intelligence may make him a leader. In the other career, he might do as much harm as a boulder rolled from its place upon a railroad track, a menace to the next express. Only a few years ago, marriage was the only sphere open to girls, and the single woman had to face the disapproval of her friends. Lessing said, "The woman who thinks is like a man who puts on rouge. Ridiculous." Not many years have elapsed since the ambitious woman who ventured to study or write would keep a bit of embroidery at hand to throw over her book or manuscript when callers entered. Dr. Gregory said to his daughters, "If you happen to have any learning, keep it a profound secret from the men, who generally look with a jealous and malignant eye on a woman of great parts and a cultivated understanding." Women who wrote books in those days would deny the charge as though a public disgrace. All this has changed, and what a change it is! As Francis Willard said, the greatest discovery of the century is the discovery of woman. We have emancipated her, and are opening countless opportunities for our girls outside of marriage. Formerly, only a boy could choose a career. Now his sister can do the same. This freedom is one of the greatest glories of the 20th century. But with freedom comes responsibility, and under these changed conditions, every girl should have a definite aim. Dr. Hall says that the world has urgent need of girls who are mother's right hand, girls who can cuddle the little ones next best to mama, and smooth out the tangles in the domestic skein when things get twisted. Girls whom father takes comfort in for something better than beauty, and the big brothers are proud of for something that outranks the ability to dance or shine in society. Next, we want girls of sense, girls who have a standard of their own, regardless of conventionalities, and are independent enough to live up to it. Girls who simply won't wear a trailing dress on the street to gather up microbes and all sorts of defilement. girls who don't wear a high hat to the theater, or lacerate their feet and endanger their health with high heels and corsets. Girls who will wear what is pretty and becoming and snap their fingers at the dictates of fashion when fashion is horrid and silly. And we want good girls, girls who are sweet, right straight out from the heart to the lips, innocent and pure and simple girls, with less knowledge of sin and duplicity and evil doing at 20 than the pert little schoolgirl of 10 has all too often. And we want careful girls and prudent girls, who think enough of the generous father who toils to maintain them in comfort, and of the gentle mother who denies herself much, that they may have so many pretty things, to count the cost and draw the line between the essentials and non-essentials. Girls who strive to save and not to spend. Girls who are unselfish and eager to be a joy and a comfort in the home, rather than an expense and a useless burden. We want girls with hearts, girls who are full of tenderness and sympathy, with tears that flow for other people's ills, and smiles that light outward their own beautiful thoughts. We have lots of clever girls, and brilliant girls, and witty girls. Give us a consignment of jolly girls, warm-hearted and impulsive girls, kind and entertaining to their own folks, and with little desire to shine in the garish world. With a few such girls scattered around, life would freshen up for all of us, as the weather does under the spell of summer showers. They talk about a woman's sphere as though it had a limit. There's not a place in earth or heaven, there's not a task to mankind given, there's not a blessing or a woe, there's not a whisper, yes or no, there's not a life or death or birth that has the feather's weight of worth without a woman in it. Do that which is assigned you, says Emerson, and you cannot hope too much or dare too much. There is at this moment for you an utterance brave and grand as that of the colossal chisel of Phidias, or trowel of the Egyptians, or the pen of Moses or Dante, but different from all these. The best way for a young man to begin, who is without friends or influence, said Russell Sage, is first by getting a position, second, keeping his mouth shut, third, observing, fourth, being faithful, fifth, making his employer think he would be lost in a fog without him, and sixth, being polite. Close application, integrity, attention to details, discreet advertising are given as the 4 steps to success by John Wanamaker, whose motto is, "Do the next thing." Whatever you do in life, be greater than your calling. Most people look upon an occupation or calling as a mere expedient for earning a living. What a mean, narrow view to take of what was intended for the great school of life, the great man developer, the character builder, that which should broaden, deepen, heighten, and round out into symmetry, harmony, and beauty all the God-given faculties within us. How we shrink from the task, and evade the lessons which were intended for the unfolding of life's great possibilities into usefulness and power, as the sun unfolds into beauty and fragrances the petals of the flower. I am glad to think I am not bound to make the world go round, but only to discover and to do, with cheerful heart, the work that God appoints. Jean Ingelow. What shall I do to be forever known? Thy duty ever. This did full many who yet sleep all unknown. Oh, never, never! Think'st thou perchance that they remain unknown whom thou knowest not? By angel trumps in heaven their praise is blown, divine their lot. End of Chapter 10. What Career? Recording by Luke Sartre. Chapter 11 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartre. Chapter 11. Choosing a Vocation. Be what nature intended you for, and you will succeed. Be anything else, and you will be 10,000 times worse than nothing. Sydney Smith. Many a man pays for his success with a slice of his constitution. No man struggles perpetually and victoriously against his own character, and one of the first principles of success in life is so to regulate our career as rather to turn our physical constitution and natural inclinations to good account than to endeavor to counteract the one or oppose the other. Bulwer. He that hath a trade hath an estate. Franklin. Nature fits all her children with something to do. Lowell. As occupations and professions have a powerful influence upon the length of human life, the youth should first ascertain whether the vocation he thinks of choosing is a healthy one. Statesmen, judges, and clergymen are noted for their longevity. They are not swept into the great business vortex, where the friction and raspings of sharp competition whittle life away at a fearful rate. Astronomers who contemplate vast systems moving through enormous distances are exceptionally long-lived, as Herschel and Humboldt. Philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians, as Galileo, Bacon, Newton, Euler, Dalton, in fact, those who have dwelt upon the exact sciences, seem to have escaped many of the ills from which humanity suffers. Great students of natural history have also, as a rule, lived long and happy lives. Of 14 members of a noted historical society in England who died in 1870, 2 were over 90, 5 over 80, and 2 over 70. The occupation of the mind has a great influence upon the health of the body. There is no employment so dangerous and destructive to life, but plenty of human beings can be found to engage in it. Of all the instances that can be given of recklessness of life, there is none which exceeds that of the workmen employed in what is called dry pointing, the grinding of needles and of table forks. The fine steel dust which they breathe brings on a painful disease, of which they are almost sure to die before they are 40. Yet, not only are men tempted by high wages to engage in this employment, but they resist to the utmost all contrivances devised for diminishing the danger, through fear that such things would cause more workmen to offer themselves, and thus lower wages. Many physicians have investigated the effects of work in the numerous match factories in France upon the health of the employees, and all agree that rapid destruction of the teeth, decay or necrosis of the jawbone, bronchitis, and other diseases result. We will probably find more old men on farms than elsewhere. There are many reasons why farmers should live longer than the persons residing in cities, or than those engaged in other occupations. Aside from the purer air, the outdoor exercise, both conducive to a good appetite and sound sleep, which comparatively few in cities enjoy, they are free from the friction, harassing cares, anxieties, and the keen competition incident to city life. On the other hand, there are some great drawbacks and some enemies to longevity, even on the farm. Man does not live by bread alone. The mind is by far the greatest factor in maintaining the body in a healthy condition. The social life of the city, the great opportunities afforded the mind for feeding upon libraries and lectures, great sermons, and constant association with other minds, the great variety of amusements compensate largely for the loss of many of the advantages of farm life. In spite of the great temperance and immunity from things which corrode, whittle, and rasp away life in the cities, farmers in many places do not live so long as scientists and some other professional men. There is no doubt that aspiration and success tend to prolong life. Prosperity tends to longevity if we do not wear life away or burn it out in the feverish pursuit of wealth. Thomas W. Higginson made a list of 30 of the most noted preachers of the last century and found that their average length of life was 69 years. Among miners in some sections, over 600 out of 1,000 die from consumption. In the prisons of Europe, where the fatal effects of bad air and filth are shown, over 61% of the deaths are from tuberculosis. In Bavarian monasteries, 50% of those who enter in good health die of consumption, and in the Prussian prisons it is almost the same. The effect of bad air, filth, and bad food is shown by the fact that the death rate among these classes between the ages of 20 and 40 is 5 times that of the general population of the same age. In New York City, over 1/5 of all the deaths of persons over 20 are from this cause. In large cities in Europe, the percentage is often still greater. Of 1,000 deaths from all causes, on the average, 103 farmers die of pulmonary tuberculosis, 108 fishermen, 121 gardeners, 122 farm laborers, 167 grocers, 209 tailors, 301 dry goods dealers, and 461 compositors, nearly one half. According to a long series of investigations by Doctors Benoisten and Lombard into occupations or trades where workers must inhale dust, it appears that mineral dust is the most detrimental to health, animal dust ranking next, and vegetable dust third. In choosing an occupation, cleanliness, pure air, sunlight, and freedom from corroding dust and poisonous gases are of the greatest importance. A man who would sell a year of his life for any amount of money would be considered insane, and yet we deliberately choose occupations and vocations which statistics and physicians tell us will be practically sure to cut off from 5 to 25, 30, or even 40 years of our life, and are seemingly perfectly indifferent to our fate. There is danger in a calling which requires great expenditure of vitality at long, irregular intervals. He who is not regularly or systematically employed incurs perpetual risk. Of the 32 all-round athletes in a New York club not long ago, said a physician, 3 are dead of consumption, 5 have to wear trusses, 4 or 5 are lop-shouldered, and 3 have catarrh and partial deafness. Dr. Patton, chief surgeon at the National Soldiers' Home at Dayton, Ohio, says that of the 5,000 soldiers in that institution, fully 80% are suffering from heart disease in one form or another, due to the forced physical exertions of the campaigns. Man's faculties and functions are so interrelated that whatever affects one affects all. Athletes who overdevelop the muscular system do so at the expense of the physical, mental, and moral well-being. It is a law of nature that the overdevelopment of any function or faculty, forcing or straining it, tends not only to ruin it, but also to cause injurious reactions on every other faculty and function. Vigorous thought must come from a fresh brain. We cannot expect nerve, snap, robustness, and vigor, sprightliness, and elasticity in the speech, in the book, or in the essay from an exhausted, jaded brain. The brain is one of the last organs of the body to reach maturity. at about the age of 28, and should never be overworked, especially in youth. The whole future of a man is often ruined by overstraining the brain in school. Brain workers cannot do good, effective work in one line many hours a day. When the brain is weary, when it begins to lose its elasticity and freshness, there will be the same lack of tonicity and strength in the brain product. Some men often do a vast amount of literary work in entirely different lines during their spare hours. Cessation of brain activity does not necessarily constitute brain rest, as most great thinkers know. The men who accomplish the most brain work, sooner or later, usually later, unfortunately, learn to give rest to one set of faculties and use another as interest begins to flag and a sense of weariness comes. In this way they have been enabled to astonish the world by their mental achievements, which is very largely a matter of skill in exercising alternate sets of faculties, allowing rest to some while giving healthy exercise to others. The continual use of one set of faculties by an ambitious worker will soon bring him to grief. No set of brain cells can possibly set free more brain force in the combustion of thought than is stored up in them. The tired brain must have rest, or nervous exhaustion, brain fever, or even softening of the brain is liable to follow. As a rule, physical vigor is the condition of a great career. What would Gladstone have accomplished with a weak, puny physique? He addresses an audience at Corfu in Greek and another at Florence in Italian. A little later he converses at ease with Bismarck in German, or talks fluent French in Paris, or piles up argument on argument in English for hours in Parliament. There are families that have clutched success and kept it through generations from the simple fact that a splendid physical organization handed down from one generation to another. All occupations that enervate, paralyze, or destroy body or soul should be avoided. Our manufacturing interests too often give little thought to the employed. The article to be made is generally the only object considered. They do not care if a man spends the whole of his life upon the head of a pin, or in making a screw in a watch factory. They take no notice of the occupations that ruin, or the phosphorus, the dust, the arsenic, that destroys the health, that shortens the lives of many workers, of the cramped condition of the body which creates deformity. The moment we compel those we employ to do work that demoralizes them or does not tend to elevate or lift them, we are forcing them into service worse than useless. If we induce painters to work in fading colors, or architects with rotten stone, or contractors to construct buildings with imperfect materials, we are forcing our Michelangelos to carve in snow. Ruskin says that the tendency of the age is to expend its genius in perishable art, as if it were a triumph to burn its thoughts away in bonfires. Is the work you compel others to do useful to yourself and to society? If you employ a seamstress to make 4 or 5 or 6 beautiful flounces for your ball dress, flounces which will only clothe yourself, and which you will wear at only one ball, you are employing your money selfishly. Do not confuse covetousness with benevolence, nor cheat yourself into thinking that all the finery you can wear is so much put into the hungry mouths of those beneath you. It is what those who stand shivering on the street, forming a line to see you step out of your carriage, know it to be. These fine dresses do not mean that so much has been put into their mouths, but that so much has been taken out of their mouths. Select a clean, useful, honorable occupation. If there is any doubt on this point, abandon it at once, for familiarity with a bad business will make it seem good. Choose a business that has expansiveness in it. Some kinds of business not even a J. Pierpont Morgan could make respectable. Choose an occupation which will develop you, which will elevate you, which will give you a chance for self-improvement and promotion. You may not make quite so much money, but you will be more of a man, and manhood is above all riches, overtops all titles, and character is greater than any career. If possible, avoid occupations which compel you to work in a cramped position, or where you must work at night and on Sundays. Don't try to justify yourself on the ground that somebody must do this kind of work. Let somebody, not yourself, take the responsibility. Aside from the right and wrong of the thing, it is injurious to the health to work 7 days in the week, to work at night when nature intended you to sleep, or to sleep in the daytime when she intended you to work. Many a man has dwarfed his manhood, cramped his intellect, crushed his aspiration, blunted his finer sensibilities in some mean, narrow occupation just because there was money in it. Study yourself, says Longfellow, and most of all, note well wherein kind nature meant you to excel. Dr. Matthews says that to no other cause, perhaps, is failure in life so frequently to be traced as to a mistaken calling. We can often find out by hard knocks and repeated failures what we cannot do before what we can do. This negative process of eliminating the doubtful chances is often the only way of attaining to the positive conclusion. How many men have been made ridiculous for life by choosing law or medicine or theology simply because they are honorable professions? These men might have been respectable farmers or merchants, but are nobodies in such vocations. The very glory of the profession which they thought would make them shining lights simply renders more conspicuous their incapacity. Thousands of youths receive an education that fits them for a profession which they have not the means or inclination to follow, and that unfits them for the conditions of life to which they were born. Unsuccessful students with a smattering of everything are raised as much above their original condition as if they were successful. A large portion of Paris cabmen are unsuccessful students in theology and other professions, and also unfrocked priests. They are very bad cabmen. Tompkins forsakes his last and all for literary squabbles, styles himself poet, but his trade remains the same. He cobbles. Don't choose a profession or occupation because your father or uncle or brother is in it. Don't choose a business because you inherit it, or because parents or friends want you to follow it. Don't choose it because others have made fortunes in it. Don't choose it because it is considered the proper thing and a genteel business. The mania for a genteel occupation, for a soft job which eliminates drudgery, thorns, hardships, and all disagreeable things, and one which can be learned with very little effort, ruins many a youth. When we try to do that for which we are unfitted, we are not working along the line of our strength, but of our weakness. Our willpower and enthusiasm become demoralized. We do half work, botched work, lose confidence in ourselves, and conclude that we are dunces because we cannot accomplish what others do. The whole tone of life is demoralized and lowered because we are out of place. How it shortens the road to success to make a wise choice of one's occupation early, to be started on the road of a proper career while young, full of hope, while the animal spirits are high and enthusiasm is vigorous, to feel that every step we take, that every day's work we do, that every blow we strike helps to broaden, deepen, and enrich life. Those who fail are, as a rule, those who are out of their places. A man out of his place is but half a man. His very nature is perverted. He is working against his nature, rowing against the current. When his strength is exhausted, he will float down the stream. A man cannot succeed when his whole nature is entering its perpetual protest against his occupation. To succeed, his vocation must have the consent of all his faculties. They must be in harmony with his purpose. Has a young man a right to choose an occupation which will only call into play his lower and inferior qualities, as cunning, deceit, letting all his nobler qualities shrivel and die? Has he a right to select a vocation that will develop only the beast within him instead of the man, which will call out the bulldog qualities only, the qualities which overreach and grasp, the qualities which get and never give, which develop long-headedness only, while his higher self atrophies? The best way to choose an occupation is to ask yourself the question, what would my government do with me if it were to consider scientifically my qualifications and adaptations, and place me to the best possible advantage for all the people? The Norwegian precept is a good one. Give thyself wholly to thy fellow men. They will give thee back soon enough. We can do the most possible for ourselves when we are in a position where we can do the most possible for others. We are doing the most for ourselves and for others when we are in a position which calls into play, in the highest possible way, the greatest number of our best faculties. In other words, we are succeeding best for ourselves when we are succeeding best for others. The time will come when there will be institutions for determining the natural bent of the boy and girl, where men of large experience and close observation will study the natural inclination of the youth, help him to find where his greatest strength lies and how to use it to the best advantage. Even if we take for granted what is not true, that every youth will sooner or later discover the line of his greatest strength, so that he may get his living by his strong points rather than by his weak ones, the discovery is often made so late in life that great success is practically impossible. Such institutions would help boys and girls to start in their proper careers early in life, and an early choice shortens the way. Can anything be more important to human beings than a start in life in the right direction, where even small effort will count for more in the race than the greatest effort, and a life of drudgery in the wrong direction? A man is seldom unsuccessful, unhappy, or vicious when he is in his place. After once choosing your occupation, however, never look backward. Stick to it with all the tenacity you can muster. Let nothing tempt you or swerve you a hair's breadth from your aim, and you will win. Do not let the thorns which appear in every vocation, or temporary despondency or disappointment, shake your purpose. You will never succeed while smarting under the drudgery of your occupation, if you are constantly haunted with the idea that you could succeed better in something else. Great tenacity of purpose is the only thing that will carry you over the hard places which appear in every career to ultimate triumph. This determination or fixity of purpose has a great moral bearing upon our success, for it leads others to feel confidence in us, and this is everything. It gives credit and moral support in 1,000 ways. People always believe in a man with a fixed purpose, and will help him twice as quickly as one who is loosely or indifferently attached to his vocation, and liable at any time to make a change or to fail. Everybody knows that determined men are not likely to fail. They carry in their very pluck, grit, and determination the conviction and assurance of success. The world does not dictate what you shall do. but it does demand that you do something, and that you shall be a king in your line. There is no grander sight than that of a young man or woman in the right place, struggling with might and main to make the most of the stuff at command, determined that not a faculty or power shall run to waste. Not money, not position, but power is what we want, and character is greater than any occupation or profession. "Do not, I beseech you," said Garfield, "be content to enter on any business that does not require and compel constant intellectual growth. Choose an occupation that is refining and elevating, an occupation that you will be proud of, an occupation that will give you time for self-culture and self-elevation, an occupation that will enlarge and expand your manhood and make you a better citizen, a better man. Power and constant growth toward a higher life are the great end of human existence. Your calling should be the great school of life, the great man developer, character builder, that which should broaden, deepen, and round out into symmetry, harmony, and beauty all the God-given faculties within you. But whatever you do, be greater than your calling. Let your manhood overtop your position, your wealth, your occupation, your title. A man must work hard and study hard to counteract the narrowing, hardening tendency of his occupation. Said Goldsmith, "Burke, born for the universe, narrowed his mind, and to party gave up what was meant for mankind." Constant engagement in traffic and barter has no elevating influence, says Lindell. The endeavor to obtain the upper hand of those with whom we have to deal, to make good bargains, the higgling and scheming and the thousand petty artifices which in these days of stern competition are unscrupulously resorted to, tend to narrow the sphere and to lessen the strength of the intellect, and at the same time the delicacy of the moral sense. Choose upward. Study the men in the vocation you think of adopting. Does it elevate those who follow it? Are they broad, liberal, intelligent men? Or have they become mere appendages of their profession, living in a rut with no standing in the community and of no use to it? Don't think you will be the great exception and can enter a questionable vocation without becoming a creature of it. In spite of all your determination and willpower to the contrary, your occupation, from the very law of association and habit, will seize you as in a vise, will mold you, shape you, fashion you, and stamp its inevitable impress upon you. How frequently do we see bright, open-hearted, generous young men come out of college with high hopes and lofty aims, enter a doubtful vocation, and in a few years return to college commencement so changed that they are scarcely recognized. The once broad, noble features have become contracted and narrowed. The man has become grasping, avaricious, stingy, mean, hard. Is it possible, we ask, that a few years could so change a magnanimous and generous youth? Go to the bottom if you would get to the top. Be master of your calling in all its details. Nothing is small which concerns your business. Thousands of men who have been failures in life have done drudgery enough in half a dozen different occupations to have enabled them to reach great success, if their efforts had all been expended in one direction. That mechanic is a failure who starts out to build an engine, but does not quite accomplish it, and shifts into some other occupation where perhaps he will almost succeed, but stops just short of the point of proficiency in his acquisition, and so fails again. The world is full of people who are almost a success. They stop just this side of success. Their courage oozes out just before they become expert. How many of us have acquisitions which remain permanently unavailable because not carried quite to the point of skill? How many people almost know a language or two, which they can neither write nor speak, a science or two, whose elements they have not quite acquired, an art or two, partially mastered, but which they cannot practice with satisfaction or profit? The habit of desultoriness, which has been acquired by allowing yourself to abandon a half-finished work, more than balances any little skill gained in one vocation which might possibly be of use later. Beware of that frequently fatal gift, versatility. Many a person misses being a great man by splitting into two middling ones. Universality is the ignis fatuus, which has deluded to ruin many a promising mind. In attempting to gain a knowledge of 100 subjects, it has mastered none. The jack of all trades, says one of the foremost manufacturers of this country, had a chance in my generation. In this he has none. The measure of a man's learning will be the amount of his voluntary ignorance, said Thoreau. If we go into a factory where the mariner's compass is made, we can see the needles before they are magnetized. They will point in any direction. But when they have been applied to the magnet and received its peculiar power, from that moment they point to the north and are true to the pole ever after. So man never points steadily in any direction until he has been polarized by a great master purpose. Give your life, your energy, your enthusiasm, all to the highest work of which you are capable. Canon Farrar said, "There is only one real failure in life possible, and that is, not to be true to the best one knows." What must I do to be forever known? Thy duty ever. Who does the best his circumstance allows, does well, acts nobly, angels could do no more. Young. Whoever can make 2 ears of corn, 2 blades of grass to grow upon a spot of ground where only one grew before, says Swift, would deserve better of mankind and do more essential service to his country than the whole race of politicians put together. End of Chapter 11. Choosing a Vocation. Recorded by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 12 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 12. Concentrated Energy. This one thing I do. St. Paul. The one prudence in life is concentration. The one evil is dissipation. And it makes no difference whether our dissipations are coarse or fine. Everything is good which takes away one plaything, and delusion more, and sends us home to add one stroke of faithful work. Emerson. The man who seeks one thing in life, and but one, may hope to achieve it before life be done. But he who seeks all things wherever he goes, only reaps from the hopes which around him he sows, a harvest of barren regrets. Owen Meredith. The longer I live, the more deeply am I convinced that that which makes the difference between one man and another, between the weak and powerful, the great and insignificant, is energy, invincible determination, a purpose once formed, and then death or victory. Fowell, Buxton. There was not enough room for us all in Frankfurt, said Nathan Mayer Rothschild, in speaking of himself and his 4 brothers. I dealt in English goods. One great trader came there, who had the market to himself. He was quite the great man, and did us a favor if he sold us goods. Somehow I offended him, and he refused to show me his patterns. This was on a Tuesday. I said to my father, I will go to England. On Thursday I started. The nearer I got to England, the cheaper goods were. As soon as I got to Manchester, I laid out all my money. Things were so cheap, and I made a good profit. I hope, said a listener, that your children are not too fond of money and business to the exclusion of more important things. I am sure you would not wish that. I am sure I would wish that, said Rothschild. I wish them to give mind and soul and heart and body and everything to business. That is the way to be happy. Stick to one business, young man, he added, addressing a young brewer. Stick to your brewery, and you may be the great brewer of London. But be a brewer and a banker and a merchant and a manufacturer, and you will soon be in the Gazette. Not many things indifferently, but one thing supremely, is the demand of the hour. He who scatters his efforts in this intense, concentrated age cannot hope to succeed. Goods removed, messages taken, carpets beaten, and poetry composed on any subject, was the sign of a man in London who was not very successful at any one of these lines of work, and reminds one of Monsieur Kennard of Paris, a public scribe who digests accounts, explains the language of flowers, and sells fried potatoes. The great difference between those who succeed and those who fail does not consist in the amount of work done by each, but in the amount of intelligent work. Many of those who fail most ignominiously do enough to achieve grand success, but they labor at haphazard, building up with one hand only to tear down with the other. They do not grasp circumstances and change them into opportunities. They have no faculty of turning honest defeats into telling victories. With ability enough and time in abundance, the warp and woof of success, they are forever throwing back and forth an empty shuttle, and the real web of life is never woven. If you ask one of them to state his aim and purpose in life, he will say, I hardly know yet for what I am best adapted, but I am a thorough believer in genuine hard work, and I am determined to dig early and late all my life, and I know I shall come across something, either gold, silver, or at least iron. I say most emphatically no. Would an intelligent man dig up a whole continent to find its veins of silver and gold? The man who is forever looking about to see what he can find never finds anything. If we look for nothing in particular, we find just that and no more. We find what we seek with all our heart. The bee is not the only insect that visits the flower, but it is the only one that carries honey away. It matters not how rich the materials we have gleaned from the years of our study and toil in youth, if we go out into life with no well-defined idea of our future work. There is no happy conjunction of circumstances that will arrange them into an imposing structure and give it magnificent proportions. What an immense power over the life, says Elizabeth Stuart Phelps Ward, is the power of possessing distinct aims, the voice, the dress, the look, the very motions of a person, define and alter when he or she begins to live for a reason. I fancy that I can select in a crowded street the busy, blessed women who support themselves. They carry themselves with an air of conscious self-respect and self-content, which a shabby alpaca cannot hide, nor a bonnet of silk enhance, nor even sickness nor exhaustion quite drag out. It is said that the wind never blows fair for that sailor who knows not to what port he is bound. The weakest living creature, says Carlyle, by concentrating his powers on a single object, can accomplish something, whereas the strongest, by dispersing his over many, may fail to accomplish anything. The drop, by continually falling, bores its passage through the hardest rock. The hasty torrent rushes over it with hideous uproar and leaves no trace behind. When I was young, I used to think it was thunder that killed men, said a shrewd preacher. But as I grew older, I found it was lightning. So I resolved to thunder less and lighten more. The man who knows one thing and can do it better than anybody else, even if it only be the art of raising turnips, receives the crown he merits. If he raises the best turnips by reason of concentrating all his energy to that end, he is a benefactor to the race and is recognized as such. If a salamander be cut in two, the front part would run forward and the other backward. Such is the progress of him who divides his purpose. Success is jealous of scattered energies. No one can pursue a worthy object steadily and persistently with all the powers of his mind and yet make his life a failure. You can't throw a tallow candle through the side of a tent, but you can shoot it through an oak board. Melt a charge of shot into a bullet, and it can be fired through the bodies of 4 men. Focus the rays of the sun in winter, and you can kindle a fire with ease. The giants of the race have been men of concentration, who have struck sledgehammer blows in one place until they have accomplished their purpose. The successful men of today are men of one overmastering idea, one unwavering aim, men of single and intense purpose. Scatteration is the curse of American business life. Too many are like Douglas Jerrold's friend, who could converse in 24 languages, but had no ideas to express in any one of them. The only valuable kind of study, said Sidney Smith, is to read so heartily that dinner time comes 2 hours before you expected it. To sit with your Livy before you and hear the geese cackling that saved the Capitol, and to see with your own eyes the Carthaginian sutlers gathering up the rings of the Roman knights after the battle of Cannae, and heaping them into bushels, and to be so intimately present at the actions you are reading of, that when anybody knocks at the door, it will take you 2 or 3 seconds to determine whether you are in your own study or on the plains of Lombardy, looking at Hannibal's weather-beaten face and admiring the splendor of his single eye. The one serviceable, safe, certain, remunerative, attainable quality in every study and pursuit is the quality of attention, said Charles Dickens. My own invention or imagination, such as it is, I can most truthfully assure you, would never have served me as it has, but for the habit of commonplace, humble, patient, daily, toiling, drudging attention. When asked on another occasion the secret of his success, he said, "I never put one hand to anything on which I could throw my whole self." "Be a whole man at everything," wrote Joseph Gurney to his son. "A whole man at study, in work, and in play. Don't dally with your purpose." "I go at what I am about," said Charles Kingsley, as if there was nothing else in the world for the time being. That's the secret of all hard-working men, but most of them can't carry it into their amusements. Many a man fails to become a great man by splitting into several small ones, choosing to be a tolerable jack of all trades rather than to be an unrivaled specialist. Many persons, seeing me do much engaged in active life, said Edward Bulwer Lytton, and as much about the world as if I had never been a student, have said to me, "When do you get time to write all your books? How on earth do you contrive to do so much work?" I shall surprise you by the answer I made. The answer is this: I contrive to do so much by never doing too much at a time. A man to get through work well must not overwork himself. Or, if he do too much today, the reaction of fatigue will come, and he will be obliged to do too little tomorrow. Now, since I began really and earnestly to study, which was not till I had left college and was actually in the world, I may perhaps say that I have gone through as large a course of general reading as most men of my time. I have traveled much, and I have seen much. I have mixed much in politics, and in the various business of life. And, in addition to all this, I have published somewhere about 60 volumes, some upon subjects requiring much special research. And what time do you think, as a general rule, I have devoted to study, to reading and writing? Not more than 3 hours a day. And when Parliament is sitting, not always that. But then, during these 3 hours, I have given my whole attention to what I was about. S.T. Coleridge possessed marvelous powers of mind, but he had no definite purpose. He lived in an atmosphere of mental dissipation which consumed his energy, exhausted his stamina, and his life was in many respects a miserable failure. He lived in dreams and died in reverie. He was continually forming plans and resolutions, but to the day of his death they remained simply resolutions and plans. He was always just going to do something, but never did it. "Coleridge is dead," wrote Charles Lamb to a friend, and is said to have left behind him about 40,000 treatises on metaphysics and divinity, not one of them complete. Every great man has become great, every successful man has succeeded, in proportion as he has confined his powers to one particular channel. Hogarth would rivet his attention upon a face and study it until it was photographed upon his memory, when he could reproduce it at will. He studied and examined each object as eagerly as though he would never have a chance to see it again, and this habit of close observation enabled him to develop his work with marvelous detail. The very modes of thought of the time in which he lived were reflected from his works. He was not a man of great education or culture, except in his power of observation. With an immense procession passing up Broadway, the streets lined with people and bands playing lustily, Horace Greeley would sit upon the steps of the Astor House, use the top of his hat for a desk, and write an editorial for the New York Tribune, which would be quoted far and wide. Offended by a pungent article, a gentleman called at the Tribune office and inquired for the editor. He was shown into a little 7-by-9 sanctum, where Greeley, with his head close down to his paper, sat scribbling away at a 2:40 rate. The angry man began by asking if this was Mr. Greeley. "Yes, sir. What do you want?" said the editor quickly, without once looking up from his paper. The irate visitor then began using his tongue, with no regard for the rules of propriety, good breeding, or reason. Meantime, Mr. Greeley continued to write. Page after page was dashed off in the most impetuous style, with no change of features and without his paying the slightest attention to the visitor. Finally, after about 20 minutes of the most impassioned abuse ever poured out in an editor's office, the angry man became disgusted and abruptly turned to walk out of the room. Then, for the first time, Mr. Greeley quickly looked up, rose from his chair, and slapping the gentleman familiarly on his shoulder in a pleasant tone of voice, said, "Don't go, friend. Sit down, and free your mind. It will do you good. You will feel better for it. Besides, it helps me to think what I am to write about. Don't go." One unwavering aim has ever characterized successful men. "Daniel Webster," said Sidney Smith, "struck me much like a steam engine in trousers." As Adams suggests, Lord Brougham, like Canning, had too many talents, and, though as a lawyer he gained the most splendid prize of his profession, the Lord Chancellorship of England, and merited the applause of scientific men for his investigations in science, yet his life on the whole was a failure. He was everything by turns and nothing long. With all his magnificent abilities, he left no permanent mark on history or literature, and actually outlived his own fame. Miss Martineau says Lord Brougham was at his chateau at Caen when the daguerreotype process first came into vogue. An artist undertook to take a view of the chateau with a group of guests on the balcony. His lordship was asked to keep perfectly still for 5 seconds, and he promised that he would not stir. But alas, he moved. The consequence was that there was a blur where Lord Brougham should have been. "There is something," continued Miss Martineau, "very typical in this. In the picture of our century, as taken from the life by history, this very man should have been the central figure. But, owing to his want of steadfastness, there will be forever a blur where Lord Brougham should have been. How many lives are blurs for want of concentration and steadfastness of purpose?" Fowell Buxton attributed his success to ordinary means and extraordinary application, and being a whole man to one thing at a time. It is ever the unwavering pursuit of a single aim that wins. Non multa sed multum. Not many things, but much, was Coke's motto. It is the almost invisible point of a needle, the keen, slender edge of a razor or an axe, that opens the way for the bulk that follows. Without point or edge, the bulk would be useless. It is the man of one line of work, the sharp-edged man, who cuts his way through obstacles and achieves brilliant success. While we should shun that narrow devotion to one idea, which prevents the harmonious development of our powers, we should avoid on the other hand the extreme versatility of one of whom W. M. Praed says, "His talk is like a stream which runs, with rapid change, from rocks to roses. It slips from politics to puns. It glides from Mahomet to Moses, beginning with the laws that keep the planets in their radiant courses, and ending with some precept deep for skinning eels or shoeing horses." If you can get a child learning to walk to fix his eyes on any object, he will generally navigate to that point without capsizing, but distract his attention, and down he goes. The young man seeking a position today is not asked what college he came from or who his ancestors were. What can you do is the great question. It is special training that is wanted. Most of the men at the head of great firms and great enterprises have been promoted step by step from the bottom. "I know that he can toil terribly," said Cecil of Walter Raleigh in explanation of the latter's success. "As a rule, what the heart longs for, the head and the hands may attain. The currents of knowledge, of wealth, of success, are as certain and fixed as the tides of the sea. In all great successes we can trace the power of concentration, riveting every faculty upon one unwavering aim, perseverance in the pursuit of an undertaking, in spite of every difficulty, and courage which enables one to bear up under all trials, disappointments, and temptations. Chemists tell us that there is power enough in a single acre of grass to drive all the mills and steam cars in the world, could we but concentrate it upon the pistol rod of a steam engine. But it is at rest, and so, in the light of science, it is comparatively valueless. Dr. Matthews says that the man who scatters himself upon many objects soon loses his energy, and with his energy, his enthusiasm. "Never study on speculation," says Waters. "All such study is vain. Form a plan, have an object, then work for it. Learn all you can about it, and you will be sure to succeed. What I mean by studying on speculation is that aimless learning of things, because they may be useful some day, which is like the conduct of the woman who bought at auction a brass door plate with the name of Thompson on it, thinking it might be useful some day. Definiteness of aim is characteristic of all true art. He is not the greatest painter who crowds the greatest number of ideas upon a single canvas, giving all the figures equal prominence. He is the genuine artist who makes the greatest variety express the greatest unity, who develops the leading idea in the central figure, and makes all the subordinate figures, lights, and shades point to that center and find expression there. So in every well-balanced life, no matter how versatile in endowments or how broad in culture, there is one grand central purpose in which all the subordinate powers of the soul are brought to a focus, and where they will find fit expression. In nature we see no waste of energy, nothing left to chance. Since the shuttle of creation shot for the first time through chaos, design has marked the course of every golden thread. Every leaf, every flower, every crystal, every atom even, has a purpose stamped upon it, which unmistakably points to the crowning summit of all creation, man. Young men are often told to aim high, but we must aim at what we would hit. A general purpose is not enough. The arrow shot from the bow does not wander around to see what it can hit on its way, but flies straight to the mark. The magnetic needle does not point to all the lights in the heavens to see which it likes best. They all attract it. The sun dazzles, the meteor beckons, the stars twinkle to it and try to win its affections. But the needle, true to its instinct, and with a finger that never errs in sunshine or in storm, points steadily to the North Star. For, while all the other stars must course with untiring tread around their great centers through all the ages, the North Star alone, distant beyond human comprehension, moves with stately sweep on its circuit of more than 25,000 years, for all practical purposes of man stationary, not only for a day, but for a century. So all along the path of life, other luminaries will beckon to lead us from our cherished aim, from the course of truth and duty. But let no moon which shines with borrowed light, no meteors which dazzle but never guide, turn the needle of our purpose from the North Star of its hope. End of Chapter 12. Concentrated Energy. Chapter 13 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 13. The Triumph of Enthusiasm. The labor we delight in, physics, pain. Shakespeare. The only conclusive evidence of a man's sincerity is that he gives himself for a principle. Words, money, all things else are comparatively easy to give away. But when a man makes a gift of his daily life and practice, it is plain that the truth, whatever it may be, has taken possession of him. Lowell. Let us beware of losing our enthusiasm. Let us ever glory in something, and strive to retain our admiration for all that would ennoble, and our interest in all that would enrich and beautify our life. Phillips Brooks. In the Galerie des Beaux-Arts in Paris is a beautiful statue conceived by a sculptor who was so poor that he lived and worked in a small garret. When his clay model was nearly done, a heavy frost fell upon the city. He knew that if the water in the interstices of the clay should freeze, the beautiful lines would be distorted. So he wrapped his bedclothes around the clay image. In the morning, he was found dead, but his idea was saved, and other hands gave it enduring form in marble. I do not know how it is with others when speaking on an important question, said Henry Clay, but on such occasions I seem to be unconscious of the external world. Wholly engrossed by the subject before me, I lose all sense of personal identity, of time, or of surrounding objects. A bank never becomes very successful, says a noted financier, until it gets a president who takes it to bed with him. Enthusiasm gives the otherwise dry and uninteresting subject or occupation a new meaning. As the young lover has finer sense and more acute vision, and sees in the object of his affections 100 virtues, and charms invisible to all other eyes, so a man permeated with enthusiasm has his power of perception heightened and his vision magnified, until he sees beauty and charms others cannot discern, which compensate for drudgery, privations, hardships, and even persecution. Dickens says he was haunted, possessed, spirit-driven by the plots and characters in his stories, which would not let him sleep or rest until he had committed them to paper. On one sketch he shut himself up for a month, and when he came out he looked as haggard as a murderer. His characters haunted him day and night. Herr Kapellmeister, I should like to compose something. How shall I begin? Asked a youth of 12 who had played with great skill on the piano. Pooh, pooh, replied Mozart, you must wait. But you began when you were younger than I am, said the boy. Yes, so I did, said the great composer. But I never asked anything about it. When one has the spirit of a composer, he writes because he can't help it. Gladstone said that what is really desired is to light up the spirit that is within a boy. In some sense and in some degree, in some effectual degree, there is in every boy the material of good work in the world. In every boy, not only in those who are brilliant, not only in those who are quick, but in those who are stolid, and even in those who are dull, or who seem to be dull. If they have only the good will, the dullness will day by day clear away and vanish completely under the influence of the good will. Gerster, an unknown Hungarian, made fame and fortune Sure, the first night she appeared in opera, her enthusiasm almost hypnotized her auditors. In less than a week, she had become popular and independent. Her soul was smitten with a passion for growth, and all the powers of her heart and mind she possessed were enthusiastically devoted to self-improvement. All great works of art have been produced when the artist was intoxicated with the passion for beauty and form, which would not let him rest until his thought was expressed in marble or on canvas. "Well, I've worked hard enough for it," said Malibran, when a critic expressed his admiration of her D in alt, reached by running up 3 octaves from low D. "I've been chasing it for a month. I pursued it everywhere, when I was dressing, when I was doing my hair, and at last I found it on the toe of the shoe that I was putting on." "Every great and commanding moment in the annals of the world," says Emerson, "is the triumph of some enthusiasm. The victories of the Arabs after Mahomet, who, in a few years, from a small and mean beginning, established a larger empire than that of Rome, is an example. They did they knew not what. The naked Derar, horsed on an idea, was found an overmatch for a troop of cavalry. The women fought like men and conquered the Roman men. They were miserably equipped, miserably fed, but they were temperance troops. There was neither brandy nor flesh needed to feed them. They conquered Asia and Africa and Spain on barley. The Caliph Omar's walking stick struck more terror into those who saw it than another man's sword. It was enthusiasm that enabled Napoleon to make a campaign in 2 weeks that would have taken another a year to accomplish. These Frenchmen are not men, they fly, said the Austrians in consternation. In 15 days Napoleon, in his first Italian campaign, had gained 6 victories, taken 21 standards, 55 pieces of cannon, had captured 15,000 prisoners, and had conquered Piedmont. After this astonishing avalanche, a discomfited Austrian general said, "This young commander knows nothing whatever about the art of war. He is a perfect ignoramus. There is no doing anything with him." But his soldiers followed their little corporal with an enthusiasm which knew no defeat or disaster. "There are important cases," says A.H.K. Boyd, "in which the difference between half a heart and a whole heart makes just the difference between signal defeat and a splendid victory." "Should I die this minute," said Nelson at an important crisis, "want of frigates would be found written on my heart." The simple, innocent Maid of Orleans, with her sacred sword, her consecrated banner, and her belief in her great mission, sent a thrill of enthusiasm through the whole French army, such as neither king nor statesman could produce. Her zeal carried everything before it. Oh, what a great work each one could perform in this world, if he only knew his power! But, like a bitted horse, man does not realize his strength until he has once run away with himself. "Underneath is laid the builder of this church and city, Christopher Wren, who lived more than 90 years, not for himself, but for the public good. Reader, if you seek his monument, look around. Turn where you will in London, you find noble monuments of the genius of a man who never received instruction from an architect. He built 55 churches in the city and 36 halls. I would give my skin for the architect's design of the Louvre," said he. When in Paris to get ideas for the restoration of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, His rare skill is shown in the palaces of Hampton Court and Kensington, in Temple Bar, Drury Lane Theatre, the Royal Exchange, and the Great Monument. He changed Greenwich Palace into a sailor's retreat, and built churches and colleges at Oxford. He also planned for the rebuilding of London after the Great Fire, but those in authority would not adopt his splendid idea. He worked 35 years upon his masterpiece, St. Paul's Cathedral. Although he lived so long and was exceedingly healthy in later life, he was so delicate as a child that he was a constant source of anxiety to his parents. His great enthusiasm alone seemed to give strength to his body. Indifference never leads armies that conquer, never models statues that live, nor breathes sublime music, nor harnesses the forces of nature, nor rears impressive architecture, nor moves the soul with poetry, nor the world with heroic philanthropies. Enthusiasm, as Charles Bell says of the hand, wrought the statue of Memnon and hung the brazen gates of Thebes. It fixed the mariner's trembling needle upon its axis, and first heaved the tremendous bar of the printing press. It opened the tubes for Galileo, until world after world swept before his vision, and it reefed the high topsail that rustled over Columbus in the morning breezes of the Bahamas. It has held the sword with which freedom has fought her battles, and poised the axe of the dauntless woodman as he opened the paths of civilization and turned the mystic leaves upon which Milton and Shakespeare inscribed their burning thoughts. Horace Greeley said that the best product of labor is the high-minded workman and an enthusiasm for his work. The best method is obtained by earnestness, said Salvini. If you can impress people with the conviction that you feel what you say, they will pardon many shortcomings. And above all, study, study, study. All the genius in the world will not help you along with any art unless you become a hard student. It has taken me years to master a single part. There is a go, a zeal, a furor, almost a fanaticism for one's ideals or calling, that is peculiar to our American temperament and life. You do not find this in tropical countries. It did not exist 50 years ago. It could not be found then, even on the London Exchange. But the influence of the United States and of Australia, where, if a person is to succeed, he must be on the jump with all the ardor of his being, has finally extended until what used to be the peculiar strength of a few great minds has now become characteristic of the leading nations. Enthusiasm is the being awake. It is the tingling of every fiber of one's being to do the work that one's heart desires. Enthusiasm made Victor Hugo lock up his clothes while writing Notre Dame, that he might not leave the work until it was finished. The great actor Garrick well illustrated it when asked by an unsuccessful preacher the secret of his power over audiences. You speak of eternal verities and what you know to be true as if you hardly believed what you were saying yourself, whereas I utter what I know to be unreal and untrue as if I did believe it in my very soul. When he comes into a room, every man feels as if he had taken a tonic and had a new lease of life, said a man when asked the reason for his selection, after he, with two companions, had written upon a slip of paper the name of the most agreeable companion he had ever met. He is an eager, vivid fellow, full of joy, bubbling over with spirits. His sympathies are quick as an electric flash. He throws himself into the occasion, whatever it may be, with his whole heart, said the second, in praise of the man of his choice. "He makes the best of everything," said the third, speaking of his own most cherished acquaintance. The three were traveling correspondents of great English journals, who had visited every quarter of the world and talked with all kinds of men. The papers were examined, and all were found to contain the name of a prominent lawyer in Melbourne, Australia. "If it were not for respect for human opinions," said Madame de Staël to M. Mohl, "I would not open my window to see the Bay of Naples for the first time, while I would go 500 leagues to talk with a man of genius whom I had not seen." Enthusiasm is that secret and harmonious spirit which hovers over the production of men, throwing the reader of a book or the spectator of a statue into the very ideal presence whence these works have originated. "One moonlight evening in winter," writes the biographer of Beethoven, "we were walking through a narrow street of Bonn." "Hush!" exclaimed the great composer, suddenly pausing before a little mean dwelling. "What sound is that?" "It is from my sonata in F hark. How well it is played!" In the midst of the finale there was a break, and a sobbing voice cried, "I cannot play any more. It is so beautiful. It is utterly beyond my power to do it justice. Oh, what would I not give to go to the concert at Cologne!" "Ah, my sister," said a second voice, "why create regrets when there is no remedy? We can scarcely pay our rent." "You are right," said the first speaker, "and yet I wish for once in my life to hear some really good music. But it is of no use." "Let us go in," said Beethoven. "Go in," I remonstrated, "but what should we go in for?" "I will play to her," replied my companion in an excited tone. "Here is feeling, genius, understanding. I will play to her, and she will understand it. Pardon me," he continued, as he opened the door and saw a young man sitting by a table, mending shoes, and a young girl leaning sorrowfully upon an old-fashioned piano. I heard music and was tempted to enter. "I am a musician. I also overheard something of what you said. You wish to hear, that is, you would like, that is, shall I play for you?" "Thank you," said the shoemaker, "but our piano is so wretched, and we have no music." "No music!" exclaimed the composer. "How then does the young lady I entreat your pardon," he added, stammering as he saw that the girl was blind. "I had not perceived before. Then you play by ear? But where do you hear the music, since you frequent no concerts?" "We lived at Bruhl for 2 years, and while there I used to hear a lady practicing near us. During the summer evenings her windows were generally open, and I walked to and fro outside to listen to her." Beethoven seated himself at the piano. "Never during all the years I knew him did I hear him play better than to that blind girl and to her brother. Even the old instrument seemed inspired. The young man and woman sat as if entranced by the magical, sweet sounds that flowed out upon the air in rhythmical swell and cadence, until suddenly the flame of the single candle wavered, sank, flickered, and went out. The shutters were thrown open, admitting a flood of brilliant moonlight, but the player paused, as if lost in thought. "Wonderful man," said the shoemaker in a low tone, "who and what are you?" "Listen," replied the master, and he played the opening bars of the sonata in F. "Then you are Beethoven!" burst from the young people in delighted recognition. "Oh, play to us once more," they added, as he rose to go. "Only once more." "I will improvise a sonata to the moonlight," said he, gazing thoughtfully upon the liquid stars shining so softly out of the depths of a cloudless winter sky. Then he played a sad and infinitely loving movement, which crept silently over the instrument, like the calm flow of moonlight over the earth. This was followed by a wild elfin passage in triple time, a sort of grotesque interlude, like the dance of fairies upon the lawn. Then came a swift, agitated ending, a breathless, hurrying, trembling movement, descriptive of flight and uncertainty and vague, impulsive terror, which carried us away on its rustling wings and left us all in emotion and wonder. "Farewell to you," he said, as he rose and turned toward the door. "You will come again?" asked the host and hostess in a breath. "Yes, yes," said Beethoven hurriedly. "I will come again and give the young lady some lessons. Farewell." Then to me he added, "Let us make haste back, that I may write out that sonata while I can yet remember it." We did return in haste, and not until long past the dawn of day did he rise from his table with the full score of the Moonlight Sonata in his hand. Michelangelo studied anatomy 12 years, nearly ruining his health, but this course determined his style, his practice, and his glory. He drew his figures in skeleton, added muscles, fat, and skin successively, and then draped them. He made every tool he used in sculpture, such as files, chisels, and pincers. In painting, he prepared all his own colors, and would not let servants or students even mix them. Raphael's enthusiasm inspired every artist in Italy, and his modest, charming manners disarmed envy and jealousy. He has been called the only distinguished man who lived and died without an enemy or a detractor. Again and again, poor Bunyan might have had his liberty, but not the separation from his poor blind daughter Mary, which he said was like pulling the flesh from his bones, not the need of a poor family dependent upon him, not the love of liberty, nor the spur of ambition, could induce him to forego his plain preaching in public places. He had so forgotten his early education that his wife had to teach him again to read and write. It was the enthusiasm of conviction which enabled this poor, ignorant, despised Bedford tinker to write his immortal allegory with such fascination that a whole world has read it. Only thoughts that breathe in words that burn can kindle the spark slumbering in the heart of another. Rare consecration to a great enterprise is found in the work of the late Francis Parkman. While a student at Harvard, he determined to write the history of the French and English in North America. With a steadiness and devotion seldom equaled, he gave his life, his fortune, his all to this one great object. Although he had, while among the Dakota Indians, collecting material for his history, ruined his health, and could not use his eyes more than 5 minutes at a time for 50 years, he did not swerve a hair's breadth from the high purpose formed in his youth, until he gave to the world the best history upon the subject ever written. After Lincoln had walked 6 miles to borrow a grammar, he returned home and burned one shaving after another while he studied the precious prize. Gilbert Becket, an English crusader, was taken prisoner and became a slave in the palace of a Saracen prince, where he not only gained the confidence of his master, but also the love of his master's fair daughter. By and by he escaped and returned to England, but the devoted girl determined to follow him. She knew but 2 words of the English language, London and Gilbert, but by repeating the first, she obtained passage in a vessel to the great metropolis, and then she went from street to street pronouncing the other, Gilbert, At last she came to the street on which Gilbert lived in prosperity. The unusual crowd drew the family to the window, when Gilbert himself saw and recognized her, and took to his arms and home his far-come princess with her solitary, fond word. The most irresistible charm of youth is its bubbling enthusiasm. Youth sees no darkness ahead, no defileness that has no outlet. It forgets that there is such a thing as failure in the world, and believes that mankind has been waiting all these centuries for him to come and be the liberator of truth and energy and beauty. Of what use was it to forbid the boy Handel to touch a musical instrument, or to forbid him going to school, lest he learn the gamut? He stole midnight interviews with a dumb spinet in a secret attic. The boy Bach copied whole books of studies by moonlight, for want of a candle churlishly denied. Nor was he disheartened when these copies were taken from him. The painter West began in a garret and plundered the family cat for bristles to make his brushes. It is the enthusiasm of youth which cuts the Gordian knot age cannot untie. People smile at the enthusiasm of youth, says Charles Kingsley. That enthusiasm which they themselves secretly look back to with a sigh, perhaps unconscious that it is partly their own fault that they ever lost it. How much the world owes to the enthusiasm of Dante! Tennyson wrote his first volume at 18, and at 19 gained a medal at Cambridge. The most beautiful works of all art were done in youth, says Ruskin. Almost everything that is great has been done by youth, wrote Disraeli. The world's interests are, under God, in the hands of the young, says Dr. Trumbull. It was the youth Hercules that performed the 12 labors. Enthusiastic youth faces the sun, it shadows all behind it. The heart rules youth, the head manhood. Alexander was a mere youth when he rolled back to the Asiatic hordes that threatened to overwhelm European civilization almost at its birth. Napoleon had conquered Italy at 25. Byron and Raphael died at 37, an age which has been fatal to many a genius, and Poe lived but a few months longer. Romulus founded Rome at 20. Pitt and Bolingbroke were ministers almost before they were men. Gladstone was in Parliament in early manhood. Newton made some of his greatest discoveries before he was 25. Keats died at 25. Shelley at 29. Luther was a triumphant reformer at 25. It is said that no English poet ever equaled Chatterton at 21. Whitefield and Wesley began their great revival as students at Oxford, and the former had made his influence felt throughout England before he was 24. Victor Hugo wrote a tragedy at 15 and had taken 3 prizes at the Academy and gained the title of master before he was 20. Many of the world's greatest geniuses never saw 40 years. Never before has the young man who is driven by his enthusiasm had such an opportunity as he has today. It is the age of young men and young women. Their ardor is their crown, before which the languid and the passive bow. But if enthusiasm is irresistible in youth, how much more so is it when carried into old age? Gladstone at 80 had 10 times the weight and power that any man of 25 would have with the same ideals. The glory of age is only the glory of its enthusiasm, and the respect paid to white hairs is reverence to a heart fervent in spite of the torpid influence of an enfeebled body. The Odyssey was the creation of a blind old man, but that old man was Homer. The contagious zeal of an old man, Peter the Hermit, rolled the chivalry of Europe upon the ranks of Islam. Dandolo, the Doge of Venice, won battles at 94 and refused a crown at 96. Wellington planned and superintended fortifications at 80. Bacon and Humboldt were enthusiastic students to the last gasp. Wise old Montaigne was shrewd in his gray-beard wisdom and loving life, even in the midst of his fits of gout and colic. Dr. Johnson's best work, The Lives of the Poets, was written when he was 78. Defoe was 58 when he published Robinson Crusoe. Newton wrote new briefs to his Principia at 83. Plato died writing at 81. Tom Scott began the study of Hebrew at 86. Galileo was nearly 70 when he wrote on the laws of motion. James Watt learned German at 85. Mrs. Somerville finished her Molecular and Microscopic Science at 89. Humboldt completed his Cosmos at 90, a month before his death. Burke was 35 before he obtained a seat in Parliament, yet he made the world feel his character. Unknown at 40, Grant was one of the most famous generals in history at 42. Ellie Whitney was 23 when he decided to prepare for college, and 30 when he graduated from Yale. Yet his cotton gin opened a great industrial future for the Southern states. What a power was Bismarck at 80! Lord Palmerston was an old boy to the last. He became Prime Minister of England the second time at 75 and died Prime Minister at 81. Galileo at 77, blind and feeble, was working every day, adapting the principle of the pendulum to clocks. George Stephenson did not learn to read and write until he had reached manhood. Some of Longfellow's, Whittier's, and Tennyson's best work was done after they were 70. At 63, Dryden began the translation of the Aeneid. Robert Hall learned Italian when past 60, that he might read Dante in the original. Noah Webster studied 17 languages after he was 50. Cicero said well that men are like wine. Age sours the bad and improves the good. With enthusiasm, we may retain the youth of the spirit until the hair is silvered, even as the Gulf Stream softens the rigors of northern Europe. How ages thine heart towards youth? If not, doubt thy fitness for thy work. End of chapter 13. The Triumph of Enthusiasm. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 14 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 14. On Time, or The Triumph of Promptness. On the great clock of time there is but one word: now. Note the sublime precision that leads the earth over a circuit of 500 millions of miles back to the solstice at the appointed moment, without the loss of 1 second. No, not the millionth part of a second. For ages and ages of which it traveled that imperiled road. Edward Everett. Who cannot but see oftentimes how strange the threads of our destiny run? Oft it is only for a moment the favorable instant is presented. We miss it, and months and years are lost. By the street of by and by, one arrives at the house of never. Cervantes. Lose this day by loitering, 'twill be the same story tomorrow, and the next more dilatory. Let's take the instant by the forward top. Shakespeare. Haste, post, haste, haste for thy life, was frequently written upon messages in the days of Henry VIII of England, with a picture of a courier swinging from a gibbet. Post offices were unknown, and letters were carried by government messengers, subject to hanging if they delayed upon the road. Even in the old slow days of stagecoaches, when it took a month of dangerous traveling to accomplish the distance we can now span in a few hours, unnecessary delay was a crime. One of the greatest gains civilization has made is in measuring and utilizing time. We can do as much in an hour today as they could in 20 hours 100 years ago. Delays have dangerous ends. Caesar's delay to read a message cost him his life when he reached the Senate House. Colonel Raoul, the Hessian commander at Trenton, was playing cards when a messenger brought a letter stating that Washington was crossing the Delaware. He put the letter in his pocket without reading it until the game was finished, when he rallied his men only to die just before his troops were taken prisoners. Only a few minutes' delay, but he lost honor, liberty, life. Success is the child of two very plain parents, punctuality and accuracy. There are critical moments in every successful life when, if the mind hesitate or a nerve flinch, all will be lost. Immediately on receiving your proclamation, wrote Governor Andrew of Massachusetts to President Lincoln on May 3, 1861, we took up the war and have carried on our part of it in the spirit in which we believe the administrator and the American people intend to act, namely, as if there were not an inch of red tape in the world. He had received a telegram for troops from Washington on Monday, April 15th, at 9 o'clock the next Sunday. He said, "All the regiments demanded from Massachusetts are already either in Washington or in Fortress Monroe, or on their way to the defense of the capital. The only question which I can entertain," he said, "is what to do, and when that question is answered, the other is, what next to do." The whole period of youth, said Ruskin, is one essentially of formation, edification, instruction. There is not an hour of it but is trembling with destinies, not a moment of which once past the appointed work can ever be done again, or the neglected blow struck on the cold iron. Napoleon laid great stress upon that supreme moment, that nick of time, which occurs in every battle, to take advantage of which means victory, and to lose in hesitation means disaster. He said that he beat the Austrians because they did not know the value of 5 minutes. And it has been said that among the trifles that conspired to defeat him at Waterloo, the loss of a few moments by himself and Grouchy on the fatal morning was the most significant. Blucher was on time, and Grouchy was late. It was enough to send Napoleon to St. Helena, and to change the destiny of millions. It is a well-known truism that has almost been elevated to the dignity of a maxim, that what may be done at any time will be done at no time. The African Association of London wanted to send Ledward, the traveler, to Africa, and asked when he would be ready to go. "Tomorrow morning," was the reply. John Jervis, afterwards Earl St. Vincent, was asked when he could join his ship, and replied, "Directly." Colin Campbell, appointed commander of the army in India, and asked when he could set out, replied without hesitation, "Tomorrow." The energy wasted in postponing until tomorrow a duty of today would often do the work. How much harder and more disagreeable, too, it is to do work which has been put off. What would have been done at the time, with pleasure or even enthusiasm, after it has been delayed for days and weeks, becomes drudgery. Letters can never be answered so easily as when first received. Many large firms make it a rule never to allow a letter to lie unanswered overnight. Promptness takes the drudgery out of an occupation. Putting off usually means leaving off, and going to do becomes going undone. Doing a deed is like sowing a seed. If not done at just the right time, it will be forever out of season. The summer of eternity will not be long enough to bring to maturity the fruit of a delayed action. If a star or planet were delayed 1 second, it might throw the whole universe out of harmony. "There is no moment like the present," said Maria Edgeworth. Not only so, there is no moment at all, no instant force and energy but in the present. The man who will not execute his resolutions when they are fresh upon him can have no hopes from them afterward. They will be dissipated, lost in the hurry and scurry of the world, or sunk in the slough of indolence. Cobbett said he owed his success to being always ready, more than to all his natural abilities combined. "To this quality I owed my extraordinary promotion in the army," he said. "If I had to mount guard at 10, I was ready at 9. Never did any man or anything wait 1 minute for me." "How," asked a man of Sir Walter Raleigh, "do you accomplish so much and in so short a time?" "When I have anything to do, I go and do it," was the reply. The man who always acts promptly, even if he makes occasional mistakes, will succeed when a procrastinator, even if he have the better judgment, will fail. When asked how he managed to accomplish so much work and at the same time attend to his social duties, a French statesman replied, "I do it simply by never postponing till tomorrow what should be done today." It was said of an unsuccessful public man that he used to reverse this process, his favorite maxim being, "Never to do today what might be postponed till tomorrow." How many men have dawdled away their success and allowed companions and relatives to steal it away 5 minutes at a time? "Tomorrow, did thou say?" asked Cotton. "Go to, I will not hear of it. Tomorrow, 'tis a sharper who stakes his penury against thy plenty, who takes thy ready cash and pays thee naught, but wishes, hopes, and promises the currency of idiots. Tomorrow! It is a period nowhere to be found in all the hoary registers of time, unless perchance in the fool's calendar. Wisdom disclaims the word, nor holds society with those that own it. 'Tis fancy's child, and folly is its father, wrought of such stuffs as dreams are, and baseless as the fantastic visions of the evening. Oh, how many a wreck on the road to success could say, 'I have spent all my life in pursuit of tomorrow, being assured that tomorrow has some vast benefit or other in store for me.'" But his resolutions remained unshaken. Charles Reade continues in his story of Noah Skinner, the defaulting clerk, who had been overcome by a sleepy languor after deciding to make restitution. By and by, waking up from a sort of heavy doze, he took, as it were, a last look at the receipts, and murmured, "My head, how heavy it feels!" But presently he roused himself, full of his penitent resolutions, and murmured again, brokenly, "I'll take it to Pembroke Street tomorrow. Tomorrow." The morrow found him, and so did the detectives, dead. tomorrow. It is the devil's motto. All history is strewn with its brilliant victims, the wrecks of half-finished plans and unexecuted resolutions. It is the favorite refuge of sloth and incompetency. Strike while the iron is hot, and make hay while the sun shines, are golden maxims. Very few people recognize the hour when laziness begins to set in. Some people it attacks after dinner, some after lunch, and some after 7 o'clock in the evening. There is in every person's life a crucial hour in the day which must be employed instead of wasted if the day is to be saved. With most people, the early morning hour becomes the test of the day's success. A person was once extolling the skill and courage of Mayenne in Henry's presence. "You are right," said Henry. "He is a great captain, but I have always 5 hours start of him." Henry rose at 4 in the morning, and Mayenne at about 10. This made all the difference between them. Indecision becomes a victim, and procrastination is its forerunner. There is only one known remedy for the victims of indecision, and that is prompt decision. Otherwise, the disease is fatal to all success or achievement. He who hesitates is lost. A noted writer said that a bed is a bundle of paradoxes. We go to it with reluctance, yet we quit it with regret. We make up our minds every night to leave it early, but we make up our bodies every morning to keep it late. Yet most of those who have become eminent have been early risers. Peter the Great always rose before daylight. "I am," he said, "for making my life as long as possible, and therefore sleep as little as possible." Alfred the Great rose before daylight. In the hours of early morning, Columbus planned his voyage to America, and Napoleon his greatest campaigns. Copernicus was an early riser, as were most of the famous astronomers of ancient and modern times. Bryant rose at 5, Bancroft at dawn, and nearly all our leading authors in the early morning. Washington, Jefferson, Webster, Clay, and Calhoun were all early risers. Daniel Webster used often to answer 20 to 30 letters before breakfast. Walter Scott was a very punctual man. This was the secret of his enormous achievements. He rose at 5. By breakfast time he had, as he used to say, broken the neck of the day's work. Writing to a youth who had obtained a situation and asked him for advice, he gave this counsel: "Beware of stumbling over a propensity which easily besets you from not having your time fully employed. I mean what the women call dawdling. Do instantly whatever is to be done, and take the hours of recreation after business, never before it." Not too much can be said about the value of the habit of rising early. 8 hours is enough sleep for any man. Very frequently 7 hours is plenty. After the 8th hour in bed, if a man is able, it is his business to get up, dress quickly, and go to work. "A singular mischance has happened to some of our friends," said Hamilton, "at the instant when he ushered them into existence. God gave them a work to do, and he also gave them a competence of time, so much that if they began at the right moment, and wrought with sufficient vigor, their time and their work would end together. But a good many years ago a strange misfortune befell them. A fragment of their allotted time was lost. They cannot tell what became of it, but sure enough it has dropped out of existence. For just like two measuring lines laid alongside, the one an inch shorter than the other, their work and their time run parallel, but the work is always 10 minutes in advance of the time. They are not irregular. They are never too soon. Their letters are posted the very minute after the mail is closed. They arrive at the wharf just in time to see the steamboat off. They come in sight of the terminus precisely as the station gates are closing. They do not break any engagement or neglect any duty, but they systematically go about it too late, and usually too late by about the same fatal interval. Someone has said that promptness is a contagious inspiration. Whether it be an inspiration or an acquirement, it is one of the practical virtues of civilization. There is one thing that is almost as sacred as the marriage relation. That is an appointment. A man who fails to meet his appointment, unless he has a good reason, is practically a liar, and the world treats him as such. If a man has no regard for the time of other men, said Horace Greeley, why should he have for the money? What is the difference between taking a man's hour and taking his $5? There are many men to whom each hour of the business day is worth more than $5. When President Washington dined at 4, new members of Congress invited to dine at the White House would sometimes arrive late and be mortified to find the president eating. My cook, Washington would say, never asks if the visitors have arrived, but if the hour has arrived. When his secretary excused the lateness of his attendance by saying that his watch was too slow, Washington replied, "Then you must get a new watch, or I another secretary." Franklin said to a servant who was always late, but always ready with an excuse, "I have generally found that the man who is good at an excuse is good for nothing else." Napoleon once invited his marshals to dine with him, but as they did not arrive at the moment appointed, he began to eat without them. They came in just as he was rising from the table. "Gentlemen," said he, "it is now past dinner, and we will immediately proceed to business." Blücher was one of the promptest men that ever lived. He was called Marshal Ford. John Quincy Adams was never known to be behind time. The Speaker of the House of Representatives knew when to call the House to order by seeing Mr. Adams coming to his seat. Once a member said that it was time to begin. "No," said another, "Mr. Adams is not in his seat." It was found that the clock was 3 minutes fast, and prompt to the minute Mr. Adams arrived. Webster was never late at a recitation in school or college. In court, in Congress, in society, he was equally punctual. Amid the cares and distractions of a singularly busy life, Horace Greeley managed to be on time for every appointment. Many a trenchant paragraph for the Tribune was written while the editor was waiting for men of leisure, tardy at some meeting. Punctuality is the soul of business, as brevity is of wit. During the first 7 years of his mercantile career, Amos Lawrence did not permit a bill to remain unsettled over Sunday. Punctuality is said to be the politeness of princes. Some men are always running to catch up with their business. They are always in a hurry, and give you the impression that they are late for a train. They lack method and seldom accomplish much. Every businessman knows that there are moments on which hang the destiny of years. If you arrive a few minutes late at the bank, your paper may be protested and your credit ruined. One of the best things about school and college life is that the bell which strikes the hour for rising, for recitations or for lectures, teaches habits of promptness. Every young man should have a watch which is a good timekeeper. One that is nearly right encourages bad habits and is an expensive investment at any price. "Oh, how I do appreciate a boy who is always on time," says H. C. Brown. "How quickly you learn to depend on him, and how soon you find yourself entrusting him with weightier matters." The boy who has acquired a reputation for punctuality has made the first contribution to the capital that in after years makes his success a certainty. Promptness is the mother of confidence and gives credit. It is the best possible proof that our own affairs are well ordered and well conducted, and gives others confidence in our ability. The man who is punctual, as a rule, will keep his word and may be depended upon. A conductor's watch is behind time, and a terrible railway collision occurs. A leading firm with enormous assets becomes bankrupt simply because an agent is tardy in transmitting available funds as ordered. An innocent man is hanged because the messenger bearing a reprieve should have arrived 5 minutes earlier. A man is stopped 5 minutes to hear a trivial story and misses a train or steamer by 1 minute. Grant decided to enlist the moment that he learned of the fall of Sumter. When Buckner sent him a flag of truce at Fort Donelson, asking for the appointment of commissioners to consider terms of capitulation, he promptly replied, "No terms except an unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted. I propose to move immediately upon your works." Buckner replied that circumstances compelled him to accept the ungenerous and unchivalrous terms which you propose. The man who, like Napoleon, can on the instant seize the most important thing and sacrifice the others, is sure to win. Many a wasted life dates its ruin from a lost 5 minutes. "Too late" can be read between the lines on the tombstone of many a man who has failed. A few minutes often makes all the difference between victory and defeat, success and failure. End of chapter 14. On Time, or The Triumph of Promptness. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 15 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 15. What a good appearance will do. Let thy attire be comely but not costly. Livy. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man. Shakespeare. I hold that gentleman to be the best dressed, whose dress no one observes. Anthony Trollope. As a general thing, an individual who is neat in his person is neat in his morals. H. W. Shaw. There are two chief factors in good appearance: cleanliness of body and comeliness of attire. Usually these go together, neatness of attire indicating a sanitary care of the person, while outward slovenliness suggests a carelessness for appearance that probably goes deeper than the clothes covering the body. We express ourselves first of all in our bodies. The outer condition of the body is accepted as the symbol of the inner. If it is unlovely or repulsive through sheer neglect or indifference, we conclude that the mind corresponds with it. As a rule, the conclusion is a just one. High ideals and strong, clean, wholesome lives and work are incompatible with low standards of personal cleanliness. A young man who neglects his bath will neglect his mind. He will quickly deteriorate in every way. A young woman who ceases to care for her appearance in minutest detail will soon cease to please. She will fall little by little until she degenerates into an ambitionless slattern. It is not to be wondered at that the Talmud places cleanliness next to godliness. I should place it nearer still, for I believe that absolute cleanliness is godliness. Cleanliness or purity of soul and body raises man to the highest estate. Without this he is nothing but a brute. There is a very close connection between a fine, strong, clean physique and a fine, strong, clean character. A man who allows himself to become careless in regard to the one will, in spite of himself, fall away in the other. But self-interest clamors as loudly as aesthetic or moral considerations for the fulfillment of the laws of cleanliness. Every day we see people receiving demerits for failure to live up to them. I can recall instances of capable stenographers who forfeited their positions because they did not keep their fingernails clean. An honest, intelligent man whom I know lost his place in a large publishing firm because he was careless about shaving and brushing his teeth. The other day, a lady remarked that she went into a store to buy some ribbons, but when she saw the salesgirl's hands, she changed her mind and made her purchase elsewhere. Dainty ribbons, she said, could not be handled by such soiled fingers without losing some of their freshness. Of course, it will not be long until that girl's employer will discover that she is not advancing his business, and then, well, the law will work inexorably. The first point to be emphasized in the making of a good appearance is the necessity of frequent bathing. A daily bath ensures a clean, wholesome condition of the skin, without which health is impossible. Next in importance to the bath is the proper care of the hair, the hands, and the teeth. This requires little more than a small amount of time and the use of soap and water. The hair, of course, should be combed and brushed regularly every day. If it is naturally oily, it should be washed thoroughly every 2 weeks with a good reliable scalp soap and warm water, to which a very little ammonia may be added. If the hair is dry or lacking in oily matter, it should not be washed oftener than once a month, and the ammonia may be omitted. Manicure sets are so cheap that they are within the reach of almost everyone. If you cannot afford to buy a whole set, you can buy a file. You can get one as low as 10 cents, and keep your nails smooth and clean. Keeping the teeth in good condition is a very simple matter, yet perhaps more people sin in this particular point of cleanliness than in any other. I know young men, and young women too, who dress very well and seem to take considerable pride in their personal appearance, yet neglect their teeth. They do not realize that there could hardly be a worse blot on one's appearance than dirty or decaying teeth, or the absence of one or two in front. Nothing can be more offensive in man or woman than a foul breath, and no one can have neglected teeth without reaping this consequence. We all know how disagreeable it is to be anywhere near a person whose breath is bad. It is positively disgusting. No employer wants a clerk or stenographer or other employee about him who contaminates the atmosphere. Nor does he, if he is at all particular, want one whose appearance is marred by a lack of 1 or 2 front teeth. Many an applicant has been denied the position he sought because of bad teeth. For those who have to make their way in the world, the best counsel on the subject of clothes may be summed up in this short sentence: let thy attire be comely, but not costly. Simplicity in dress is its greatest charm, and in these days, when there is such an infinite variety of tasteful but inexpensive fabrics to choose from, the majority can afford to be well dressed. But no one need blush for a shabby suit if circumstances prevent his having a better one. You will be more respected by yourself and everyone else with an old coat in your back that has been paid for than a new one that has not. It is not the shabbiness that is unavoidable, but the slovenliness that is avoidable, that the world frowns upon. No one, no matter how poor he may be, will be excused for wearing a dirty coat, a crumpled collar, or muddy shoes. If you are dressed according to your means, no matter how poorly, you are appropriately dressed. The consciousness of making the best appearance you possibly can, of always being scrupulously neat and clean, and of maintaining your self-respect and integrity at all costs, will sustain you under the most adverse circumstances, and give you a dignity, strength, and magnetic forcefulness that will command the respect and admiration of others. Herbert H. Vreeland, who rose in a short time from a section hand on the Long Island Railroad to the presidency of all the surface railways in New York City, should be a practical authority on this subject. In the course of an address on how to attain success, he said, "Clothes don't make the man, but good clothes have got many a man a good job. If you have $25 and want a job, it is better to spend $20 for a suit of clothes, $4 for shoes, and the rest for a shave, a haircut, and a clean collar, and walk to the place, than go with the money in the pockets of a dingy suit." Most large business houses make it a rule not to employ anyone who looks seedy or even slovenly, or who does not make a good appearance when he applies for a position. The man who hires all the salespeople for one of the largest retail stores in Chicago says, "While the routine of application is in every case strictly adhered to, the fact remains that the most important element in an applicant's chance for a trial is his personality. It does not matter how much merit or ability an applicant for a position may possess. He cannot afford to be careless of his personal appearance. Diamonds in the rough of infinitely greater value than the polished glass of some of those who get positions may occasionally be rejected. Applicants whose good appearance help them to secure a place may often be very superficial in comparison with some who were rejected in their favor and may not have half their merit, but having secured it, they may keep it, though not possessing half the ability of the boy or girl who was turned away. That the same rule that governs employers in America holds in England is evidenced by the London Draper's Record. It says, "Wherever a marked personal care is exhibited for the cleanliness of the person and for neatness in dress, there is also almost always found extra carefulness as regards the finish of work done. Work people whose personal habits are slovenly produce slovenly work. Those who are careful of their own appearance are equally careful of the looks of the work they turn out. And probably what is true of the workroom is equally true of the region behind the counter. Is it not a fact that the smart saleswoman is usually rather particular about her dress, is averse to wearing dingy collars, frayed cuffs, and faded ties? The truth of the matter seems to be that extra care as regards personal habits and general appearance is, as a rule, indicative of a certain alertness of mind, which shows itself antagonistic to slovenliness of all kinds. No young man or woman who wishes to retain that most potent factor of the successful life, self-respect, can afford to be negligent in the matter of dress, for the character is subdued to what it is clothed in. As the consciousness of being well dressed tends to grace and ease of manner, so shabby, ill-fitting, and soiled attires makes one feel awkward and constrained, lacking in dignity and importance. Our clothes unmistakably affect our feelings and self-respect, as anyone knows who has experienced the sensation, and who has not, that comes from being attired in new and becoming raiment. Poor, ill-fitting, or soiled garments are detrimental to morals and manners. The consciousness of clean linen, says Elizabeth Stuart Phelps, is in and of itself a source of moral strength, second only to that of a clean conscience. A well-ironed collar or a fresh glove has carried many a man through an emergency in which a wrinkle or a rip would have defeated him. The importance of attending to little details, the perfection of which really constitutes the well-dressed man or woman, is well illustrated by this story of a young woman's failure to secure a desirable position. One of those large-souled women of wealth in which our generation is rich had established an industrial school for girls in which they received a good English education and were trained to be self-supporting. She needed the services of a superintendent and teacher, and considered herself fortunate when the trustees of the institution recommended to her a young woman whose tact, knowledge, perfect manners, and general fitness for the position they extolled in the highest terms. The young woman was invited by the founder of the school to call on her at once. Apparently, she possessed all the required qualifications, and yet, without assigning any reason, Mrs. V absolutely refused to give her a trial. Long afterward, when questioned by a friend as to the cause of her seemingly inexplicable conduct in refusing to engage so competent a teacher, she replied, "It was a trifle, but a trifle in which, as in an Egyptian hieroglyphic, lay a volume of meaning. The young woman came to me fashionably and expensively dressed, but with torn and soiled gloves and half of the buttons off her shoes. A slovenly woman is not a fit guide for any young girl." Probably the applicant never knew why she did not obtain the position, for she was undoubtedly well qualified to fill it in every respect, except in this seemingly unimportant matter of attention to the little details of dress. From every point of view it pays well to dress well. The knowledge that we are becomingly clothed acts like a mental tonic. Very few men or women are so strong and so perfectly poised as to be unaffected by their surroundings. If you lie around half-dressed, without making your toilet, and with your room all in disorder, taking it easy because you do not expect or wish to see anybody, you will find yourself very quickly taking on the mood of your attire and environment. Your mind will slip down. It will refuse to exert itself. It will become as slovenly, slipshod, and inactive as your body. On the other hand, if when you have an attack of the blues, when you feel half sick and not able to work, instead of lying around the house in your old wrapper or dressing gown, you take a good bath, a Turkish bath if you can afford it, put on your best clothes, and make your toilet as carefully as if you were going to a fashionable reception, you will feel like a new person. 9 times out of 10, before you have finished dressing, your blues and your half-sick feeling will have vanished like a bad dream, and your whole outlook on life will have changed. By emphasizing the importance of dress, I do not mean that you should be like Beau Brummel, the English fop, who spent $4,000 a year at his tailor's alone, and who used to take hours to tie his cravat. An undue love of dress is worse than a total disregard of it, and they love dress too much who go in debt for it, who make it their chief object in life, to the neglect of their most sacred duty to themselves and others, or who, like Beau Brummel, devote most of their waking hours to its study. But I do claim, in view of its effect on ourselves and on those with whom we come in contact, that it is a duty, as well as the truest economy, to dress as well and becomingly as our position requires and our means will allow. Many young men and women make the mistake of thinking that well-dressed necessarily means being expensively dressed, and with this erroneous idea in mind, they fall into as great a pitfall as those who think clothes are of no importance. They devote the time that should be given to the culture of head and heart to studying their toilets and planning how they can buy out of their limited salaries this or that expensive hat, or tie or coat, which they see exhibited in some fashionable store. If they cannot by any possibility afford the coveted article, they buy some cheap, tawdry imitation, the effect of which is only to make them look ridiculous. Young men of this stamp wear cheap rings, vermilion-tinted ties, and broad checks, and almost invariably they occupy cheap positions. Like the dandy, whom Carlyle describes as a clothes-wearing man, a man whose trade, office, and existence consists in the wearing of clothes, every faculty of whose soul, spirit, person, and purse is heroically consecrated to this one object, they live to dress, and have no time to devote to self-culture or to fitting themselves for higher positions. The overdressed young woman is merely the feminine of the overdressed young man. The manners of both seem to have a subtle connection with their clothes. They are loud, flashy, vulgar. Their style of dress bespeaks a type of character even more objectionable than that of the slovenly, untidily dressed person. The world accepts the truth announced by Shakespeare, that the apparel oft proclaims the man, and the man and the woman, too, are frequently condemned by the very garb which they think makes them so irresistible. At first sight it may seem hasty or superficial to judge men or women by their clothes, but experience has proved again and again that they do as a rule measure the sense and self-respect of the wearer, and aspirants to success should be as careful in choosing their dress as their companions, for the old adage, "Tell me thy company, and I will tell thee what thou art," is offset by this wise saying of some philosopher of the commonplace, "Show me all the dresses a woman has worn in the course of her life, and I will write you her biography." How exquisitely absurd it is, says Sydney Smith, to teach a girl that beauty is of no value, dress of no use. Beauty is of value. Her whole prospect and happiness in life may often depend upon a new gown or a becoming bonnet. If she has 5 grains of common sense, she will find this out. The great thing is to teach her their proper value. It is true that clothes do not make the man, but they have a much larger influence on man's life than we are wont to attribute to them. Prentice Mulford declares dress to be one of the avenues for the spiritualization of the race. This is not an extravagant statement, when we remember what an effect clothes have in inciting to personal cleanliness. Let a woman, for instance, don an old, soiled, or worn wrapper, and it will have the effect of making her indifferent as to whether her hair is frowsy or in curl papers. It does not matter whether her face or hands are clean or not, or what sort of slipshod shoes she wears, for anything, she argues, is good enough to go with this old wrapper. Her walk, her manner, the general trend of her feelings, will in some subtle way be dominated by the old wrapper. Suppose she changes, puts on a dainty muslin garment instead. How different her looks and acts! Her hair must be becomingly arranged, so as not to be at odds with her dress. Her face and hands and fingernails must be spotless as the muslin which surrounds them. The down-at-heel old shoes are exchanged for suitable slippers. Her mind runs along new channels. She has much more respect for the wearer of the new, clean wrapper than for the wearer of the old, soiled one. Would you change the current of your thoughts? Change your raiment, and you will at once feel the effect. Even so great an authority as Buffon, the naturalist and philosopher, testifies to the influence of dress on thought. He declares himself utterly incapable of thinking to good purpose except in full court dress. This he always put on before entering his study, not even omitting his sword. There is something about ill-fitting, unbecoming, or shabby apparel which not only robs one of self-respect, but also of comfort and power. Good clothes give ease of manner and make one talk well. The consciousness of being well dressed gives a grace and ease of manner that even religion will not bestow, while inferiority of garb often induces restraint. One cannot but feel that God is a lover of appropriate dress. He has put robes of beauty and glory upon all his works. Every flower is dressed in richness. Every field blushes beneath a mantle of beauty. Every star is veiled in brightness. Every bird is clothed in the habiliments of the most exquisite taste. And surely he is pleased when we provide a beautiful setting for the greatest of his handiworks. End of chapter 15. What a good appearance will do. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, chapter 16 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. Personality as a Success Asset. There is something about one's personality which eludes the photographer, which the painter cannot reproduce, which the sculptor cannot chisel. This subtle something which everyone feels, but which no one can describe, which no biographer ever put down in a book, has a great deal to do with one's success in life. It is this indescribable quality, which some persons have in a remarkable degree, which sets an audience wild at the mention of the name of a Blaine or a Lincoln, which makes people applaud beyond the bounds of enthusiasm. It was this peculiar atmosphere which made Clay the idol of his constituents. Although perhaps Calhoun was a greater man, he never aroused any such enthusiasm as the mill boy of the slashes. Webster and Sumner were great men, but they did not arouse a tithe of the spontaneous enthusiasm evoked by men like Blaine and Clay. A historian says that, in measuring Kossuth's influence over the masses, we must first reckon with the orator's physical bulk, and then carry the measuring line above his atmosphere. If we had discernment fine enough and tests delicate enough, we could not only measure the personal atmosphere of individuals, but could also make more accurate estimates concerning the future possibilities of schoolmates and young friends. We are often misled as to the position they are going to occupy, from the fact that we are apt to take account merely of their ability, and do not reckon this personal atmosphere or magnetic power as a part of their success capital. Yet this individual atmosphere has quite as much to do with one's advancement as brain power or education. Indeed, we constantly see men of mediocre ability, but with fine personal presence, superb manner, and magnetic qualities, being rapidly advanced over the heads of those who are infinitely their superiors in mental endowments. A good illustration of the influence of personal atmosphere is found in the orator who carries his audience with him like a whirlwind while he is delivering his speech, and yet so little of this personal element adheres to his cold words in print that those who read them are scarcely moved at all. The influence of such speakers depends almost wholly upon their presence, the atmosphere that emanates from them. They are much larger than anything they say or do. Certain personalities are greater than mere physical beauty and more powerful than learning. Charm of personality is a divine gift that sways the strongest characters and sometimes even controls the destinies of nations. We are unconsciously influenced by people who possess this magnetic power. The moment we come into their presence, We have a sense of enlargement. They unlock within us possibilities of which we previously had no conception. Our horizon broadens. We feel a new power stirring through all our being. We experience a sense of relief, as if a great weight which long had pressed upon us had been removed. We can converse with such people in a way that astonishes us, although meeting them perhaps for the first time. We express ourselves more clearly and eloquently than we believed we could. They draw out the best that is in us. They introduce us, as it were, to our larger, better selves. With their presence, impulses and longings come thronging to our minds which never stirred us before. All at once, life takes on a higher and nobler meaning, and we are fired with the desire to do more than we have ever done before, and to be more than we have been in the past. A few minutes before, perhaps, we were sad and discouraged, when, suddenly, the flashlight of a potent personality of this kind has opened a rift in our lives and revealed to us hidden capabilities. Sadness gives place to joy, despair to hope, and disheartenment to encouragement. We have been touched to finer issues. We have caught a glimpse of higher ideals, and, for the first moment at least, have been transformed. The old commonplace life, with its absence of purpose and endeavor, has dropped out of sight, and we resolve with better heart and newer hope to struggle to make permanently ours the forces and potentialities that have been revealed to us. Even a momentary contact with a character of this kind seems to double our mental and soul powers, as two great dynamos double the current which passes over the wire, and we are loath to leave the magical presence, lest we lose our newborn power. On the other hand, we frequently meet people who make us shrivel and shrink into ourselves. The moment they come near us, we experience a cold chill, as if a blast of winter had struck us in midsummer. A blighting, narrowing sensation, which seems to make us suddenly smaller, passes over us. We feel a decided loss of power, of possibility. We could no more smile in their presence than we could laugh while at a funeral. Their gloomy, miasmatic atmosphere chills all our natural impulses. In their presence there is no possibility of expansion for us. As a dark cloud suddenly obscures the brightness of a smiling summer sky, their shadows are cast upon us and fill us with vague, undefinable uneasiness. We instinctively feel that such people have no sympathy with our aspirations, and our natural prompting is to guard closely any expression of our hopes and ambitions. When they are near us, our laudable purposes and desires shrink into insignificance and mere foolishness. The charm of sentiment vanishes, and life seems to lose color and zest. The effect of their presence is paralyzing, and we hasten from it as soon as possible. If we study these two types of personality, we shall find that the chief difference between them is that the first loves his kind, and the latter does not. Of course, that rare charm of manner which captivates all those who come within the sphere of its influence, and that strong personal magnetism which inclines all hearts toward its fortunate possessor, are largely natural gifts. But we shall find that the man who practices unselfishness, who is genuinely interested in the welfare of others, who feels it a privilege to have the power to do a fellow creature a kindness, even though polished manners and a gracious presence may be conspicuous by their absence, will be an elevating influence wherever he goes. He will bring encouragement to and uplift every life that touches his. He will be trusted and loved by all who come in contact with him. This type of personality we may all cultivate if we will. Magnetic personality is intangible. This mysterious something, which we sometimes call individuality, is often more powerful than the ability which can be measured or the qualities that can be rated. Many women are endowed with this magnetic quality, which is entirely independent of personal beauty. It is often possessed in a high degree by very plain women. This was notably the case with some of the women who ruled in the French salons more absolutely than the king on his throne. At a social gathering, when conversation drags and interest is at a low ebb, the entrance of some bright woman with a magnetic personality instantly changes the whole situation. She may not be handsome, but everybody is attracted. It is a privilege to speak to her. People who possess this rare quality are frequently ignorant of the source of their power. They simply know they have it, but cannot locate or describe it. While it is, like poetry, music, or art, a gift of nature, born in one, it can be cultivated to a certain extent. Much of the charm of a magnetic personality comes from a fine, cultivated manner. Tact, also, is a very important element, next to a fine manner, perhaps the most important. One must know exactly what to do, and be able to do just the right thing at the proper time. Good judgment and common sense are indispensable to those who are trying to acquire this magic power. Good taste is also one of the elements of personal charm. You cannot offend the tastes of others without hurting their sensibilities. One of the greatest investments one can make is that of attaining a gracious manner, cordiality of bearing, generosity of feeling, the delightful art of pleasing. It is infinitely better than money capital, for all doors fly open to sunny, pleasing personalities. They are more than welcome. They are sought for everywhere. Many a youth owes his promotion or his first start in life to the disposition to be accommodating, to help along wherever he could. This was one of Lincoln's chief characteristics. He had a passion for helping people, for making himself agreeable under all circumstances. Mr. Herndon, his law partner, says, "When the Routledge Tavern, where Lincoln boarded, was crowded, he would often give up his bed and sleep on the counter in his store with a roll of calico for his pillow. Somehow everybody in trouble turned to him for help." This generous desire to assist others and to return kindnesses especially endeared Lincoln to the people. The power to please is a tremendous asset. What can be more valuable than a personality which always attracts, never repels? It is not only valuable in business, but also in every field of life. It makes statesmen and politicians. It brings clients to the lawyer, and patients to the physician. It is worth everything to the clergyman. No matter what career you enter, you cannot overestimate the importance of cultivating that charm of manner, those personal qualities which attract people to you. They will take the place of capital or influence. They are often a substitute for a large amount of hard work. Some men attract business, customers, clients, patients, as naturally as magnets attract particles of steel. Everything seems to point their way for the same reason that the steel particles point toward the magnet, because they are attracted. Such men are business magnets. Business moves toward them, even when they do not apparently make half so much effort to get it as the less successful. Their friends call them lucky dogs. But if we analyze these men closely, we find that they have attractive qualities. There is usually some charm of personality about them that wins all hearts. Many successful business and professional men would be surprised if they should analyze their success to find what a large percentage of it is due to their habitual courtesy and other popular qualities. Had it not been for these, their sagacity, long-headedness, and business training would not perhaps have amounted to half so much. For, no matter how able a man may be, if his coarse, rude manners drive away clients, patients, or customers, if his personality repels, he will always be placed at a disadvantage. It pays to cultivate popularity. It doubles success possibilities, develops manhood, and builds up character. To be popular, one must strangle selfishness. He must keep back his bad tendencies. He must be polite, gentlemanly, agreeable, and companionable. In trying to be popular, he is on the road to success and happiness as well. The ability to cultivate friends is a powerful aid to success. It is capital which will stand by one when panics come, when banks fail, when business concerns go to the wall. How many men have been able to start again after having everything swept away by fire or flood or some other disaster, just because they had cultivated popular qualities, because they had learned the art of being agreeable, of making friends, and holding them with hooks of steel. People are influenced powerfully by their friendships, by their likes and dislikes, and a popular business or professional man has every advantage in the world over a cold, indifferent man, for customers, clients, or patients will flock to him. Cultivate the art of being agreeable. It will help you to self-expression as nothing else will. It will call out your success qualities. It will broaden your sympathies. It is difficult to conceive of any more delightful birthright than to be born with this personal charm. And yet it is comparatively easy to cultivate, because it is made up of so many other qualities, all of which are cultivatable. I never knew a thoroughly unselfish person who was not an attractive person. No person who is always thinking of himself and trying to figure out how he can get some advantage from everybody else will ever be attractive. We are naturally disgusted with people who are trying to get everything for themselves and never think of anybody else. The secret of pleasing is in being pleasant yourself, in being interesting. If you would be agreeable, you must be magnanimous. The narrow, stingy soul is not lovable. People shrink from such a character. There must be heartiness in the expression, in the smile, in the handshake, in the cordiality, which is unmistakable. The hardest natures cannot resist these qualities any more than the eyes can resist the sun. If you radiate sweetness and light, people will love to get near you, for we are all looking for the sunlight, trying to get away from the shadows. It is unfortunate that these things are not taught more in the home and in the school, for our success and happiness depend largely upon them. Many of us are no better than uneducated heathens. We may know enough, but we give ourselves out stingily, and we live narrow and reserved lives, when we should be broad, generous, sympathetic, and magnanimous. Popular people, those with great personal charm, take infinite pains to cultivate all the little graces and qualities which go to make up popularity. If people who are naturally unsocial would only spend as much time and take as much pains as people who are social favorites in making themselves popular, they would accomplish wonders. Everybody is attracted by lovable qualities and is repelled by the unlovely wherever found. The whole principle of an attractive personality lives in this sentence: a fine manner pleases, a coarse, brutal manner repels. We cannot help being attracted to one who is always trying to help us, who gives us his sympathy, who is always trying to make us comfortable and to give us every advantage he can. On the other hand, we are repelled by people who are always trying to get something out of us, who elbow their way in front of us to get the best seat in a car or a hall, who are always looking for the easiest chair or for the choicest bits at the table, who are always wanting to be waited on first at the restaurant or hotel, regardless of others. The ability to bring the best that is in you to the man you are trying to reach, to make a good impression at the very first meeting, to approach a prospective customer as though you had known him for years, without offending his taste, without raising the least prejudice, but getting his sympathy and goodwill, is a great accomplishment, and this is what commands a great salary. There is a charm in a gracious personality from which it is very hard to get away. It is difficult to snub the man who possesses it. There is something about him which arrests your prejudice, and no matter how busy or how worried you may be, or how much you may dislike to be interrupted, somehow you haven't the heart to turn away the man with a pleasing personality. Who has not felt his power multiplied many times, his intellect sharpened, and a keener edge put on all of his faculties when coming into contact with a strong personality which has called forth hidden powers which he never before dreamed he possessed, so that he could say things and do things impossible to him when alone? The power of the orator, which he flings back to his listeners, he first draws from his audience, but he could never get it from the separate individuals, any more than the chemist could get the full power from chemicals standing in separate bottles in his laboratory. It is in contact and combination only that new creations, new forces are developed. We little realize what a large part of our achievement is due to others working through us, to their sharpening our faculties, radiating hope, encouragement, and helpfulness into our lives, and sustaining and inspiring us mentally. We are apt to overestimate the value of an education from books alone. A large part of the value of a college education comes from the social intercourse of the students, the reinforcement, the buttressing of character by association. Their faculties are sharpened and polished by the attrition of mind with mind and the pitting of brain against brain, which stimulate ambition, brighten the ideals, and open up new hopes and possibilities. Book knowledge is valuable, but the knowledge which comes from mind intercourse is invaluable. Two substances totally unlike, but having a chemical affinity for each other, may produce a third infinitely stronger than either, or even both of those which unite. Two people with a strong affinity often call into activity in each other a power which neither dreamed he possessed before. Many an author owes his greatest book, his cleverest saying, to a friend who has aroused in him latent powers which otherwise might have remained dormant. Artists have been touched by the power of inspiration through a masterpiece, or by someone they happened to meet, who saw in them what no one else had ever seen, the power to do an immortal thing. The man who mixes with his fellows is ever on a voyage of discovery, finding new islands of power in himself, which would have remained forever hidden but for association with others. Everybody he meets has some secret for him, if he can only extract it, something which he never knew before, something which will help him on his way, something which will enrich his life. No man finds himself alone. Others are his discoverers. It is astonishing how much you can learn from people in social intercourse when you know how to look at them rightly. But it is a fact that you can only get a great deal out of them by giving them a great deal of yourself. The more you radiate yourself, the more magnanimous you are, the more generous of yourself, the more you fling yourself out to them without reserve, the more you will get back. You must give much in order to get much. The current will not set toward you until it goes out from you. About all you can get from others is a reflex of the currents from yourself. The more generously you give, the more you get in return. You will not receive if you give out stingily, narrowly, meanly. You must give of yourself in a wholehearted, generous way, or you will receive only stingy rivulets when you might have had great rivers and torrents of blessings. A man who might have been symmetrical, well-rounded, had he availed himself of every opportunity of touching life along all sides, remains a pygmy in everything except his own little specialty, because he did not cultivate his social side. It is always a mistake to miss an opportunity of meeting with our kind, and especially of mixing with those above us, because we can always carry away something of value. It is through social intercourse that our rough corners are rubbed off, that we become polished and attractive. If you go into social life with a determination to give it something, to make it a school for your self-improvement, for calling out your best social qualities, for developing the latent brain cells which have remained dormant for the lack of exercise, you will not find society either a bore or unprofitable. You must give it something, or you will not get anything. When you learn to look upon every one you meet as holding a treasure, something which will enrich your life, which will enlarge and broaden your experience, and make you more of a man, you will not think the time in the drawing room wasted. The man who is determined to get on will look upon every experience as an educator, as a culture chisel, which will make his life a little more shapely and attractive. Frankness of manner is one of the most delightful of traits in young or old. Everybody admires the open-hearted, the people who have nothing to conceal, and who do not try to cover up their faults and weaknesses. They are, as a rule, large-hearted and magnanimous. They inspire love and confidence, and, by their very frankness and simplicity, invite the same qualities in others. Secretiveness repels as much as frankness attracts. There is something about the very inclination to conceal or cover up which arouses suspicion and distrust. We cannot have the same confidence in people who possess this trait, no matter how good they may seem to be, as in frank, sunny natures. Dealing with these secretive people is like traveling on a stagecoach on a dark night. There is always a feeling of uncertainty. We may come out all right, but there is a lurking fear of some pitfall or unknown danger ahead of us. We are uncomfortable because of the uncertainties. They may be all right and may deal squarely with us, but we are not sure and cannot trust them. No matter how polite or gracious a secretive person may be, we can never rid ourselves of the feeling that there is a motive behind his graciousness, and that he has an ulterior purpose in view. He is always more or less of an enigma, because he goes through life wearing a mask. He endeavors to hide every trait that is not favorable to himself. Never, if he can help it, do we get a glimpse of the real man. How different the man who comes out in the open, who has no regrets, who reveals his heart to us, and who is frank, broad, and liberal. How quickly he wins our confidence. How we all like and trust him. We forgive him for many a slip or weakness, because he is always ready to confess his faults and to make amends for them. If he has bad qualities, they are always in sight, and we are ready to make allowances for them. His heart is sound and true. His sympathies are broad and active. The very qualities he possesses, frankness and simplicity, are conducive to the growth of the highest manhood and womanhood. In the Black Hills of South Dakota, there lived a humble, ignorant miner who won the love and goodwill of everyone. "You can't help liking him," said an English miner, and when asked why the miners and the people in the town couldn't help liking him, he answered, "Because he has a heart in him. He's a man. He always helps the boys when in trouble. You never go to him for nothing." Bright, handsome young men, graduates of Eastern colleges, were there seeking their fortune. A great many able, strong men, drawn there from different parts of the country by the gold fever. But none of them held the public confidence like this poor man. He could scarcely write his name, and knew nothing of the usages of polite society. Yet he so entrenched himself in the hearts of his community that no other man, however educated or cultured, had the slightest chance of being elected to any office of prominence while Ike was around. He was elected mayor of his town and sent to the legislature, although he could not speak a grammatical sentence. It was all because he had a heart in him. He was a man. End of chapter 16. Personality as a Success Asset. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 17 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. If You Can Talk Well. When Charles W. Eliot was president of Harvard, he said, "I recognize but one mental acquisition as an essential part of the education of a lady or gentleman, namely, an accurate and refined use of the mother tongue." Sir Walter Scott defined a good conversationalist as one who has ideas, who reads, thinks, listens, and who has therefore something to say. There is no other one thing which enables us to make so good an impression, especially upon those who do not know us thoroughly, as the ability to converse well. To be a good conversationalist, able to interest people, to rivet their attention, to draw them to you naturally, by the very superiority of your conversational ability, is to be the possessor of a very great accomplishment, one which is superior to all others. It not only helps you to make a good impression upon strangers, it also helps you to make and keep friends. It opens doors and softens hearts. It makes you interesting in all sorts of company. It helps you to get on in the world. It sends you clients, patients, customers. It helps you into the best society, even though you are poor. A man who can talk well, who has the art of putting things in an attractive way, who can interest others immediately by his power of speech, has a very great advantage over one who may know more than he, but who cannot express himself with ease or eloquence. No matter how expert you may be in any other art or accomplishment, you cannot use your expertness always and everywhere as you can the power to converse well. If you are a musician, no matter how talented you may be, or how many years you may have spent in perfecting yourself in your specialty, or how much it may have cost you, only comparatively few people can ever hear or appreciate your music. You may be a fine singer, and yet travel around the world without having an opportunity of showing your accomplishment, or without anyone guessing your specialty. But wherever you go, and in whatever society you are, no matter what your station in life may be, you talk. You may be a painter. You may have spent years with great masters, and yet, unless you have very marked ability, so that your pictures are hung in the salons or in the great art galleries, comparatively few people will ever see them. But if you are an artist in conversation, everyone who comes in contact with you will see your life picture, which you have been painting ever since you began to talk. Everyone knows whether you are an artist or a bungler. In fact, you may have a great many accomplishments which people occasionally see or enjoy, and you may have a very beautiful home and a lot of property which comparatively few people ever know about. But if you are a good converser, everyone with whom you talk will feel the influence of your skill and charm. A noted society leader, who has been very successful in the launching of débutantes in society, always gives this advice to her protégés. Talk, talk. It does not matter much what you say, but chatter away lightly and gaily. Nothing embarrasses and bores the average man so much as a girl who has to be entertained. There is a helpful suggestion in this advice. The way to learn to talk is to talk. The temptation for people who are unaccustomed to society, who feel diffident, is to say nothing themselves and listen to what others say. Good talkers are always sought after in society. Everybody wants to invite Mrs. So-and-so to dinners or receptions because she is such a good talker. She entertains. She may have many defects, but people enjoy her society because she can talk well. Conversation, if used as an educator, is a tremendous power developer. But talking without thinking, without an effort to express oneself with clearness, conciseness, or efficiency, mere chattering or gossiping, the average society small talk, will never get hold of the best thing in a man. It lies too deep for such superficial effort. Thousands of young people who envy such of their mates as are getting on faster than they are, keep on wasting their precious evenings and their half-holidays, saying nothing but the most frivolous, frothy, senseless things which do not rise to the level of humor, but the foolish, silly talk which demoralizes one's ambition, lowers one's ideals and all the standards of life, because it begets habits of superficial and senseless thinking. On the streets, on the cars, and in public places, loud, coarse voices are heard in light, flippant, slipshod speech, in coarse slang expressions. You're talking through your hat. Search me. You just bet. Well, that's the limit. I hate that man. He gets on my nerves. And a score of other such vulgarities we often hear. Nothing else will indicate your fineness or coarseness of culture, your breeding or lack of it, so quickly as your conversation. It will tell your whole life's story. What you say and how you say it will betray all your secrets, will give the world your true measure. There is no accomplishment, no attainment, which you can use so constantly and effectively, which will give you so much pleasure to your friends, as fine conversation. There is no doubt that the gift of language was intended to be a much greater accomplishment than the majority of us have ever made of it. Most of us are bunglers in our conversation because we do not make an art of it. We do not take the trouble or pains to learn to talk well. We do not read enough or think enough. Most of us express ourselves in sloppy, slipshod English because it is so much easier to do so than it is to think before we speak, to make an effort to express ourselves with elegance, ease, and power. Poor conversers excuse themselves for not trying to improve by saying that good talkers are born, not made. We might as well say that good lawyers, good physicians, or good merchants are born, not made. None of them would ever get very far without hard work. This is the price of all achievement that is of value. Many a man owes his advancement very largely to his ability to converse well. The ability to interest people in your conversation, to hold them, is a great power. The man who has a bungling expression, who knows a thing but never can put it in logical, interesting, or commanding language, is always placed at a great disadvantage. I know a businessman who has cultivated the art of conversation to such an extent that it is a great treat to listen to him. His language flows with such liquid, limpid beauty. His words are chosen with such exquisite delicacy, taste, and accuracy. There is such a refinement in his diction that he charms everyone who hears him speak. All his life he has been a reader of the finest prose and poetry, and has cultivated conversation as a fine art. You may think you are poor, and have no chance in life. You may be situated so that others are dependent upon you, and you may not be able to go to school or college, or to study music or art. You may be tied down to an iron environment. You may be tortured with an unsatisfied, disappointed ambition, and yet you can become an interesting talker, because in every sentence you utter, you can practice the best form of expression. Every book you read, every person with whom you converse, who uses good English, can help you. Few people think very much about how they are going to express themselves. They use the first words that come to them. They do not think of forming a sentence so that it will have beauty, brevity, transparency, power. The words flow from their lips helter-skelter, with little thought of arrangement or order. Now and then we meet a real artist in conversation, and it is such a treat and delight that we wonder why the most of us should be such bunglers in our conversation, that we should make such a botch of the medium of communication between human beings, when it is capable of being made the art of arts. I have met a dozen persons in my lifetime who have given me such a glimpse of its superb possibilities that it has made all other arts seem comparatively unimportant to me. I was once a visitor at Wendell Phillips' home in Boston, and the music of his voice, the liquid charm of his words, the purity, the transparency of his diction, the profundity of his knowledge, the fascination of his personality, and his marvelous art of putting things, I shall never forget. He sat down on the sofa beside me, and talked as he would to an old schoolmate, and it seemed to me that I had never heard such exquisite and polished English. I have met several English people who possessed that marvelous power of soul in conversation which charms all who come under its spell. Mrs. Mary A. Livermore, Julia Ward Howe, and Elizabeth S. P. Ward had this wonderful conversational charm, as has ex-President Eliot of Harvard. The quality of the conversation is everything. We all know people who use the choicest language and express their thoughts in fluent, liquid diction, who impress us by the wonderful flow of their conversation, but that is all there is to it. They do not impress us with their thoughts. They do not stimulate us to action. We do not feel any more determined to do something in the world, to be somebody, after we have heard them talk, than we felt before. We know other people who talk very little, but whose words are so full of meat and stimulating brain force that we feel ourselves multiplied many times by the power they have injected into us. In olden times, the art of conversation reached a much higher standard than that of today. The deterioration is due to the complete revolution in the conditions of modern civilization. Formerly, people had almost no other way of communicating their thoughts than by speech. Knowledge of all kinds was disseminated almost wholly through the spoken word. There were no great daily newspapers, no magazines or periodicals of any kind. The great discoveries of vast wealth in the precious minerals, the new world opened up by inventions and discoveries, and the great impetus to ambition have changed all this. In this lightning express age, in these strenuous times, when everybody has the mania to attain wealth and position, we no longer have time to reflect with deliberation and to develop our powers of conversation. In these great newspaper and periodical days, when everybody can get for one or a few cents the news and information which it has cost thousands of dollars to collect, everybody sits behind the morning sheet or is buried in a book or magazine. There is no longer the same need of communicating thought by the spoken word. Oratory is becoming a lost art for the same reason. Printing has become so cheap that even the poorest homes can get more reading for a few dollars than kings and noblemen could afford in the Middle Ages. It is a rare thing to find a polished conversationalist today. So rare is it to hear one speaking exquisite English and using a superb diction that it is indeed a luxury. Good reading, however, will not only broaden the mind and give new ideas, but it will also increase one's vocabulary, and that is a great aid to conversation. Many people have good thoughts and ideas, but they cannot express them because of the poverty of their vocabulary. They have not words enough to clothe their ideas and make them attractive. They talk around in a circle, repeat and repeat, because when they want a particular word to convey their exact meaning, they cannot find it. If you are ambitious to talk well, you must be as much as possible in the society of well-bred, cultured people. If you seclude yourself, though you are a college graduate, you will be a poor converser. We all sympathize with people, especially the timid and shy, who have that awful feeling of repression and stifling of thought when they make an effort to say something and cannot. Timid young people often suffer keenly in this way in attempting to declaim at school or college. But many a great orator went through the same sort of experience when he first attempted to speak in public and was often deeply humiliated by his blunders and failures. There is no other way, however, to become an orator or good conversationalist than by constantly trying to express oneself efficiently and elegantly. If you find that your ideas fly from you when you attempt to express them, that you stammer and flounder about for words which you are unable to find, you may be sure that every honest effort you make, even if you fail in your attempt, will make it all the easier for you to speak well the next time. It is remarkable, if one keeps on trying, how quickly he will conquer his awkwardness and self-consciousness, and will gain ease of manner and facility of expression. Everywhere we see people placed at a tremendous disadvantage because they have never learned the art of putting their ideas into interesting, telling language. We see brainy men at public gatherings, when momentous questions are being discussed, sit silent, unable to tell what they know, when they are infinitely better informed than those who are making a great deal of display of oratory or smooth talk. People with a lot of ability, who know a great deal, often appear like a set of dummies in company, while some superficial, shallow-brained person holds the attention of those present simply because he can tell what he knows in an interesting way. They are constantly humiliated and embarrassed when away from those who happen to know their real worth because they cannot carry on an intelligent conversation upon any topic. There are hundreds of these silent people at our national capital, many of them wives of husbands who have suddenly and unexpectedly come into political prominence. Many people, and this is especially true of scholars, seem to think that the great desideratum in life is to get as much valuable information into the head as possible. But it is just as important to know how to give out knowledge in a palatable manner as to acquire it. You may be a profound scholar, you may be well read in history and in politics, you may be wonderfully well posted in science, literature, and art, and yet, if your knowledge is locked up within you, you will always be placed at a great disadvantage. Locked up ability may give the individual some satisfaction, but it must be exhibited, expressed in some attractive way, before the world will appreciate it or give credit for it. It does not matter how valuable the rough diamond may be. No explaining, no describing its marvels of beauty within and its great value would avail. Nobody would appreciate it until it was ground and polished and the light let into its depths to reveal its hidden brilliancy. Conversation is to the man what the cutting of the diamond is to the stone. The grinding does not add anything to the diamond. It merely reveals its wealth. How little parents realize the harm they are doing their children by allowing them to grow up ignorant of or indifferent to the marvelous possibilities in the art of conversation. In the majority of homes, children are allowed to mangle the English language in a most painful way. Nothing else will develop the brain and character more than the constant effort to talk well, intelligently, interestingly, upon all sorts of topics. There is a splendid discipline in the constant effort to express one's thoughts in clear language and in an interesting manner. We know people who are such superb conversers that no one would ever dream that they have not had the advantages of the higher schools. Many a college graduate has been silenced and put to shame by people who have never even been to a high school, but who have cultivated the art of self-expression. The school and the college employ the student comparatively a few hours a day for a few years. Conversation is a training in a perpetual school. Many get the best part of their education in this school. Conversation is a great ability discoverer, a great revealer of possibilities and resources. It stimulates thought wonderfully. We think more of ourselves if we can talk well, if we can interest and hold others. The power to do so increases our self-respect, our self-confidence. No man knows what he really possesses until he makes his best effort to express to others what is in him. Then the avenues of the mind fly open. The faculties are on the alert. Every good converser has felt a power come to him from the listener, which he never felt before, and which often stimulates and inspires to fresh endeavor. The mingling of thought with thought, the contact of mind with mind, develops new powers, as the mixing of two chemicals often produces a new third substance. To converse well, one must listen well also, hold oneself in a receptive attitude. We are not only poor conversationalists, but we are poor listeners as well. We are too impatient to listen. Instead of being attentive and eager to drink in the story or the information, we have not enough respect for the talker to keep quiet. We look about impatiently, perhaps snap our watch, play a tattoo with our fingers on a chair or a table, hitch about as if we were bored and were anxious to get away, and interrupt the speaker before he reaches his conclusion. In fact, we are such an impatient people that we have no time for anything excepting to push ahead, to elbow our way through the crowd, to get the position or the money we desire. Our life is feverish and unnatural. We have no time to develop charm of manner or elegance of diction. We are too intense for epigram or repartee. We lack time. Nervous impatience is a conspicuous characteristic of the American people. Everything bores us which does not bring us more business or more money, or which does not help us to attain the position for which we are striving. Instead of enjoying our friends, we are inclined to look upon them as so many rungs in a ladder, and to value them in proportion as they furnish readers for our books, send us patients, clients, customers, or show their ability to give us a boost for political position. Before these days of hurry and drive, before this age of excitement, it was considered one of the greatest luxuries possible to be a listener in a group surrounding an intelligent talker. It was better than most modern lectures, than anything one could find in a book, for there was a touch of personality, a charm of style, a magnetism which held, a superb personality which fascinated. For the hungry soul, yearning for an education, to drink in knowledge from those wise lips, was to be fed with a royal feast indeed. But today everything is touch and go. We have no time to stop on the street and give a decent salutation. It is "How do?" or "Morning," accompanied by a sharp nod of the head, instead of by a graceful bow. We have no time for the graces and the charms. Everything must give way to the material. We have no time for the development of a fine manner. The charm of the days of chivalry and leisure has almost vanished from our civilization. A new type of individual has sprung up. We work like Trojans during the day, and then rush to a theater or other place of amusement in the evening. We have no time to make our own amusement, or to develop the faculty of humor and fun making as people used to do. We pay people for doing that while we sit and laugh. We are like some college boys who depend upon tutors to carry them through their examinations. They expect to buy their education ready-made. Life is becoming so artificial, so forced, so diverse from naturalness. We drive our human engines at such a fearful speed that our finer life is crushed out. Spontaneity and humor, and the possibility of a fine culture and a superb charm of personality in us are almost impossible and extremely rare. One cause for our conversational decline is a lack of sympathy. We are too selfish, too busily engaged in our own affair, and wrapped up in our own little world, too intent upon our own self-promotion to be interested in others. No one can make a good conversationalist who is not sympathetic. You must be able to enter into another's life, to live it with the other person, to be a good listener or a good talker. Walter Besant used to tell of a clever woman who had a great reputation as a conversationalist, though she talked very little. She had such a cordial, sympathetic manner that she helped the timid and the shy to say their best things and made them feel at home. She dissipated their fears, and they could say things to her which they could not say to anyone else. People thought her an interesting conversationalist because she had this ability to call out the best in others. If you would make yourself agreeable, you must be able to enter into the life of the people you are conversing with, and you must touch them along the lines of their interest. No matter how much you may know about a subject, if it does not happen to interest those to whom you are talking, your efforts will be largely lost. It is pitiable sometimes to see men standing around at the average reception or club gathering, dumb, almost helpless, and powerless to enter heartily into the conversation because they are in a subjective mood. They are thinking business, 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 thinking how they can get on a little faster, get more business, more clients, more patients, or more readers for their books, or a better house to live in, how they can make more show. They do not enter heartily into the lives of others, or abandon themselves to the occasion enough to make good talkers. They are cold and reserved, distant, because their minds are somewhere else, their affections on themselves and their own affairs. There are only two things that interest them: business and their own little world. If you talk about these things, they are interested at once, but they do not care a snap about your affairs, how you get on, or what your ambition is, or how they can help you. Our conversation will never reach a high standard while we live in such a feverish, selfish, and unsympathetic state. Great conversationalists have always been very tactful, interesting without offending. It does not do to stab people if you would interest them, nor to drag out their family skeletons. Some people have the peculiar quality of touching the best that is in us. Others stir up the bad. Every time they come into our presence, they irritate us. Others allay all that is disagreeable. They never touch our sensitive spots, and they call out all that is spontaneous and sweet and beautiful. Lincoln was master of the art of making himself interesting to everybody he met. He put people at ease with his stories and jokes, and made them feel so completely at home in his presence that they opened up their mental treasures to him without reserve. Strangers were always glad to talk with him, because he was so cordial and quaint, and always gave more than he got. A sense of humor such as Lincoln had is, of course, a great addition to one's conversational power. But not everyone can be funny, and, if you lack the sense of humor, you will make yourself ludicrous by attempting to be funny. A good conversationalist, however, is not too serious. He does not deal too much with facts, no matter how important. Facts, statistics, weary. Vivacity is absolutely necessary. Heavy conversation bores. Too light disgusts. Therefore, to be a good conversationalist, you must be spontaneous, buoyant, natural, sympathetic, and must show a spirit of goodwill. You must feel the spirit of helpfulness, and must enter heart and soul into things which interest others. You must get the attention of people and hold it by interesting them, and you can only interest them by a warm sympathy, a real friendly sympathy. If you are cold, distant, and unsympathetic, you cannot hold their attention. You must be broad, tolerant. A narrow, stingy soul never talks well. A man who is always violating your sense of taste, of justice, and of fairness never interests you. You lock tight all the approaches to your inner self. Every avenue is closed to him. Your magnetism and your helpfulness are thus cut off, and the conversation is perfunctory, mechanical, and without life or feeling. You must bring your listener close to you, must open your heart wide, and exhibit a broad, free nature and an open mind. You must be responsive, so that he will throw wide open every avenue of his nature, and give you free access to his heart of hearts. If a man is a success anywhere, it ought to be in his personality, in his power to express himself in strong, effective, interesting language. He should not be obliged to give a stranger an inventory of his possessions in order to show that he has achieved something. A greater wealth should flow from his lips and express itself in his manner. No amount of natural ability or education or good clothes, no amount of money will make you appear well if you use poor English. End of chapter 17. If you can talk well. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 18 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett Marden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 18. A Fortune in Good Manners. Give a boy address and accomplishments, and you give him the mastery of palaces and fortunes wherever he goes. He has not the trouble of earning or owning them. They solicit him to enter and possess. Emerson. With hat in hand, one gets on in the world. German proverb. What thou wilt, thou must rather enforce it with thy smile, than hew to it with thy sword. Shakespeare. Politeness has been compared to an air cushion, which, although there is apparently nothing in it, eases our jolts wonderfully. George L. Carey. Birth's good, but breedin's better. Scotch proverb. Conduct is 3/4 of life. Matthew Arnold. "Why the deuce does he edge his head down like that?" asked a Cockney sergeant major angrily, when a worthy fellow soldier wished to be reinstated in a position from which he had been dismissed. "As he's been an officer, he ought to know how to behave himself better. What use would he be as a non-commissioned officer if he didn't care to look his men in the face? If a man wants to be a soldier, he say, let him cock his chin up, switch his stick apart a bit, and give a crack over the head to anybody who comes fooling around him. Else he might just as well be a Methodist parson." The English is somewhat rude, but it expresses pretty forcibly the fact that a good bearing is indispensable to success as a soldier. Mind and manner have much to do with our influence and reputation in any walk of life. "Don't you wish you had my power?" asked the east wind of the zephyr. "Why, when I start, they hailed me by storm signals all along the coast. I can twist off a ship's mast as easily as you can waft thistledown. With one sweep of my wing I strew the coast from Labrador to Cape Horn with shattered ship timber. I can lift and have often lifted the Atlantic. I am the terror of all invalids, and to keep me from piercing to the very marrow of their bones, men cut down forests for their fires, and explore the mines of continents for coal to feed their furnaces. Under my breath the nations crouch in sepulchres. Don't you wish you had my power?" Zephyr made no reply, but floated from out the bowers of the sky, and all the rivers and lakes and seas, all the forests and fields, all the beasts and birds and men smiled at its coming. Gardens bloomed, orchards ripened, silver wheat fields turned to gold. Fleecy clouds went sailing in the lofty heaven. The pinions of birds and the sails of vessels were gently wafted onward, and health and happiness were everywhere. The foliage and flowers and fruits and harvests, the warmth and sparkle and gladness and beauty and life were the only answer Zephyr gave to the insolent question of the proud but pitiless east wind. The story goes that Queen Victoria once expressed herself to her husband in rather a despotic tone, and Prince Albert, whose manly self-respect was smarting at her words, sought the seclusion of his own apartment, closing and locking the door. In about 5 minutes someone knocked. "Who is it?" inquired the prince. "It is I. Open to the Queen of England." haughtily responded Her Majesty. There was no reply. After a long interval there came a gentle tapping, and the low spoken words, "It is I, Victoria, your wife." Is it necessary to add that the door was opened, or that the disagreement was at an end? It is said that civility is to a man what beauty is to a woman. It creates an instantaneous impression in his behalf. The monk Basil, according to a quaint old legend, died while under the ban of excommunication by the Pope, and was sent in charge of an angel to find his proper place in the nether world. But his genial disposition and great conversational powers won friends wherever he went. The fallen angels adopted his manner, and even the good angels went a long way to see him and live with him. He was removed to the lowest depths of Hades, but with the same result. His inborn politeness and kindness of heart were irresistible, and he seemed to change the hell into a heaven. At length the angel returned with the monk, saying that no place could be found in which to punish him. He still remained the same Basil, so his sentence was revoked, and he was sent to heaven and canonized as a saint. The Duke of Marlborough wrote English badly and spelled it worse. Yet he swayed the destinies of empires. The charm of his manner was irresistible and influenced all Europe. His fascinating smile and winning speech disarmed the fiercest hatred and made friends of the bitterest enemies. A gentleman took his daughter of 16 to Richmond to witness the trial of his bitter personal enemy, Aaron Burr, whom he regarded as an arch-traitor. But she was so fascinated by Burr's charming manner that she sat with his friends. Her father took her from the courtroom and locked her up, but she was so overcome by the fine manner of the accused that she believed in his innocence and prayed for his acquittal. "To this day," said she 50 years afterwards, "I feel the magic of his wonderful deportment." Madame Récamier was so charming that when she passed around the box at the Church Saint Rocher in Paris, 20,000 francs were put into it. At the great reception to Napoleon on his return from Italy, the crowd caught sight of this fascinating woman and almost forgot to look at the great hero. "Please, madame," whispered a servant to Madame de Maintenon at dinner, "one anecdote more, for there is no roast today." She was so fascinating in manner and speech that her guests appeared to overlook all the little discomforts of life. According to Saint Beuve, the privileged circle at Coppet, after making an excursion, returned from Chambéry in 2 coaches. Those arriving in the first coach had a rueful experience to relate. A terrific thunderstorm, shocking roads, and danger and gloom to the whole company. The party in the second coach heard their story with surprise. Of thunderstorm, of steeps, of mud, of danger, they knew nothing. No, they had forgotten earth, and breathed a purer air. Such a conversation between Madame de Staël and Madame Récamier and Benjamin Constant and Schlegel. They were all in a state of delight. The intoxication of the conversation had made them insensible to all notice of weather or rough roads. "If I were queen," said Madame Tess, "I should command Madame de Staël to talk to me every day." When she had passed, as Longfellow wrote of Evangeline, it seemed like the ceasing of exquisite music. Madame de Staël was anything but beautiful, but she possessed that indefinable something before which mere conventional beauty cowers, commonplace and ashamed. Her hold upon the minds of men was wonderful. They were the creatures of her will, and she shaped careers as if she were omnipotent.
Even the Emperor Napoleon feared her influence over his people so much that he destroyed her writings and banished her from France. In the words of Whittier, it could be said of her, as might be said of any woman, "Our homes are cheerier for her sake, our dooryards brighter blooming, and all about the social air is sweeter for her coming." A guest for 2 weeks at the house of Arthur M. Cavanaugh, M.P., who was without arms or legs, was very desirous of knowing how he fed himself, but the conversation and manner of the host were so charming that the visitor was scarcely conscious of his deformity. "When Dickens entered a room," said one who knew him well, "it was like the sudden kindling of a big fire, by which everyone was warmed." It is said that when Goethe entered a restaurant, people would lay down their knives and forks to admire him. Philip of Macedon, after hearing the report of Demosthenes' famous oration, said, "Had I been there, he would have persuaded me to take up arms against myself." Henry Clay was so graceful and impressive in his manner that a Pennsylvanian tavern keeper tried to induce him to get out of the stagecoach in which they were riding, and make a speech to himself and his wife. "I don't think much of Chayote's spread-eagle talk," said a simple-minded member of a jury that had given 5 successive verdicts to the great advocate, "but I call him a very lucky lawyer, for there was not one of those 5 cases that came before us where he wasn't on the right side. His manner, as well as his logic, was irresistible." When Edward Everett took a professor's chair at Harvard after 5 years of study in Europe, he was almost worshipped by the students. His manner seemed touched by that exquisite grace seldom found except in women of rare culture. His great popularity lay in a magical atmosphere which everyone felt, but no one could describe, and which never left him. A New York lady had just taken her seat in a car on a train bound for Philadelphia, when a somewhat stout man, sitting just ahead of her, lighted a cigar. She coughed and moved uneasily, but the hints had no effect, so she said tartly, "You probably are a foreigner, and do not know that there is a smoking car attached to the train. Smoking is not permitted here." The man made no reply, but threw his cigar from the window. What has her astonishment when the conductor told her, a moment later, that she had entered the private car of General Grant. She withdrew in confusion, but the same fine courtesy which led him to give up his cigar was shown again as he spared her the mortification of even a questioning glance, still less of a look of amusement, although she watched his dumb, immovable figure with apprehension until she reached the door. Julian Ralph, after telegraphing an account of President Arthur's fishing trip to the Thousand Islands, returned to his hotel at 2 o'clock in the morning to find all the doors locked. With 2 friends who had accompanied him, he battered at a side door to wake the servants. But what was his chagrin when the door was opened by the President of the United States? "Why, that's all right," said Mr. Arthur when Mr. Ralph asked his pardon. "You wouldn't have got in till morning if I had not come. No one is up in the house but me. I could have sent my colored boy, but he had fallen asleep, and I hated to wake him." The late King Edward, when Prince of Wales, the first gentleman in Europe, invited an eminent man to dine with him. When coffee was served, the guest, to the consternation of the others, drank from his saucer. An open titter of amusement went round the table. The prince, quickly noting the cause of the untimely amusement, gravely emptied his cup into his saucer and drank after the manner of his guest. Silent and abashed, the other members of the princely household took the rebuke and did the same. Queen Victoria sent for Carlyle,
who was a Scotch peasant, offering him the title of nobleman, which he declined, feeling that he had always been a nobleman in his own right. He understood so little of the manners at court that, when presented to the Queen, after speaking to her a few minutes, being tired, he said, "Let us sit down, madam," whereat the courtiers were ready to faint, but she was great enough and gave a gesture that seated all her puppets in a moment. The Queen's courteous suspension of the rules of etiquette, and what it may have cost her, can be better understood from what an acquaintance of Carlyle said of him when he saw him for the first time. His presence, in some unaccountable manner, rasped the nerves. I expected to meet a rare being, and I left him feeling as if I had drunk sour wine, or had had an attack of seasickness. Some persons wield a scepter before which others seem to bow in glad obedience. But whence do they obtain such magic power? What is the secret of that almost hypnotic influence over people, which we would give anything to possess? Courtesy is not always found in high places. Even royal courts furnish many examples of bad manners. At an entertainment given years ago by Prince Edward and the Princess of Wales, to which only the very cream of society was admitted, there was such pushing and struggling to see the princess, who was then but lately married, that, as she passed through the reception rooms, a bust of the Princess Royal was thrown from its pedestal and damaged, and the pedestal upset, and the ladies, in their eagerness to see the princess, actually stood upon it. When Catherine of Russia gave receptions to her nobles, she published the following rules of etiquette upon cards: "Gentlemen will not get drunk before the feast is ended. Noblemen are forbidden to strike their wives in company. Ladies of the court must not wash out their mouths in the drinking glasses, or wipe their faces on the damask, or pick their teeth with forks." But today the nobles of Russia have no superiors in manners. Etiquette originally meant the ticket or tag tied to a bag to indicate its contents. If a bag had this ticket, it was not examined. From this, the word passed to cards upon which were printed certain rules to be observed by guests. These rules were the ticket, or the etiquette. To be the ticket, or, as it was sometimes expressed, to act or talk by the card, became the thing with the better classes. It was fortunate for Napoleon that he married Josephine before he was made commander-in-chief of the armies of Italy. Her fascinating manners and her wonderful powers of persuasion were more influential than the loyalty of any dozen men in France in attaching to him the adherents who would promote his interests. Josephine was to the drawing room and the salon what Napoleon was to the field, a preeminent leader. The secret of her personality that made her the empress, not only of the hearts of the Frenchmen, but also of the nations her husband conquered, has been beautifully told by herself. "There is only one occasion," she said to a friend, "in which I would voluntarily use the words 'I will,' namely, when I would say, 'I will that all around me be happy.'" It was only a glad "good morning" as she passed along the way, but it spread the morning's glory over the livelong day. A fine manner more than compensates for all the defects of nature. The most fascinating person is always the one of most winning manners, not the one of greatest physical beauty. The Greeks thought beauty was a proof of the peculiar favor of the gods, and considered that beauty only worth adorning and transmitting which was unmarred by outward manifestations of hard and haughty feeling. According to their ideal, beauty must be the expression of attractive qualities within, such as cheerfulness, benignity, contentment, charity, and love. Mirabeau was one of the ugliest men in France. It was said he had the face of a tiger pitted by smallpox, but the charm of his manner was almost irresistible. Beauty of life and character, as in art, has no sharp angles. Its lines seem continuous, so gently does curve melt into curve. It is sharp angles that keep many souls from being beautiful that are almost so. Our good is less good when it is abrupt, rude, ill-timed, or ill-placed. Many a man and woman might double their influence and success by a kindly courtesy and a fine manner. Tradition tells us that before Apelles painted his wonderful goddess of